underplaying how serious it was, because obviously he doesn't want to give the opposition any reason to doubt his ability. He wants everyone to still be scared of him.
Well, he'll be going there as the man to beat, won't he? When he gets over to Oregon, I mean, Collins will be the guy to beat.
He most definitely will be the guy to beat. No one can seem to get the measure of him, except when he's hurt. So, but that's what old age does.
Well, there's the fifth of the women's 60 metres heats. And maybe one eye on lane 6 there. Louise Bloor from Trafford, Northern and Inter-Counties champion. And she's set a personal best at the age of 30 this winter.
Yeah, nothing wrong with setting personal best at 30. I did all my PBs at 31, so good age.
Got an empty lane by the looks of it. A non-starter. Yep. So only 5 athletes here, and 4 are short of a place in the next round. And the athletes now being introduced to the crowd. Some 1,500 shoehorned into this arena here in Sheffield. In lane 2, Stephanie Clitheroe from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Alongside her in lane 3, Charlotte Patterson, just 18 years old, from Kingston upon Hull Athletics Club. Brittany Robinson, just 17, Thames Valley Harrier in lane 4. And in lane 6, favourites, Lancashire athlete Louise Bloor, 7.35, her personal best this winter. And completing the lineup there in lane 7, Charlotte Orton from Ellenborough, another 17-year-old, 7.76. Ellenborough? I probably should know that, shouldn't I? I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you sort of quizzically. We need a statistician alongside us. Apologies to all you people who follow Ellenborough Athletics Club or indeed run with them.
This should be a straightforward heat for Louise Bloor. Nice strong start.
Times Charlotte Patterson in lane 7, provided everything goes according to form, of course. Not a great start from Bloor, but now she picked in second, close for third, but it looks as though Charlotte Orton just getting through in third place, and the winning time, subject to confirmation, 7.41 seconds.
Yeah, relatively easy by the end of the race, but as you can see, Louise may have been deterred, but wasn't a great start, went up and got forward, but her acceleration and drive to the end was very, very good and superior. So it was good to see Charlotte Patterson coming in second, an 18-year-old there, and it was Charlotte Patterson second from Kingston upon Hull in 7.56 and 7.76, great PB, and Stephanie Clitheroe in fourth.
The automatic qualifiers, Bloor, really good pickup after a slightly indifferent start. And next on the track, we're going to be having the men's 60 metres heats. Women qualifiers, quickest were Dina Asher-Smith and Asher Phillip, very little between them, and that's shaping up to be a really good tussle later on. Both safely through into the second round. Women's 60 metres semi-finals due to be run at 25 to 4 this afternoon.
Here at the practice track.
Sorry, I didn't say anything a bit louder than.
2 minutes. Physio's behind us. Thank you to individual coaches, as well as relay coaches and the National Lottery for getting us here.
Without those people, the National Lottery would have been, and obviously last year the National Lottery, because it was run for the general public buying their tickets, we wouldn't be in this position we are now to train full time.
The European gold medalist.
Hey, coming on.
Well, first of the heats, Dina Asher-Smith. Look, 2 has. Wilson and Abigail Bishel.
7.51, 7.68, and Jatila Rivell Blake in 7.70 qualification.
And the fifth one, Louise Bloor, personal best from Charlotte, uses
Isn't it like it's come through on the information from Delta
Britt
today?
Bear doing his work to. I'm sure it can be arranged.
I'm sure it could, because you can get all sorts up in there.
Talk to.
Right.
Look, here's one of the. I think we're establishing that Britt Bear's a lad.
Well,
I don't know. We'll see if there's any more clues in his behaviour.
anyone has any idea who Britt Bear is or has any suggestions, then tweet us at hashtag British Champs Britt Bear and see if you can guess who that Britt Bear is. Some people look confused in, in the audience, a bit maybe embarrassed that Britt Bear has approached them.
Always a fun day out athletics, and one of the things I've always loved about it, Kelly, is that it's so much of a family occasion.
Yeah, exactly. It's a whole day, lots of things going on. It's not just athletics and the competition here. Outside the arena, there's things that young people and new to the sport can go and try. So there's like loads of different events, also athletics, information centres all about our sport and how you can get involved in many ways. So it's a really great day out.
Just while we're waiting for the men's 60 metres athletes to come out, they're with us soon. Just tell us how the indoors are sort of used by the athletes in preparation for the big one, which is the Olympics later in the year.
A lot of athletes will come out and use the indoors just to see where they are for the summer. Some of them will take, as we've seen, will take indoors very seriously. There is a World Indoor Championships in the third week of March in Portland in America. And that's quite important for people's preparation. So you generally see field eventers and teachers use that as a good preparation for the Olympics to put a really good marker. Some of the other events like the 400, 800s upwards, they will use this event indoors, and it's just good, solid, where am I in my training, what do I need to do before the summer starts. So they'll just use it as preparation, and they won't feature in World Indoor Championships whether they've got the qualification or not. So this is just a really good preparation to see what I need to do, and is this where I need to be for the summer. The Olympic trials are very early this year. They're in June 24th and 26th, I think, on that weekend. So it's not too long away. There's like 4 months for them to be in top shape. So they need to know where they are now.
Well, we move on now to the men's 60 metres heats. Heat 1 out there. Brilliant running in the second of the heats. Looking forward to seeing him in action again. A really solid run, setting a personal best 6.55 in winning the big international meeting in Glasgow last weekend. Fastest on paper, Lee's Finland, and Andrew Robertson in lane 2. He set the world indoor qualifying standard, ran 6.62 at the London Games this winter.
Andy Robertson's been part of the relay setup for Great Britain for a couple of years now. Went to the Commonwealth Games for England in 2014, part of the 4x1 squad for GB last year in Beijing. So he's very experienced, a great starter. So this could be an opportunity where he starts proving to himself and the rest of the guys out there that he's one to meet today. Because it's very, very close between the top 3 or 4 guys. 500 per second.
Etienne, maybe one of those athletes who is approaching something of a breakthrough, 19 years old, 5th mark.
Yeah, very young. He's coached by a former sprinter, Ryan Freckleton, down in London. So he's got a really formidable group, really lots of young athletes coming through. So he's enjoying the experience of that. It's going to be a really good heat, not like the ladies where it's just one in each heat. There's a couple in each of these heats that will make it a really, really competitive heat through to the final.
Powerful figure in lane 5, Toby Alubi from Blackheath and Bromley. 28 years old, he's the daddy of the group.
You're not old when you're 28, John.
Tell me about it. A mere boy. Well, there's Andy Robertson in lane 2. He's got a personal best of 6.61, 25 years old, wearing the vest of Sale Harriers Manchester. And he's gone very close to that level this year. Kyron Williams standing alongside him, Enfield and Haringey Harrier. We talked about Etienne coming through as a 19-year-old, Jack Dearden 18. It's not always that they're coming through at that age. You do get late developers like Linford.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of athletes who don't start getting to their best until their mid to late 20s. You know, we have people like Jonathan Edwards and Kate Holmes in the south, and Linford all past 25, 26 before we even got noticed, basically, you know, reached our best. You know, Jonathan was Olympic champion at 34, so Linford was making the Olympic final at that age too, so age is no barrier, really.
First three in each heat, plus 6 fastest times to go through into the semi-finals. There is Andy Robertson being introduced to the crowd, the 25-year-old. And alongside him, Kyron Williams, best this season of 6.85, 23 years old. He's a Enfield and Haringey Harrier. And then's young Theo Etienne. He's already got that World Indoor Qualification selection meeting, incidentally, which is always an interesting one. That's going to be taking place on Monday. Winner of this, assuming that the qualification standard has been attained, will automatically reserve one of the places. In lane 5 was Toby Alubi, the big figure there from Blackheath and Bromley. Alongside him, Jack Dearden, 18-year-old from the city of Norwich. Personal best this winter. And then completing the lineup, representing Guernsey, Joshua Alloway will be starting in lane 7. Josh Alloway, 23 years old. Well, we expect this to be a battle between lanes 2 and 4. Robertson, Etienne. First 3 will take a place in the semi-finals. The rest have to rely on times. And there's been a false start by the looks of it.
Yeah, lane 5, from what I've seen, lane 5, Toby Alubi.
Well, second guessing the judges. It did look as though he was the first to break. The question now is, has it been done illegally? A difference physically between Alubi and Etienne, side by side.
Yeah, I was just about to state that, you know, it takes all sorts of sizes to run fast. Etienne is very short, small, Alubi very tall.
Well, I'm afraid to say that it's something you don't like to see. Toby Alubi disqualified, and he has to walk disappointedly away from the start line.
So everybody now would be a little bit nervous of that first disqualification. I would be surprised if the guys sit in the blocks a little bit to make sure their start is safe. Get safely through this.
For the second time of asking, the opening heat of the men's 60 metres. Good start on the far side from Robertson, who has the early lead. Etienne trying to come back at him, but Robertson winning clearly. Etienne second. Third place was Kyron Williams. That's the 1, 2, 3 who gain automatic qualification for the semi-finals. And the time 6.75. I think Etienne in second place, as you suggested. A little bit of nerves in there. He really did sit down on the blocks in that start.
Yeah, definitely Andy Robertson in lane 2. Magnificent start, as you can see here. Came out, had no trouble. Got into his running phase really well, not troubled. Etienne had to work really hard out of his start. I think a bit nervous from the previous disqualification, but it's safely through to the next round and he lives to fight another day.
It was in the lane alongside him for Etienne, and he had an empty lane as he made his start.
So the time to be confirmed for Andy Robertson, 6.75 in first. Second, Etienne, Wimbledon, 6.84. Joshua Alloway from Guernsey, first 7.78 to London, 6.98. And Jack Dearden from Norwich, 7.08. Toby Alubi was disqualified for a full start.
Josh Alloway's time may be enough to get him in as the fastest loser. Coming here and setting a personal best for the lad from the Channel Islands is a good performance. Well, Sean Safo Antwi is going to be running in this second one. Fastest in the UK this year. He's going to be starting in lane 5, 6.55. Always sports a beard. I saw a little bit about him saying that he has his strength in his beard, like Samson.
But it's the fashion now, isn't it? Maybe that'll come off for the summer when it gets a little bit warmer. But yeah, it's the fashion now, these beards, John.
I used to have a beard. Grew on now, it looked like Father Christmas.
Yeah, and some of these athletes will have some really strange superstitions about themselves, and I'm pretty sure if Sean felt that he needed to cut his beard off, maybe had one bad race, and he felt that beard disappointed badly. So when you get Andy Townsend there later, you ask him about why he used to wear the bandage around his ankle. He used to wear one all the time. No reason for it, because it's not his. So everyone has these really strange superstitions. What they do,
Kelly, the power of training groups. Sean comes from a good one, doesn't he?
yeah, he's coached by Jonas Dodu, who coaches CJ Ujar, so very formidable training group. Yeah, it will breed, what's the word, excitement,
Motivation.
competitive, yeah, and everyone will just raise their game. Jonas is very fortunate, worked very, very hard actually to get the group that he has. He's very good at spotting young talent. He's got a very good setup for a number of different coaches in and around London actually, where they do get the best talent and try to utilise it so to be successful. So yeah, Sean is a product of that. So it's really good to see him actually being UK #1 and running so well in Glasgow. Because I think that answers lots of people's questions about him, whether he can do it on the big stage. He did that last week very well.
Yep. Whether or not he'd have beaten Kim Collins had Collins not pulled up with cramp is another question, but all you can do is go out there and win the race, which is what he did, and producing his best ever time. Well, there in lane 1, James Williams, Liverpool Harrier, and Sean Safo Antwi proudly wearing his Great Britain vest. And a good beard that we were talking about. Not a lot between those athletes behind. David Lima and Kyle Carty in lane 6 and 7 are closest in terms of times to Sean Safo Antwi, but this should be a clear win for Safo Antwi.
I hope so. Just hope that he gets that good start with Asher Phillip in their heats. If they cases, qualified comfortably, been late in the semi-final, so he gets the start right.
Well, Safo Antwi had a Cousins already announced, and here's David Lima, Portuguese athlete running in lane 6, and a lifetime best of 6.70 for Kyle Carty from Sutton District. He starts in lane 7. Lanes 2 and 3, James Williams, Liverpool Harrier, Andrew Cousins, Birchfield. So first, accelerating away. This is easy for him. Closest challenger, 6.7, 6.6.
Yeah, that time's preferred for 6.67 for sure. Safo gets out. A little bit tight, but then when he gets to the front, he flows through really, really easy. He kind of eases down for him. Second is David Lima. Portugal 6.77. That's down for a PB. They're your first two. Really comfortable for sure.
We'll watch again here.
And it's confirmed in third. James Williams of Liverpool 6.87. Another Kyle Carty 6.97 from Sutton is the fourth place. Andrew Cousins fifth, 7.01.
Personal best for Lima and Williams in second and third. And Sean Safo Antwi looking very much to me as though he's in the sort of shape that he's going to produce another sub 6.6 time when he gets further on in the competition. A lot more to come. Third of these heats, big man, big name, lane 6, Harry Akins Ariti. Been around for a long time now. Been an international for a decade or so. European relay gold medalist in 2014. and his personal best 6.55 seconds. Best this season 6.67, which is the same time which was produced by Sean Safo Antwi in the last round. Harry Akins-Ariti was third in the European Championships a couple of years ago. And second in the UK Indoor Championships back in 2013. Well, he's been a championship runner for forever, hasn't he? When he was running at a high level when he was 17, 18 years old. He was a world youth and a world junior champion. Massive things expected of him, and despite having that relay gold, he'd maybe think that there's big burly figure, Harry, starting in lane 6. Not quite of John Regis proportions from years gone by, but he's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, Harry is. I mean, he has to be really careful what he does in the gym, because from conversations I've had, if he looks at a weight, he gets bigger. So he has to be really careful of what he does in the strength and conditioning room, because obviously that could hinder his performance. But yeah, he's one of the bigger guys.
5 athletes, first 3 looking for those semi-final berths. And starting in lane 3 from the City of Sheffield club, this is Ben Shields, 22 years old, personal best 6.85, and he's gone close to that this winter. In lane 4, there's Adi Adewale, Enfield and Haringey Harrier, 22 years old. He set his personal best this winter of 6.79 seconds. And a good youngster in lane 5, there he is with the beard, Kyle de Escofet. Birchfield Harrier, 19 years old, 6.65, set a personal best this winter. There's Akins-Ariti, European bronze medalist from Sutton and District, getting the cheers of the crowd, now 27 years old. Oldest man in the field, personal best 6.55. And completing the lineup from the Cardiff Athletics Club, that's Gareth Hopkins in lane 7, 25 years old. Young lad in lane 5, I'm interested to see how well he runs, the Birchfield Harrier.
Yeah, this will be an interesting race between him and Harry. He's coached by Andy Paul, who's the chairman of Birchfield Harriers actually. So it'll be it'll be a good race. I imagine Harry is maybe a bit wary of Kyle Drescott from Birchfield, who knows? It'll be an interesting race.
Well, let's see, side by side in lanes 5 and 6. De Escofet in lane 5, Akins-Ariti in lane 6. Very little between them in terms of times achieved. And a good start from Akins-Ariti, but he's just headed marginally by De Escofet, and De Escofet wins it. Akins-Ariti coming through for second place. Adi Adewale, I think, took third. Better start from the Birchfield youngster. And Harry was never able to claw it back.
No, Kyle got out really well in his start. And that's the previous heat of Sean Safo winning that heat there quite easily.
Well, that's a wrong replay. That was Sean Safo Antwi winning the first.
It's been confirmed. Kyle de Escofet from Birchfield in 6.68, Harry Akins-Ariti 6.72, and Adi Adewale from Enfield 6.87.
Well, this is the one we wanted to show you.
6.93.
And here we go again. This is the wrong one again.
And in fifth,
Sean Safo Antwi there.
Cardiff 7.06.
Well, apologies for that, but trust us, it was a great start from Kyle de Escofet, and Harry Akins-Ariti, when he realised he was away, I think he knew that he was going to qualify anyway, so he wasn't straining to get back.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that. It was the first 3 anyway, so he was safely in the first 2, allow think it looked like he allowed Kyle
We
to
found it.
take the race. There you go, there's the race. So Harry tried to come back, realised he wasn't really going to make too much difference, allowed Kyle to win that race. Now they were safely through anyway, clearly through there. And there's safe. 6:68 for Kyle Escoffier, Harry Akinzarieti, 6:72, and your third qualifier was Adi Adewale from Enfield in 6.87. Ben Chills and Gareth Hopkins will have to wait to see if they're one of the 6 fastest times that will qualify for the semi-final later this afternoon.
You're watching the Indoor British Championships with us here in Sheffield at the EIS, the English Institute of Sport. And there's the lineup coming up for the 4th of our 6 heats in this men's 60 metres. And the big name will be starting in lane 4, James Dassaiolu. 6.47 his best performance. Didn't run in Glasgow last week, and I don't think it's being naughty to say that he is one of those athletes who is always worried about injuries. He seems to be afflicted by a lot of them.
Yeah, he has. He doesn't race as often as probably he would want to or he'd like to because he's quite delicate. So he chooses the races that he needs to be ready for, and this is one of them. So he probably would have loved to have raced in Glasgow. I mean, this season he hasn't raced. He's raced sparingly. Unfortunately, one of the races that he did run, I think it might be Berlin, he was disqualified. He had run a really good heat. I think that's where he ran a 6:58. So James is the current European outdoor 100-metre champion. We can't forget that. So I expect he's fresh. He's ready to go. He'll want to prove a point to a lot of people. He potentially wants to go to the World Indoors. He'll probably make that decision, depending on the final, obviously later on. But yeah, he's a standout performer in this heat.
I'm sure he'd love to come away from this as a winner. James now 28 years old. His lifetime best indoors a very sharp 6.47. He's run 6.58 this season, both really times to be respected, and you see he almost stands head and shoulders over the rest of this field. Tall, long, lean athlete.
Yeah, he is. You can see he's got that experience of being racing the best in the world. You can tell it just by his demeanour and how he starts. He looks like he's ready to go, John. It looks like he's ready for the final.
Looks in good shape. Lane 1 empty. Lane 2 there, Adam Thomas alongside Big James, Bracknell Athletics Club, 20-year-old. He's run 6.79 this winter. Naif Iman from Sale Harriers Manchester goes in 5, with Jordan Broom of Coventry and Rekmiel Miller of Hercules Wimbledon. Dassaiolu, a semi-finalist in the World Championships last year and winner of the UK Indoor Championships both in 2013 and 2014, so he can certainly deliver in this shorter format. So here we go, this is Heat 4. He was 4th in the England Under-20 Championships 2 years ago. Adam Thomas goes in lane 3. And there is James Dassaiolu, who's already got the World Indoor qualification mark. He's in lane 4. In the green vest of Sale Harriers, Naif Iman, 24 years old. Best time this winter of 6.92. Lane 6, just 19 years old, Coventry's Jordan Broom. He's run 6.93. And a competitor in the World Youth Championships last year, Rekmiel Miller of Hercules Wimbledon, just 17, and he's run 6.77. How close can he get to Dassaiolu here? 4th heat. A sub-10 second man outdoors, James Dassaiolu. He's run 6.47 indoors, a really quick time. What sort of shape is he in as he comes here to Sheffield? Decent start from Daseolu, who's starting to come clear now, trying to stay with him. Thomas on the far side is his closest qualifier, as closest challenger, as he eases right down in the closing stages and crosses the line with almost contemptuous ease in 6.73 seconds.
Yeah, he looked like he closed it down with 30 to go. Got out in front and just held what he had to finish and close that heat down. So it looked so easy. He got out very, very well, and that's been confirmed as a time of 6:74. As you can see, he got out, did the first 20 metres, got up into his running, and just relaxed through, dropped his knees, slowed down. Actually looked a bit painful to slow down that slow for him, but still crossed the line in 6:74. And second was Miller from Wimbledon in 6:80. In third, Adam Thomas from Bracknell, 6:82. And fourth, Imam from Sale in 7 seconds flat.
Well, I was impressed with Big James there. He looks in shape, and he's certainly going to be a real contender for victory here today. Semi-finals and finals still to come. Men's 60 metres final due at 5:10 if you're building your day around watching these indoor British Championships. Semi-finals before then. They're coming up at 5:04, the men's 60 metres semi-finals.
So these guys now are in between the heat and the semi-final, will go down to the warm-up area, relax, get any treatment they need to, eat, probably just forget about what they've just done, and just relax and chill in the warm-up area. It's not a very big area where they can relax, unfortunately. They'll be amongst all their competitors.
Still got two big races coming up, semi-final and final. I mean, assuming you've gone through, what sort of food are you taking on board at this stage? You've got to be careful, I guess.
Yeah, you will do. Nothing that isn't out of the normal food that you would expect someone to eat. It probably would eat just, I don't know, depends what their nutrition is like. Protein shakes, recovery shakes, probably more like baby food kind of stuff. Nothing too solid, not too much, just enough to kind of keep the energy level. Lots of liquid because you can get really dehydrated inside. As you know, we're drinking a lot here, just talking. So when you're competing out there, it's very dry, humid atmosphere in an indoor arena, so they have to ensure that they're hydrated. And doing 3 races in a day, they have to ensure that they risk the opportunity and chances of getting cramp, as we saw Kim Collins did last weekend in Glasgow.
Well, one name stands out in this 5th heat, and that's the name of Dwayne Chambers, the Belgrave Harrier, now 37 years old, and he's going to be running in lane 7, former world and European indoor champion. And I suppose at his stage of his career, Dwayne, he's going to be inspired by Kim Collins.
Yeah, I imagine if Kim wasn't running the times that he was, he would not be thinking about stepping on the track. But it's Olympic year. He feels it's possible. He coaches himself. He knows what's best for him. And he's thinking, why not? So he's probably just gauging this indoors. Where am I? He's probably not really thinking about the world indoors. He's way off the time at the moment from this indoor season with a 6:72. Personal best is 6:42. He's the fastest one here on paper for personal best, but he's probably just seeing what he needs to do for the summer, because he will be trying to gun from the Olympic place in Rio this summer.
Oh, he'd love that. He'll be certainly gunning for that. So the athletes about to be introduced to the crowd. Elliot Hurley on the far side of the track in lane 2 is likely to be battling it out with Chambers for victory here, the 20-year-old Sheffield man. He's set a lifetime best of 6.72, which coincidentally equals the best time that Dwayne Chambers has run this winter. Six athletes down there on the track, and first 3 to go into the semi-finals. Dwayne Chambers, 8 times UK outdoor champion, 5 times UK indoor champion.
Regardless of the time he's run this year and his age, you can never discount Dwayne, because he is a championship competitor. And I'm sure these guys and everyone else knows that. He's an unexpected, he's like the wild card in the field. You don't know what he's going to bring. So it'll be interesting to see what he does produce today.
So the athletes now introduced to the crowd here in Sheffield. Elliot Hurley, the Northern Indoor Champion. He starts in lane 2, just 20 years old, from Sheffield. Lane 3, Aaron Crowley took the bronze in the Northern Championships outdoors last year. 23-year-old from Sale Harriers Manchester. Lee McLaughlin goes in lane 4 from Croydon. Rico Iwa in lane 5, Rugby and Northampton. He was 4th in the England Under-20 Championships. Jonathan Brown from Kent Athletics Club, now 32 years old, starts in lane 6. And finally, on the outside, former world and European champion. This is, of course, Dwayne Chambers. Well, we just saw James Desaiolu win really easily. Sean Safo Antwi earlier on, also a good heat winner. Now we see what Dwayne Chambers brings to the party. Heat 5, Chambers nearest to us in lane 7, and watch for the Northern champion, Elliot Hurley, on the far side. Well, there's a false start.
Replay.
And look again at the replay. There wasn't anyone who was conspicuously out of the blocks illegally, but it was something which set them off. Maybe the athlete in lane 5.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe lane 5's moved slightly, but that's going to be down to the reaction times. I imagine the start is looking at reaction times to see if anybody's actually reacted before the allowable time. So it wasn't really obvious, was it there, John?
No, it wasn't a massive one, was it? May just have been a shake on the blocks, and it's whether or not it's an illegal starter. There's the possibility that the starter could deem a faulty start, just deliver a warning, but anxious time for the athletes as they wait and see. They, I guess, don't really know.
No. I've got a feeling it might be a green card, which means it's a warning. Or I think it's yellow is a warning.
Is that what's being delivered?
I'm just looking at the officials. I don't
No.
think
It's a disqualification.
lane 5.
And he can't believe it. He can't believe it. Well, he just trembled on the blocks, didn't he? I'm not sure he gained any advantage from it, but
no, not at all.
rules is rules.
It's a shame. He was the youngest in the field. He was 18-year-old Rico Ewer from Rugby Northampton. He had a personal best of 6'9" from this year. So yes, it's sad to see an athlete being disqualified, but the rules are the rules.
So down they go again for the second time of asking. Just 5 athletes now remaining. And another one.
I think that was lane 6, John. Jonathan Brown from Kent.
Well, this carries on. We're not going to need to run the race. We'll have 3 left and they'll all go through.
Yep.
Well, Jonathan Brown, anxious wait for him, the 32-year-old Kent athlete. Pretty sure Chambers was safe.
Yeah, Chambers. And even if he wasn't here, he did react to Jonathan Brown in lane 6 next to him. I do actually think it would have been Jonathan Brown. He did anticipate and he walked forward before the gun went.
Sometimes dangerous to second guess the judges. But now we wait to see. Rico Ewer already gone, and it is indeed the athlete in lane 6. Shoulders sag and disconsolately now walking away, and that's the end of the day for Jonathan Brown.
That's sad. This makes it all easier for Dwayne Chambers now.
And then there were 4.
Then there was 4, just 1 to go, and they can just all qualify in whatever time's needed. So it's not going to be easy for Dwayne in lane 7 because he's actually running by himself in his own little race in lane 7.
Like a training run for him there.
It will be just like a training run.
Far side, Elliot Hurley, Sheffield, Aaron Crowley, Sale Harrier Manchester, and Lee McLaughlin of Croydon, and Dwayne Chambers running on his own in lane 7. And this time they get away. Good start on the far side from Hurley. Hurley and Chambers side by side. Chambers comes through on the line and wins in his fastest time of the winter, 6.68. Hurley taking second, and Dwayne, aged 37, looking not bad.
Yeah, it didn't look an easy race for Dwayne. He had to really work hard there. I saw him grit his teeth a little bit down that race. But a great race from Elliot Hurley in lane 2 there.
Good start, wasn't it?
Yeah, both really good starts. I would be so that could be a really good time for Elliot Hurley, and it's confirmed for Dwayne Chambers. 6.68 is the season's best for Dwayne. Second, Elliot Hurley from Sheffield, 6.77.
How much more do you think that Dwayne's got to give there? 6.68, 6.87 given third for Lee McLaughlin. How much more do you think Dwayne's potentially got in the tank, or was that fairly flat out?
I think the semi-final, if he makes through to the final, I think the adrenaline and his competitiveness might find him another couple of hundredths. I think he could go for a 65. I think he needs to relax a little bit. He looked a little bit tense. 2 full starts probably doesn't help either.
No.
So, but I think once he's in a race where he knows he has to really put it out there.
To win though, you're going to be having to run sub 6.6 here, you would anticipate.
Yeah. I definitely don't think he has that ability right now, not in the shape that he's in, but I could see him in the semi-final, final, just edging hundredths of that time and ending up with a season's best. He's not in 6.4, I don't think he's in 6.5 shape, but you know, he could be among the mix in his early 6.6s. But yeah, it's still a season's best. It's 400ths of what he's ran previously in the last couple of weeks, so it is a really good start for Dwayne, but it was not as easy as the other races that we've seen today.
Big name in the final of these heats, Richard Kilty in lane 3, the world and European champion. Brilliant indoor man, but I know that Richard doesn't like the title of indoor specialist. He wants to get away from that, doesn't he?
I mean, no, and we've had some really good indoor specialist 60 metres. I mean, Jason Gardner was an immense indoor sprinter, and he capitalised on that, and so you should do. And he was running 10.0s and just under 10 seconds outdoors. And I mean, Richard wants to be one of those athletes who wants to not be known as just being the only indoor runner.
He's not just
now transition outdoors.
I mean, the outdoors, he's run 20.3, hasn't he, as a 200 man? People forget that.
I know, and I think he I think potentially was always a 200 metre runner, and then now is focused more on the short sprint. So it'll be interesting to see if he carries on his 200s. The 200s do help your 100 metres, the end part of the 100 metres. So, but Richard, I think what he has on his mind is to break 10 seconds. He wants to be that guy who breaks 10 seconds.
He was a little bit ambivalent about his winter plans. He wasn't sure last week whether or not Oregon was going to be in them, even if he was selected.
I think some of it's talk, bravado.
You
know what these sprinters are like. So they, want to put it's to. Not for the media's it's not for the media's sake, it's for your other competitors. It's very testosterone-y out there and your sprinters, and he doesn't want to give anybody any leverage against him. But he is a fantastic starter and sprinter.
He is. He's an aggressive and super competitive sort of runner, Richard Kilty, starting in lane 3 here. My other sport, boxing, I sometimes think with his sort of mindset, he might have made a fighter, Richard Kilty. He's that kind of lad. No, he's a tough guy, and he's a tough fighter.
Guy, very tough mentally, very good.
So this is the lineup. In lane 2, Mark Hansen, Enfield and Haringey Harrier, now 34 years old. He's run 6.68 at his best. 6.95 is what he's done this year. And there is Richard Kilty from Middlesbrough, world and European champion. Around 6.57 last week, I think, behind Sean Safo-Antwi.
That's right, yeah. So he's getting faster as the season progresses. So he wouldn't be here if you think he could be a contender for the gold medal this weekend.
Ruben Arthur, lane 4, Enfield and Haringey, just 19 years old. Southern 20 indoor champion from Shaftesbury Barnet is Gerald Matthew. He goes in lane 5, just 18 years old. From the Midlands, from Notts AC, Elijah Skirvin goes in 6, and completing the lineup, Birchfield Harrier in lane 7, Yannick Fippen, 23 years old. So let's take a look at Richard Kilty and see what sort of shape he is in and how sort of performance he's going to bring to this first performance for him in Sheffield this weekend. Kilty, the world and European champion, going in lane 3. Final heat of the men's 60 metres. First 3 to take a place in the semi-final. So away we go, and it is a decent start from Kilty, who now accelerates right away and comes up to the line, winning very easily indeed in 6.71 seconds. There wasn't the dramatic ease down of James Dasaiolu, but there's a lot left in the tank there for Kilty.
Yeah, he had a lot of turnover. He got out into his running really quickly and just let rip. As you can see, he got out hard. He looked a little bit tense to me.
Did he?
Not so relaxed, I think, yep. And when he got out there, he just relaxed. So yeah, that was confirmed at 6.71.
Ruben Arthur pressed in closest.
So, yeah, Ruben Arthur second in 6.82, confirmed.
Well, Richard's done what was required. So we've seen all our qualifiers now. Who really caught your eye? Who do you reckon? You've just seen Richard Kilty. That's fresh in the mind of those that's gone before. What do you reckon? James Dasaiolu?
Yeah, James Dasaiolu and Sean Sappho. They looked, for me, they did the job. They looked comfortable. A little bit tense for Sean at the start, and I'm sure he'll rectify that come the semi-final. But Andy Robertson and Theo Etienne, they both ran nice, comfortable heats. I think the semi-finals will then show what these guys are made of.
15.53 in the triple jump from Nevers. Mantel Nevers of the Notts Athletics Club. He's placed in 4th right now. This is Nana Owusu Nyanteki of Croydon. His 3rd attempt, 24-year-old. Best this winter of 15.45.
Heavily strapped up there, John, with his knee. Not the best thing to have going into a triple jump. Very punishing on the body, this event.
Nyanteki. Well, if he gets the white flag, that's a legitimate jump to have been posted and out over 15 metres. 15.37
So in the lead
was
in the triple
his
jump
best.
Yeah, lead in the triple jump was Tosin Oki, former British athlete, now representing Nigeria as the African champion, 16.48 in the first round.
Well, he's been around a while.
He has been around. He's nearly as old as me. I won't say that too loud. But yeah, and then in second place, currently in the triple jump, is Nathan Douglas from Oxford City. A foul in the first round, 15.93 in the second, in his past his 3rd attempt.
Women's 400 metres we have now. Athletes coming out. First in each heat will qualify for the next round, plus fastest losers. What did you say Nathan Douglas was doing?
He was triple jumping. Yeah,
currently in second place, wasn't he?
He's currently in second place. He fouled in the first, 15.93 in the second, and passed his 3rd attempt.
There you see the athletes in this opening race. Laura Wake, the favourite. Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Personal best 53.26. Also on the outside, Montine Spate. Looks as though it's going to be between those two.
Yeah, this is an event that I actually won 5 years ago. So on my comeback trail. So Laura Wake and Montaigne Spate have got the best lanes there for the 400, and the good thing about those lanes, you set out hard, you want to get to the barrel first, and those two are 2 seconds faster than Ella Barrett and Nicole Kendall. In lane 3, Ella Barrett from Chesterfield, she's only 17 years old. She's very, very young. So this would be great experience for her. And I think this is one of the first time Montaigne Speight's actually competed at a British Indoor Championship. She's very new. So with new British citizenship last year.
World Championship qualifying standard is at 53 seconds.
Our UK number 1 is Seren Bundy Davis.
And she's already done that.
She's already done that, but not going to be competing at the World Indoor Championship. So she's already made that decision. She ran a really, I thought, a very good race last week. Just lost it on the line in the 400 in Glasgow.
Tied up, didn't she, over the last 60 metres or so.
But she's known for going out quite quick and holding on. And she just wanted to see where she was for preparation for Rio. And she's in great shape. She's one of the top 400 metre runners in the world, but unfortunately not going to be taking her place up at the World Indoors. So
well, she's only one of those. She's the only one who's got that qualification time. So important for people like Laura Wake, Montaigne Speight, and also Megan Beasley, maybe potentially Amy Alcock. These are all athletes who hope to nudge underneath that qualification standard and maybe still at this late stage produce a performance to get them on the plane.
Yeah, it could do, because there's no semi-finals now in the 400. It's the first one in each heat and the 3 fastest time. So they'll have a race today and a race tomorrow. So these girls have really got to run a fast heat to qualify, not only for the final, but get the lane that they need, because none of these girls will want lane 1, 2, 3 or 4. They all want 5 and 6. So this is really important that they need to get out and win these heats so they get the better lanes in the final. Only
13 athletes here competing for this indoor championship in the women's 400. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't. I would like to have seen a lot more athletes here. It just shows you the lateness of this indoor season, because this championship's usually 2 weeks earlier. The World Indoors is really late, so it changes the whole indoor diary.
Dynamic.
And then because the outdoor season starts mid-April in the States and in Europe at the beginning of May, people want to prepare for the outdoor. So a lot of athletes have decided it's a little bit too late for me. I need to get back into some winter work, and I need to come out April, May to qualify for the Olympics and for the relative age group championships that there are this year, the World Juniors in Poland and the European Youths. So a lot of people have decided to forgo this year, and you kind of do see that Olympic year.
Big occasion for Ella Barrett, Chesterfield athlete, running in lane 3, just 17 years old. On paper she's the slowest in the field, but great learning experience for her, up against faster and more experienced runners.
Sometimes these 400s don't go to the times because it can be quite dangerous when they come through to the bow, your lane positions, crossing over to be the first at the bow, to get your, keep your rhythm of your running going. So, the times here, you should suggest lane 5 and 6, Laura Wake and Montaigne Speight will take the lead, but you just don't know what the other two can do. So they will see this as their final.
Well, let's take a closer look at the 4 athletes who are running here. There's Ella Barrett from Chesterfield in lane 3, 17 years old, and alongside her Nicole Kendall. Kingston and Polly, 20 years old. Not a lot between them in terms of times produced. Laura Wake, Windsor, Slough and Eton, going in at lane 6. And on the outside, the favourite, Montaigne Speight. She's set a personal best this year, 53.29. Thames Valley Harrier.
Yeah, Montaigne Speight was an ex-US junior champion, and she came over to Great Britain last year, got a citizenship, so she can now run for Great Britain.
Jump's going first.
Set a personal best in the Michael Johnson Classic in Texas in 2015, and an indoor personal best running in Fayetteville this year. Montaigne Speight, now 23 years old. Athletes just have to wait for one of the triple jumpers, and now they are brought forward to them. Montaigne Speight is running, and they come around now towards the straight for the first time. on this opening lap, and Spate just about with the advantage from Wake in second place, and then behind her comes Nicole Kendall and Ella Barrett in fourth. But Spate going really easily, and now with a lead of some 4 or 5 metres over Wake. Wake trying to hang on in there and is just narrowing the gap a little. Spate maybe running within herself. Kendall in third, then comes Barrett around the final bend, and the American Montine Spate leading from Laura Wake. And we look at the clock, and it's not a bad time as they come up to the line, and Spate wins in 54.54. Second place Laura Wake, and Nicole Kendall coming through in third.
Yeah, that race went to 4 with Montaigne Spate winning that. It was Laura Wake's first race of the season, so really competitive from her. Ella Barrett had a really good start, gave herself an opportunity at the bell. Kendall came through strong. Actually, that could be a really, really good time for Nicole Kendall. As I said, Ella Barrett's only 17 years old, so this is really good experience. And this is the most important part of the race, coming through to the bell first. Montaigne looked like she came through in 25.3. Laura Wake just keeping behind Montaigne Spate. I think Montaigne just realised that this was quite comfortable for her, relaxed, and all she did what she had to do.
Montaigne Spate confirmed as the winner, and the time is what it was given, 54.54. And Laura Wake only 0.04 of a second behind her, closing rapidly on the line. And yeah, personal best for Nicole Kendall.
Yeah, I thought she ran a really good race. She held on to Laura Wake really well. So Nicole Kendall from Kingston and Polly, 55.01, a great personal best. And fourth of Ella Barrett from Chesterfield, 56.21. Really good experience for Ella, she's only 17 years old. But well done, Nicole Kendall. That's a personal best, 55.01, and she'll be one of the fastest times along with Laura Wake. So Laura Wake has the fastest time, 54.58 for the qualification times. Montaigne Spate goes through automatically, so she will then get the better lane when it comes to the final.
So Laura Wake and Nicole Kendall with 54.58 and 55.01 have to wait. And we move now into the second of these heats. Megan Beasley in lane 5. Very good 400-metre hurdler who won this indoor title back in 2008.
Wow, that's before I won it. Yeah, Megan's a fantastic 4 hurdler. She used to be coached by my former coach, Trevor Marseille, who sadly died a couple of years ago. Now trains at Loughborough, Nick Dakin. Made a really big jump through the last 2 years in her 4 hurdles, running mid-54s. So Megan will be using this as a really good strength and speed event for her 4 hurdles for the outdoor season.
She's now 26 years old. Been an international class athlete for a long time now.
Megan won the British University's 200-metre championships last weekend here. With I think it was 23.76 time, so it's a really good fast time in the 200 metres. So we know that she's got the speed, so I'm sure with her strength for 4 hurdles, this will be just an easy, I think, be an easy qualification for her just to cruise through. And you'll see that in the first 200, it'll be quite fast for her.
Holly Turner will be starting in lane 2. Georgia Yearby of Leeds City in 3. Megan Rogers from Cardiff in lane 4. Megan Beasley, who we've already talked about, the Birchfield Harrier in 5. And on the outside, Jessie Knight, Herne Hill Harrier. Well, quickest on paper, it's close between Jessie Knight and Megan Rogers behind Megan Beasley. And the start just being delayed by the ongoing triple jump competition.
Yeah, Nathan Fox is on the runway now. I think he's in round 4.
Currently lying in 3rd place with 15.92. Well, that looks handy.
Yeah, Nathan has a personal best of 16.65, and he made the Commonwealth Games final in Glasgow in 2014.
He's got a white flag.
He has. We'll let you know that jump any second.
Tozanoki leading with 16.48 at the moment. Ahead of Nathan Douglas, 15.93. 16:21.
He'll be very happy with that. That puts him into second ahead of Douglas, a season's best.
Way out of the World Championship qualifying standard, which is at 17 metres in the men's triple jump. But battling for domestic supremacy.
Yes, I'm not biased at all with my other half, Nathan Douglas, now being relegated to third in a triple jump. But no, it's a good competition.
On we go. More triple jump.
Ilori now in attempt 5, starting round 5.
Well, that's going to make no difference to the top of the leaderboard. He's currently in 5th place with 15 metres 48. Jonathan Ilori from Blackheath and Bromley. Got a lifetime best of 15 metres 60, which he set this winter. And just waiting for his 5th round attempt to be measured.
That's a slight improvement from his 4th round attempt of 15.54. And he's still in 5th position.
Okay, Kick Harrier is now leaving the track. Jump, I'll skip back to that camera.
This is Johnny Sawyers, Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. He's in 8th place, best of 15.23 so far.
Oh, we're holding the triple jump and we're going to the track.
And the triple jump is being held. So we now go on to the action on the track. And this is the women's 400 metres. Second heat, just the winner to go through into the final, remember. And Crawley Athletics Club, Holly Turner goes in lane 2. The Northern Indoor Champion this year in lane 3 is Georgia Yearby. Leeds City, just 20 years old, she's run 56.18. The Welsh Indoor Champion in lane 4 is Megan Rogers. She's clocked 55.57. And Megan Beasley, who's twice been a World Championship semi-finalist and looking to produce something special here again. And former champion Megan Beasley in lane 5. And the final runner in this second heat, she was a semi-finalist 12 months ago from Herne Hill Harriers, Jessie Knight, starting in lane 6.
Just the first one of each heat and plus the 3 fastest times that qualify for the final. So there's no semi-final, just straight to final. So a lot of these athletes have to treat this race as the final to give themselves an opportunity to make the final later on tomorrow.
World Championship qualifying standard. None of the athletes competing here this weekend have achieved it this season. 53 seconds. Away they go. And it's a good start from Beasley. She's the leader as they go down the back straight. Closest in contention, Jessie Knight on the outside. But that's a really good first 100 metres. Confident running from Megan Beasley. And looking full of running. If she can maintain this, she'll be very pleased with it indeed. Halfway stage, and she's got a lead of fully some 4 metres or so. Over on the outside, cutting in now Jessie Knight, and the gap between them and the rest. Now, can Knight hang on to Beasley and push her all the way? Remember, only the first one to qualify, and Knight is putting Beasley under a little bit of pressure as they come around towards the final bend. If Beasley can maintain her form, though, surely she will achieve it, but Knight is not giving up easily. Beasley from Knight, but it's maintaining that advantage just about as she comes up to the line and wins in 53.74 seconds. Megan Beasley pushed all the way, and Jessie Knight may well make it as the fastest loser.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race from Jessie Knight. Megan did what she was supposed to, what she wanted to do: get out fast, hold the lead, get to the bell first. It's so much easier to run out in front when in the indoor 400 metres. But what Jessie Knight did is she held on to the tails of Megan Beasley, which I think would have helped her to a really fantastic time, and it would have given an opportunity to potentially make the final. I mean, this is Megan's first 400 of the year, so it's always tough, and it's confirmed. Megan Beasley 53.74, season's best for her in first, and in Jessie Knight a fabulous personal best from Herne Hill 53.91, a PB. Will be topping the qualifications for the fastest 3, and in third place Georgia Yearby from Leeds 55.58, another PB for the 20-year-old from Leeds City. But as you can see, Megan ran a really controlled race. Yes, it's going to hurt. It doesn't matter how fast you run these 400s, it always hurt. And she was pushed all the way by a fabulous run by Jessie Knight, and gives her a really good opportunity to make the final. And then in fourth place, Megan Rogers from Cardiff, 55.58 also. And fifth, Holly Turner from Crawley, 58.89. Fabulous race from Megan Beasley and Jessie Knight with that personal best. First time under 54 seconds.
And she's the fastest of the losers at the moment. And here's some action from earlier on. Here's confirmation of the results. The men's 60 metres heats. Andrew Robertson got a great start, winning that one from the far side, from lane 2, ahead of little Theo Etienne. Kyron Williams, the third of the qualifiers and the fastest loser as well from that first heat. Sean Sappho Antwi, he's going to be Escafet.
I think it's Escafet.
It's French.
I think. I'm a Birchwood Harry myself. I think it's Escafet. I think it's Escafet or Escafet. I'm not
I
sure.
thought James Dasaiolu looked terrific.
Yeah, he did. He looked easy. He really got out first 30 metres and just jogged in. He got into his running nice and easy, made it easy for himself. Very easy qualification and less stress on his body.
And Dwayne Chambers, 37 years old, not really with any sort of form to suggest he's going to win this thing yet again. Will it be for the 9th time if he were to do it? He's not yet done that, but he's through into the next round, and that's what counts.
Yeah, and the season's best 668. So I imagine that's going to, shave some hundredths off into the semi, make it the final. But it's really good to see Richard Kilty win his heat in the 6th heat in 671, followed by Ruben Arthur with 682. So the semi-finals are going to be exciting. We've got the semi-final list here actually, John. So we've got Dwayne Chambers and Richard Kilty in the first semi-final next to each other in 4 and 5. So that's going to be interesting. I think Dwayne will raise his game slightly. And in the second heat, you have Card Escafet and James Sasalu in heat 2. And in the third semi-final, you have Etienne and Sean Sappho and Harry Akintariti and Andy Robertson. So semi-final 3 of the 60 metres men is the loaded heat. So there'll be that'll be the one to really watch. The other two, with Dwayne and Richard Kilty and James Sasalu and Card Escafet, seem they would be the ones that would make it through. But heat 3 of the men's semi-final in the 60 metres, which is at 4, just gone 7 minutes past 4.
Looking forward to the dipping in and out with us, and looking forward to these races as they come up. Just before 4 o'clock, 5 to 4, the men's 60 metres semi-finals are due to get underway, and the final coming up later in the afternoon, 10 past 5 is the scheduled time for the men's 60 metres final, so be sure to join us then. We'll move on now to the second heat of the women's 400 metres. We've already had that one. It should be the third heat of the women's 400 metres. Megan Beasley winning that one.
Of 53.26, but has a season's best of 54.95 this year. But she will be the favourite of winning this heat. As I said, it's only the first one of each heat plus the 3 fastest times that qualify for the final. So all these athletes, especially in this heat, are quite very similar. So it will be a bit of a dogfight, I imagine, to the bell to get that prestigious first place round the top bend for the final lap.
So to open up the final round, it will be the athlete who's currently in 5th place, Jonathan.
Triple jump, meanwhile, is continuing in field.
Yeah, it looks like
reaching its closing stage as the triple jump.
It looks like Nathan Douglas has withdrawn from the competition. Nathan Fox has just had a 13.78, probably just a kind of a run through. And now Jonathan Laurie is about to take his final attempt.
There's Jonathan Laurie, currently in 5th place as the final round gets underway. An attempt for the 35-year-old now competing for Nigeria, 16.48. Here's Ilori. Can he improve on 15.54?
Red flag.
Well, he gets a red flag.
Yep, that's a foul. Unfortunately, so he's finishing in 5th at the moment with his best in attempt 5 of 15.54.
So we move now on to the third and final heat of the women's 400 metres. Just 4 athletes from Blackheath and Bromley. 21-year-old Rachel Dickens from Notts AC. Deborah Willis, best time of 56.13. From Aldershot, Farnham and District, here's Amy Alcock. And completing the lineup from Dacorum and Tring, Philippa Lowe, Southern Indoor Champion. Alcock has got the quickest time, 53.26. 54.95 her best this year. They're looking for that 53-second mark to have a chance of getting to the World Championships in Oregon. May not be a lot between them here. It looks as though Alcock's made the best start, and down the back straight she has the lead from lane 3. Trying to stay with her, trying to respond. Philippa Lowe needs a strong bend, but it's Alcock who has the lead. Also going quite well on the inside, Rachel Dickens. And there's not going to be a lot between them. And Philippa Lowe has run a good bend, and she has the lead over Alcock. And then comes Dickens. Philippa Lowe by some 4 metres now. And Amy Alcock has got a lot to do. Rachel Dickens trying to hang on in there, trying to put Alcock under pressure in second place. And Philippa Lowe looks as though she's away now as she comes around the final bend. If she can hold on now, she's going to take her place in the final. Philippa Lowe wins it. She leads from Amy Alcock, who's closing, but not enough. Lowe wins, Alcock second. Third place, Rachel Dickens, and Deborah Willis coming home in 4th place, and a winning time of 54.17 unofficially, and if that's confirmed, it's a personal best by some margin.
Yes, John, a fantastic run by Philippa Lowe, commanded the whole race, got out really well from Amy Alcock.
Under pressure down that back bend, on that back straight, wasn't she?
Yeah, Amy really put her under pressure here, but the thing is you have to get to that bell first to give yourself the best opportunity of winning the race, and that's what Philippa did. She ran a really good top bend here. You can see Amy had backed off a little bit there, allowed Philippa to maintain her running and get through to that bell first. And Philippa looked very, very strong, kept that speed going through. It's confirmed as a personal best for Philippa Lowe, 54.17, a great personal best. Amy Alcock in second with 54.72, and Rachel Dickens third with 55.46. Deborah Willis from Nottingham in 4th place, 56.33, but season's best. Yeah, well, it seemed like Amy is struggling here around in the final bend, and Rachel Dickens was pushing her. But then she had a second win. But Philippa Lowe commanded that race from the start and finished really strong. It was a great race, great effort, and deserved her place in the final. Amy's managed to get in as the fastest loser, but not by any great margin, and looks some way short of her best. Philippa Lowe, that lifetime best, 54.17 seconds. So closing stages of the triple jump. Nono Owusu Nyanteki of Croydon. He's in 7th place, 15.37, his best of the day. And that looks like another jump of similar dimensions. White flag is raised. It could be in that sort of region. Maybe an improvement. 6th place stands at 15.44 if he's going to make any sort of progress. Chalasang Chiroletso of Botswana is the athlete in 6th place, and no improvement. 15.32, so Owusu remains in 7th place. There's the young Botswanan athlete. Salasong Chiroletso. He has a best of 15.44. Current lead still held by Tosinoki. 16.48. Seems a long time ago that he did that. It was with his opening leap of the day. The 35-year-old. 2nd place on
16:21 is Nathan Fox, Shaftesbury Barnet. And third place, Nathan Douglas. Next track action will be the men's 400 metres qualifiers. Martin Rooney going to be joining me to give insight into what's going on out there. He's not running on the indoor circuit. Not quite with the dimensions to be an indoor runner. Maybe all eyes on Rio, eh, Martin?
Of course, yeah. I've tried running indoors in a warm-up once, and that was enough, so I've never gone back.
Well, that's going to be maybe a slight improvement if the white flag's given, which it is, for Chireletso of Botswana. I'm sure that everybody watching will be wanting to know what sort of shape you're in, Martin, as you look ahead to the big competition of the summer.
I'm training really well at the moment, actually. My body's in one piece, and quietly confident. You know, I think the event's moved on, and I'm trying to move with it. Last year I ran a personal best, so if I can capitalise on that and keep on going forward, then.
It'd be lovely to see. Chireletso 15:38. He remains in 6th place in the triple jump. Yeah, you say it's moved on. I mean, it's kind of where you need to be. Once upon a time, you were looking at 44.5. Now you're looking at 44, aren't you, to be up in medal contention?
Yeah, I think.
Or maybe even quicker.
Yeah, well, first three were all sub 44 last year. 43.6 was a bronze medalist, which is incredible. And 44.11 came 4th. But I'm just if I can get into sub 44. And someone else makes a mistake, who knows what happens. You've got
to have that mindset. You've got to have that belief that you can do that. And while we're talking about that, here is a final attempt in the triple jump for Montel Neves of Notts Athletics Club. And he gets the red flag, so there's going to be no improvement for him. Yeah, you've got to have that mindset, haven't you?
I think one of the things I learned joining the Rainer Riders group is that you have to aspire for great things. You can't just turn up and expect things to happen. You have to aim for the top. And when you're training with Olympic champions and world champions, unless you're winning medals at world level, you're like the bottom of the group. So
who do you talk to, Martin? As you know, we've had a great tradition over the years of 400 metre runners. Is there anybody particularly who you look to as kind of a mentor, whose words you value?
Obviously, we have had a great tradition of British 400 metre running, and the likes of Ewan Thomas and Roger Black and stuff. As a kid, I spoke to Ewan and Roger a bit. They've all tried to help me in their own ways, and Jamie Walsh has always been very helpful. But I think training with world-class athletes, I think that's the people I talk to now more.
Nathan Fox then, in 2nd place, he wanting the support of the crowd, and Nathan has a best of 16:21 to take this place. He has got a lifetime best of 16:37, but he needs better than 16:48 if he's going to take 1st place. Nathan Douglas has withdrawn, so this is the one man who can deny Tosin Oki victory. Well, that's going to be a legitimate jump, and it's out over 16 metres. Gets the white flag. I'm not sure how well he hit the board. Looked as though he might have been just a little bit back of where he wanted, and I think he knows that might be just short of what's required.
Yeah, it was a nice jump. I think he sank quite a bit in the middle phase of the jump, but I think he's come here and he's jumped close to his PB. It's a good performance.
No idea what that is. 16:15, yep, that's the distance given, so no improvement for Nathan Fox, and so Tosin Oki is now assured of victory. Only had the one leap here this afternoon, and as far as I'm aware, that's going to be it for him. So you say that's kind of economy of effort.
But I suppose if you get it done in the first round, why carry on?
8 minutes to the next track event.
Women's pole vault just getting underway. Early stages. Early stages of the pole vault. 3:54 the bar stands at. This is Anna Gordon from Pitrevi. Just 19 years old. She's got a lifetime best of 3:92. And the bar is at 3:54. 3 athletes have gone clear at this height. Jessica Swanwick, Lindsay Maund and Katie James. Oh, she was a long way clear. Good vault. And there's confirmation. Anna goes well clear. The teenager, 3:92, setting a personal best this year. And she was way over at 3:54. Rachel Gibbons passing at 3:54, so a first attempt for Connor and bringing the bar down. She's got a best this winter of 3:77, just 18 years old. All part of the learning curve.
Well, it's a good experience to go to the national championships, and hopefully the young girls and they look up to the older athletes. Unfortunately, Holly Bradshaw's not here, but they can aspire to what she's done.
Rachel Gibbons, the favourite here this afternoon. Southern Indoor champion. Went clear at 4:13, her best. But on we go now with Courtney Maguire, another Scottish athlete. 25 years old. She's managed 3:80 this season, 4:02 her lifetime best. Rachel Gibbons, 4:13. Long way back from World Championship qualifying standard. 4:71 that stands at.
It's top 12 in the world, isn't it, this year? So it's very tough, very competitive. Obviously the event's moving on. The World Champs last year in Beijing were incredible. And after this obviously everyone's carried on.
Men's 400 metre heats coming up. Martin, of course, with a special interest in that, and that's a nice tidy vault. Courtney Maguire well clear at 3:54, as you would expect it to be, but she cleared that by some distance. So a long way to go in the women's pole vault. But 400 metre action next. When we look at the names in contention here. Cameron Chalmers on the outside, Guernsey athlete, and Luke Lennon-Ford in there as well.
Now famous for being on Take Me Out the other day. And he was very successful. He came across really well and managed to go home with a date, so good for him.
Thank you for that expert punditry, Martin. Cameron Chalmers, the English under-20 and universities indoor champion, running for Guernsey. Nigel Levine in the second of the heats. Maybe the man to beat.
3 minutes until they announce the track.
Nigel, an Olympic semi-finalist and second in the European indoors back in 2013 and 5 times the UK indoor champion. He really does enjoy the indoor experience.
Yeah, Nigel Levine is an underrated athlete. I think he's got a lot of ability. He really has done very well indoors. I think he knows how to attack the race. He's worked it out how to beat the best guys in the world, and yeah, I think he's been a great asset for British athletics, and especially indoors in the 4x4. He's done a fantastic job. I think this is his first race.
Sebastian Roger, the only guy who's qualified so far at this, who's got the standard, isn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of, we're struggling at the moment. I think George Caddick has run it in the States, and Jared Dunn has actually run it as well.
And we've got to get, what is the standard stand up? 46.5, is it?
Oh, is that the British? So the IAAF standard is 46.70, and so it depends if they want to take it. We'll see how the guys run this weekend. I think they've obviously got a good opportunity in the relay.
There's Luke,
There he is.
looking cool as ever.
As ever.
That's what charms them.
Very bright inside. Sunglasses on. It's my kind of athlete.
Thames Valley Harrier, 26 years old now, Luke. Best time indoors of 46.16. Only 48.3 this season, but clearly with more to come, and hoping that he's going to produce this afternoon.
Previously won the indoor championships, only to be disqualified after the race, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah, it was. He ran phenomenally well, and but obviously Nigel Levine's a great indoor runner, and to beat someone like Nigel was incredible. But unfortunately, DQ'd. I think he left his lane over or something.
It was.
Yeah, that's
That
a
was.
shame.
And because we were mystified, and he was bitterly disappointed because it was really one of the performances of the day.
It was a fantastic performance, and I think he showed the kind of athlete that he can be. He's in good shape, and yeah, it'd be nice to see him back in that kind of shape come the summer.
World record, incidentally, for those who are interested in such factoids, was set back in 2005, the indoor world record that is, from Karen Clement of Trinidad. 44.57. That's some time for running on 2 laps,
It's
isn't
incredible, yeah. Obviously as a four hurdler as well, like it's a 47 low 4 hurdler and a 44 low 400 metre runner, so to run 44.5 indoors is incredible.
Well, let's take a look at the athletes who are competing here. And starting in lane 1, there he is. He was a services champion from Corby Athletics Club. Dale Willis, 27 years old. He's run just under 50 seconds this season. Joseph Kinsey for Birchfield Harriers goes in lane 2, just 20 years old. Under 17 champion last year. Owen Richardson from Basingstoke in lane 3. Promising youngster, just 17. And there is Dan Putnam, under 23 champion from Blackheath and Bromley. 48.42 his best winter's time. And there's Luke Lennon-Ford, who we've talked about a fair bit already. Thames Valley Harrier, 26 years old. And in terms of times produced this winter, Cameron Chalmers on the outside. Red-headed youngster, just 18 years old. He's been the sharpest and an emerging talent.
Yeah, it's great to see we need some juniors coming through in the event. There's been a bit of a lack of, obviously Matt Hudson-Smith's done a great job so far, but we need some more guys coming through to compete for places in the relay and obviously push guys to run faster times. It's nice to see another Guernsey athlete. You don't see many of them. Dale Garland, famous Guernsey athlete, so it's nice to have a new guy coming through.
First 3 from each heat, plus 3 fastest losers to go through into the final. Final, of course, tomorrow afternoon. And this could be a real battle between Chalmers, Lennon-Ford and Putnam, you would suspect. Is anybody else going to be able to make a mess of that prediction? Two laps of the track, first heat of the men's 400 metres. Seem to be down on their blocks an awful long time, but a good start from Lennon-Ford in lane 7, and also out hard is Dan Putnam as they go down the back straight. And now Chalmers starts to improve on the outside as well. Not a lot between them as they go around the top bend for the first time. Putnam might have the first advantage. Important to get that 200 metre point in front. And here comes Chalmers on the outside, looking strong and trying to go on. There's a lot of bumping and barging, and it was Lennon-Ford who got chopped and lost considerable momentum there, and Putnam leads now from Chalmers, and Lennon Ford has got a lot to do. Owen Richardson moving up into third place. Lennon Ford has really got to dig in here if he's going to get through in the first three, and it looks as though he's not going to make it. In front it's Putnam, then Chalmers, and on the outside, well, what a performance this is, and what a run that is from Owen Richardson, coming through and winning in 48.49. Well, these indoor races can sometimes be a real dogfight, and that's the way it turned out to be. And Luke Lennon Ford, well, you have to sympathise. He got horrendously chopped as they came to the 200-metre point.
That was a horrible part of the race, the break at 200 metres. That's probably what scares me the most about running indoors. I've watched some guys, and some big guys take some heavy falls coming into the break, and it's at the mark at 150 where these guys really should commit and put themselves in the best position. I think Owen Richardson did really well there to stay off the pace and let these guys fight it out. And yeah, look how it happened. He was successful.
Well, it was Cameron Chalmers coming in, cutting in from the right, and Luke Lennon Ford, almost rugby style, tried to hand him off, and in so doing just lost his way.
Yeah, I think there's just a lack of commitment from the three of them. None of them really wanted to get to the front and hold on to it. I think Dan Putman's probably the one who's got the fastest 200-metre PB, I'm pretty sure, so it should have been up to him. But Owen Richardson, fantastic run from the young guy.
And we talk about youngsters, don't we? Owen Richardson is one of them, 17 years old, the England under-17 champion, and third in the under-20 indoors this season, and going through winning that in 48.5. Luke Lennon Ford actually battled back to get qualification in second place, 48.74 just, and Cameron Chalmers there as well. So the two youngsters have made it, but I'll tell you what, as a 400-metre race, that almost looked more like a charge for the line in a rugby match, didn't it?
Yeah, like I said, I've seen some big falls there. I remember David Gillick, my old training partner, doing some damage at the break. So it was good to see the guys and Luke come back, finish the race strong. And Cameron Chambers was fantastic as well. After when you chop your stride, it's horrible to try and keep going. So fair play to them.
We're on now with the presentation for the triple jump. Third place Nathan Douglas, now 33 years old. Kelly Southerton's other half, she'll be happy to see him up there on the podium. 15 metres 93.
15 metres 93 for Oxford City AC, Nathan Douglas.
And another Nathan Fox, takes second place, 16 metres 21, which for him was a season's best. Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier.
Nigerian Tanzania. Fox is the winner.
So Fox will take the British title, and the winner on this occasion, former British competitor but now representing Nigeria, Tosin Oki. He wins the event, 16 metres 48, but not the title, if you understand my drift. That was a season's best for Tosin, now 35 years old, and winning with his opening attempt, 16 metres and 48 centimetres.
Back to the track now.
So on we go with the track action. And the second of these features Nigel Levine, Olympic semi-finalist, second in the European indoors in 2013 and 5 times UK indoor champion. Michael Warner on the outside. He's run sub 48, as indeed is Alex Boyce, who's starting from lane 3, but well, Levine, with all his experience, surely he's not going to slip up here.
You'd hope not, but anything happens indoors. I think he's someone, he knows how to run the event. If he's here, he's confident enough to go. Like, he's not going to come here unless he's in confident shape. So I think he's going to come out and dominate the race pretty early on. Yeah, he'll run it how he wants to run.
Semi-finals of the Olympic Games in London in 2012. Semi-finalist as well in the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow a couple of years ago. Time fly by. You're talking about Glasgow a couple of years ago. It didn't seem like that, does it?
Oh no, it's disappeared. 2014 was a long time ago already. I suppose in athletics you always have to think about the next race anyway. So, but no, like I said, I'm a big fan of Nigel Levine. If he's here, he means he's in shape and he's going to do some business.
Good runner now, 26 years old, and he's been at the top for a while. Got a lifetime best of 45.71. 46.5 is the World Championship qualifying standard. And certainly well within Nigel's compass to achieve that this weekend.
I hope so. I think as long as he gets through in 21.5, he'll be all right. He'll be strong enough to hold on.
That's the market you're looking at in the 200-metre point.
Well, I think when you go to the World Champs, it seems to be everyone goes through in 20 point, which is incredibly fast. But I think today, if he can go around 21, if he goes out and just tries to run the standard, he'll be all right. I think he's got the calibre and the pedigree to do that.
Well, it was a real battle, that opening 400 metres, which Owen Richardson won. But this is the lineup then. Anthony Young from Glasgow, 23 years old. Season's best 48.51 in 2. Alongside him, Liverpool Harrier, Alex Boyce, just 21 years old. Similar time, 48.52 he's run. Chichester's Ollie Smith starting in lane 4. And here is Nigel Levine. Lots and lots of big occasion experience. He knows exactly what's required. Levine running for Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. New Essex Beagle, Michael Warner completing the lineup in lane 6. So really this is a question of just what sort of shape Nigel Levine looks in, maybe. But you never know. We saw a lot of bumping and boring in the first of those semi-finals. Got to get into the first 3 to qualify, plus 3 fastest losers. That to take a place in the semi-finals later on this afternoon. So away they go. And Levine's gone out well, also making good ground. Warner on the outside, but Levine has the slight advantage as they come around to the top bend for the first time. Alex Boyce has gambled and run hard as well from lane 3. But it's Levine who leads from Warner, and then comes Boyce. That's the 1, 2, 3 at this stage. Levine is where he wants to be, controlling this race from the front, but Warner is up on his shoulder and Boyce still in close contention, and Levine being put under a little bit of pressure here by Michael Warner as they come around now, around the bend, but still he looks nice and relaxed, Nigel Levine, just looking over his left shoulder to see if there's any danger, then over his right shoulder. He knows that the work is done, and easing down, he wins that one. Second place, Alex Boyce, and run out, I think, Michael Warner, who was right in contention early on and paid the price for that, of having run hard in the early stages and was run out of the first 3, and we can watch again with Martin Rooney.
Yeah, look at Nigel, he's got out well, he's got out strong. In the first lap he runs it like a normal 200, but it's what he does after he breaks, he slows the pace right down. So he sets it, he ruins everybody else's rhythm. It's a smart way of running the 400 metres indoors. Like, you look how relaxed he is coming into this bend, it's almost like stopping. So look, everyone's bunched up behind him, and then he pushes down the back straight a bit, and then he relaxes into the next bend and pushes off of that. It's very hard to do that in the 400, and he's a master of it. So yeah, he looked very comfortable. I reckon, like I said, I think he's more than capable of running 46.5 seconds.
Good run from Alex Boyce in second place.
Yeah, a
Liverpool
run.
Athletes with the beard.
Yeah, he was on the inside lane, so to come out and to come second there was, and he actually looked quite comfortable as well.
And Ollie Smith
young kids,
from Chichester just caught Michael Warner on the line, so Warner's going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's tough. I think you've got to run through the line, and they all looked very comfortable at 50 metres to go, and then all of a sudden they're bunched up, and yeah, Warner's on the fence.
Well, he's the one who paid the price, but well, tactically a little bit of a masterclass from Nigel Levine, and winning that one with comfort, and perhaps underlining the fact that he's very much the favourite to pick up a 6th UK indoor title here this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, he's my favourite. I think he looked very relaxed there, and it's obviously going to be how he recovers now, and if he's an experienced athlete, so he knows what to do.
Well, in this final 400 metres heat, we've got a very good decathlete in David Hall, who's running from lane 5. David Hall, 20 years old. has a personal best of 46.91, which ain't bad for a multi-event performance.
Oh, champs! I thought he was going to run faster than I did. So those guys have realised that the better they do in the 400, the more points they're going to get. And David Hall's 46.91 is a fantastic time indoors. So.
He was second in the British Universities too, but Hall looking full of confidence in front and running really smoothly down that back straight, the decathlete. It's Hall from Evans in his first indoor 400 of the season. The rest are massing, and maybe Evans is going to come under pressure, and Hall, is he starting to come under pressure himself? It's Hall and Evans up front, and Evans hits the front. Hall now has to dig in and just looks over his shoulder to see if there's any danger, but safely qualifies in second place. And Rory Evans wins that one in an unofficial time of 48.21 seconds.
That was another interesting race. It was great to see Curran, who came third there. He came from a long way back, came off the second bend, carrying a lot of speed, and he made a brave run of it in lane 2, ran the top bend. So that's it was a great race to watch. I think to see the decathletes doing so well, I think it shows what talent we have coming through. He's only young, 20 years old. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Well, the time given for Rory Evans is 48.22. Really good first lap run by David Hall, wasn't it, the decathlete?
Yeah, he took it out very well. He's obviously, I think we see with the decathletes, obviously they're all around physicality. They're better starters than the 400 metre runners, and I think that's the advantage they have over someone gangly like myself. I've noticed it with a lot of the athletes who've done multi-events as a kid and how they've grown as athletes. They've become better, stronger athletes in their later careers. So.
48.41, Zach Curran, personal best, the Irishman, coming through in third place as the automatic qualifier. But Chris McAllister and Mark Williams behind them, Thames Valley Harrier and the Birmingham University man, they both make it as fastest losers.
I think that means Warner might have scraped through as well. He ran 48.70.
Pole vault continuing. That was Sarah McKeever going clear at 3.87, and the Mancunian only 3 centimetres short of her lifetime best of 3.90. Here's Anna Gordon. Anna Gordon, Petrivi, 19 years old. She's got a lifetime best set this season of 3.92, so it's getting up to that sort of level. And she goes clear, second athlete clear at 3.87. And now a first vault for the favourites, Rachel Gibbons coming up. She passed at 3.54. Let's see what Rachel can do. Marshall Milton Keynes Athletics Club.
After this vault, I'm going to skip to the
Southern Indoor Champion.
The results of the women's 400.
4.13, a lifetime best set this season. 20 years old. Oh, well, she brings down the bar, but she'd have been way clear.
Yeah, I get told off for commenting on this. My wife Kate, she has a go at me every time I comment on pole vault, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thanks.
Well,
leave me on my own, mate.
She won't comment on 400, so I won't comment on pole vault. You know, it's a sensible decision.
Well, here's the results of the women's 400 earlier on. Montaigne Spate, 54.54, qualifying well, and a season's best, and earning a fastest loser berth for Laura Wake.
Second one.
Megan Beasley, her first indoor 400 of the season, and looking pretty good.
Yeah, both train at Loughborough High Performance Centre, and I've seen her training all year, and she looks in great shape. She ran a 200 at the Bucks last week. I think she won that and a championship record maybe. But she's obviously in great shape and looking to go to the World Indoors.
Third one.
And the third, Philippa Lowe. Good run. Amy Alcock being rewarded with a fastest loser spot. Season's best, but didn't quite look at her best out there.
She looked all right, but I think Philippa running a PB to qualify for the final was a great run, and all credit to her. Amy Alcock took it out well, but I think she took her foot off the gas a bit too early. and maybe should have pushed it a bit longer.
Well, semi-finals to come.
I've got the full results of the men's triple coming up now.
And full results of the men's triple jump. We saw the presentation earlier on. Well, Tozunoki winning that, but he's a Nigerian nowadays, Nigerian nationality, 16 metres 48. Just one leap for him. It was his opening leap, and that was good enough for the 35-year-old. But the British champion will be the man in second place, Nathan Fox, 16.21, season's best for him. And Nathan Douglas taking the bronze medal position. He's there in third place with 15.93.
One no marking thing as well.
Montel Nevers. Yeah, it was great seeing Fox on top of the podium. He loves it up there.
Here was Tozunoki. Well, he was, I promise you. There he is. That was his opening attempt, and that was good enough. Thank you very much. Afternoon's work completed.
Yeah, it was a fantastic jump. He's an experienced competitor, and he knew what he had to do.
Fox in second place, 16.21 his best, and that was good enough for that. And Nathan Douglas with 15.93 taking third.
Going back to the pole vault.
So the pole vault continuing. Bars at 3.87, and only 2 athletes clear so far. Sarah McKeever and Anna Gordon.
There's Scott Simpson, coach to Holly Bradshaw. Looks very busy out there. Seems to be looking after a lot of athletes today.
Spice Up Your Life for Jessica Watts, dedicated to Chatty Spice.
This is Jade Ive, Sutton and District. She was clear at first attempt at 3.74. She's got a personal best this season of 4.06. 24 years old, Jade. It's terrific athleticism, which you always admire in the pole vaulters, and strength.
The upper body strength those guys have is ridiculous. I'll never compete with Kate on pull-ups or push-ups or anything. And to this day, she's had a baby and she's still got better abs than me. So, yeah, they are specimens. And I remember watching Steve Lewis train for years. Things he used to do in the gym were incredible.
Well, Jade Ive well over. And that's 3 now clear at that height. Jade Ive took the bronze medal last year. Second in the Southern Indoors this time around. Sorry, Martin.
Sorry, I used to race her brother a lot. He was actually an endurance athlete, won the mini marathon, and then he went to pole vault and jumped pretty high at that.
What a you've not run marathons, have you?
No, the mini marathon.
Oh, sorry. I'm with you. I was looking at you with new respect there.
That sounds like a long way. Sounds too far for me. I don't even think I could get out of bed for that.
They say that everybody's got one in them.
On a bike or in a car, maybe, I don't know.
Jessica Swanwick, Preston Harrier, just 17 years old at 3.87. Oh, she's done it, I think. And it stays up there. She grazed the bar, but she's delighted with that because that's a lifetime best by a centimetre, hence the big smile.
Oh, delighted for her. That's, she looked very happy coming off, and she was quickly off that bed. But it's always great to come to national championships and jump a personal best.
Well, the bar after this will go up to 4 metres, entering into another realm really there, but you come here and improve on what you've ever produced before, and that is kind of a mini ambition fulfilled, isn't it?
Of course, and you want to perform your best when you go to championships. Whatever championships it is, that's where you should be at your best. So for someone to come here as a young athlete and jump a personal best, that's brilliant.
Well, this would be a lifetime best as well for Lindsay Maund here. Swansea Harrier, 39 years old, second attempt at this height. No, down comes the bar.
One more attempt left.
She'll get another go. 4 now clear at 3.87. Katie James.
So Katie James then
Woodford Green and Essex ladies. At 22 years old, and she took 3rd place here 12 months ago. 383 is only her season, so she's getting up close to her best of 391. Young Jessica Swanwick settled down. Job done so far, and fresh tests ahead.
4 metres for any young female pole vaulter is such a height. So maybe she's got the confidence, she's got the bug for it. Who knows what will happen later on?
Well, let's hope so. That's yet to come. Now a second attempt at 387 for Katie James. Yes.
Wow.
Well, the bar flirted, didn't it? But it stayed up there.
Yeah, it's still up there. She's got a legal jump. Get away from that as quick as possible. On to the next jump.
Little smile. She knows that that was close.
You've got to take that bit of luck, that bar love, as Kate used to say.
So second attempt for Rachel Gibbons, who would have been the favourite coming into this, but she's yet to get into the competition. Got 2 more attempts at this height. 4:13 is her best. Just 20 years old, sorry, I beg your pardon, 30 years old now, Rachel. Oh, and again, looked as though she was going to be way clear, but
yeah, she's definitely got
grazing it on the way up, I think.
She's definitely got the high point right, but oh, like I said, I better not say anything. I'll get in trouble.
No, you've got to. You've got to. People are expecting it. Have you ever tried it as a matter of interest?
I did as a kid, yeah. At Croydon Harriers, we were encouraged to try everything. We like walking, long jump, high jump, pole vault, sprints, long distance. We did it all. So I did have a go, but in one comp I went higher in the high jump than I did in the pole vault. So I think I decided.
At that point, you decided that's enough of that.
Yeah. I stuck to running around in circles.
Livy Connor of Lewis, 18 years old. This would be a personal best if she could go clear. 382, the best she's ever done. This is now at 387. Second attempt, she's had 1 failure. No, not really too close to achieving that. But she's got another go to come. So onwards we go, and now it's the men's 800 metre heats. Michael Rimmer, the name that stands out in lane 5.
Michael Rimmer, yeah, someone I've grown up on the circuit with. We've been going at this a long time, but we started about the same time, and he was still here. So it's great to see him still competing, and he's had some major injuries, but he's coming back strong. And hopefully he can get close to the world standard this weekend.
30 now, Michael. World Championship standard, which they're gunning for, is 146.5.
It's going to be a very interesting competition
there
between
he is.
him, Jamie Webb, and Guy Learmont.
7 times the UK champion outdoor and a European silver medalist back in 2010, and 7 times also was second in the UK championships last year, Michael Rimmer. Well, they're on the inside, running for Basingstoke, now 32 years old. That's David Ragan, personal best at 151.14. Finley Big from Brighton Phoenix, just 17 years old in lane 3, big occasion for him. The Northern Indoor Champion running for Rossendale is Dominic Walton, 22 years old, and there is Michael Rimmer. From the Liverpool club, 30 years old, and a favourite to qualify here. And completing the lineup, Alex Coomber, a Welsh international. So the 800 metres underway, tactics vital as well, of course, and Finlay Bigg's got some interesting connections.
Yeah, John Bigg is his father, and Sally Gunnell's mother. Like, that's a bit of pedigree there for the young athlete.
If he was a racehorse, you'd have paid a few quid, wouldn't you? Around they come, and the early leader is Alex Coomber, just ahead of Michael Rimmer. Only the winner is assured of his place in the final. Two fastest losers as well. And Rimmer looks as though he's going very easily indeed.
It's a nice strong pace. I really didn't expect this. It's good for Rimmer. He's got someone to follow, race against. And like he is chasing the standards, so he needs to be going through in like 50, 51.
Well, surely he's not going to be going for the standard right here and now, is he?
Stranger things have happened.
Well, he's certainly carrying it out from the front.
Yep.
And he's got this one in his pocket by the looks of it, as Michael Rimmer. Is it going to be a possibility that he's going to go against the clock here and produce it? He's going to have to run hard from the front, and he'll have run hard from the front for an awful long way. 146.5 he needs.
It's a nice time trial, and maybe sometimes in the 800 that's what you need, just to go out and do it yourself.
Well, 120.67, it's on just about maybe, if he really kicks.
It looks like he's digging now. He's really pushing down the back straight. Go on, Rimmer.
Well, he's going for it, and Michael Rimmer now, the favourite, up against the clock. 146.5 is what he's going for. The crowd know it, the commentators revving them up, but he's tying up a little bit, and I think he's going to be just outside 147.95, and not there this time, running all on his own. Close for second place, and Ragan may just have got there for second place on the line. It's going to take a photo to separate them, but it all got a bit painful over the last 100 metres.
Yeah, I think the pace of 400 is probably a second or two off there, and from then on, and you're running completely on your own, it can be very, very daunting. But the crowd got behind him, and hopefully he'll come back and run faster later on.
800 metre final coming up tomorrow afternoon. He'll have a chance to get his mind set right. Maybe that he's going to be pressed a little harder when he gets into the final. Although some of the big names are not there. Guy Learmonth is among those who'll be competing. He runs in the third of these men's 800 metre heats. Certainly won't have to make it quite the same sort of procession, I don't think, when he's in the final. It's going to be a race as well as a time trial.
I think, yeah, with the three guys who are running well at the moment, it's going to be competitive. It's probably one of the most competitive races this weekend. Obviously, in recent times we've had Andrew Asagi picking up world medals, so it'd be nice to see these guys kind of aspiring to those goals.
Rimmer clearly in pretty good shape. You look at this second heat here. Jamie Webb may be the standout name, under 23 international.
Yeah, he's been running well. I think he raced pretty well in Glasgow. It wasn't far off Rimmer there, so it will be interesting to see how he runs today.
Jamie, 21-year-old Liverpool Harrier, and you see he's set personal best and season's best this winter. Interesting to see how he goes here. I don't think we'll see any one athlete blazing along in front quite as Michael Rimmer did.
No, I think Rimmer probably came here with the mission to get a quality time done in the heats, and then after that just fight for your position on the team.
Guy Learmonth going in the third heat after this one, and there'll be plenty of support as well for Sheffield's Mukhtar Mohammed, who always seems to run well in these indoor races. European indoor bronze medalist back in 2013, and he's going to be running in the last heat.
That was a fantastic race when he medalled there. I remember him fighting with someone twice the size of him for 200 metres there. Someone was trying to knock him off the track, and he showed real heart and guts, and obviously as a local lad,
tenacious, isn't he?
He is. He's a fantastic athlete, and as a local lad, he'll have a local crowd behind him.
Well, he'll, I'm sure, get inspired by this sellout crowd as the athletes now introduced for the second of these men's 800 metre heats. Lane 1, silver medalist in the Scottish Championships last year. That's Stephen Mackay from Inverness, 23 years old, his first indoor performance of the year. And another Scotsman from Victoria Park, Glasgow. There's Robbie Barr in lane 2, alongside 3 there. Mark Berridge, who's been in this final before, best placed 4th. From Basingstoke, David Stepney from Brighton Phoenix. He won the London indoors, now 27 years old. And there's Jamie Webb, who we were talking about, the Liverpudlian youngster, 21 years old. Starting in lane 5, and on the outside completing the lineup, there's Nottingham's Robert Needham, also only 21 years old. Second heat, first one guaranteed qualification for the final. Jamie Webb's started pretty fast out in lane 7. Important to see who gets in front when they come away from this. I'm being told that Michael Rimmer has been disqualified. Michael Rimmer has been disqualified in Heat 1 for running out of his lane. Well, what a shame.
What a shame. That's a horrible shame. Like, he's obviously...
He's not got the standard.
He's not got a standard. And, yeah, this happens sometimes far too often from my point of view. I think we are a bit pickety in the UK when it comes to rules on lanes and stuff, and I understand if he really cut across the lane, but I think if he stood on the line, did he get much of an advantage? Did it affect anybody else in the race? Probably not.
Well, that's a talking point, and certainly the 800 metres is going to be very much the poorer for his absence. But meanwhile, Jamie Webb leading the way in this second 800 metres heat. Digging in second place is Robert Needham, and then behind him comes David Stepney from Brighton Phoenix. And the Scottish athletes at the moment are being run out. Webb then coming through.
He's really striding out, looking really strong right now. I think they went for him 55 and he's picked up the pace quite a bit.
And he looks as though he's got this one in the bag. Battling to stay in contention, Robert Needham now. And behind him, Daniel Stepney. But Webb looking strong around the final bend, just looking over his shoulder to see if there's any danger. But he's got this one in the bag. He's safely qualifying as the winner. Comes through and takes it. Robert Needham takes second place. Daniel Stepney third. 1:51.06 the winning time. And watch again here, another dominant display of front running, nice aggressive tactics from Webb.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing. He took it out from 400 metres on and he made it his own race. He's very strong, and look, he's using his arms properly and he's lifting his knees. He looks like a great runner, someone with great potential.
Looking strong here. And runs a good back straight for the final time. Lots of strength there. We'll be going back to the pole vault at some stage. Bar's gone up to 4 metres and Sally Peake has gone clear there. Sally Peake, Birchfield Harrier, entering the competition for the first time. And the only athlete so far clear at 4 metres. I can tell you as well that Rachel Gibbons, at the third time of asking, did manage to go clear. So there are in that pole vault now 7 athletes still in competition. And Sally Peake, entering at 4 metres, has gone clear. Her best ever 4:42. Well, onwards in the men's 400, in the men's 800 metres in the third heat. Guy Learmonth, lane 5, Scottish athlete from Lasswade. That's the Borders, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a Scottish athlete. He had a fantastic Commonwealth Games. I know he really enjoyed that whole experience and got a lot of love from the crowd that day.
He's the reigning champion here as well. Scottish international. came 6th in the Commonwealth Games, running for Scotland. I thought the Commonwealth Games was a fantastic event. I thought it was so well done by Glasgow.
Yeah,
I think people were a wee bit sceptical when it was announced that Glasgow were going to get it, but it showed what a great city it is, and everybody responsible for it takes huge credit, I think.
Oh, it was an incredible experience for me, like as an English athlete, to get support from a very Scottish crowd. Like, they really got behind us all, and they put on a fantastic games. I think in the UK we do a fantastic job putting on sporting events, and Glasgow were right up there with the best.
Somebody had a word with the big man upstairs as well and made most of the weather pretty decent as well.
Yeah, like you got guys like in my event, Karani James, and the first 3 guys were Caribbean athletes, and they managed to perform in the weather, so it wasn't that bad, was it?
Not at all. Right, onwards we go. Oliver Dane, representing Sheffield, starts in lane 1, just 17 years old. From Basingstoke and Mid Hampshire. Thomas Sicklemore is in lane 2, 23 years old, and there's Tom Gifford from Colchester and Tendring. The best of 150. Carl Hill from the Cardiff Amateur Athletics Club. A 151 runner at best, and there is Guy Learmonth. Number 1 ranked this winter, 147.35, personal best indoors. And on the outside, this is running for the Perth Strathtay team, a medalist in the Commonwealth Youth Games, just 17 years old. Who's going to be able to put Learmonth under some sort of pressure, if anybody?
So there's only 2 fastest loser positions available. We've had some very quick previous heats.
Winner is the one who automatically qualifies. Tom Gifford is the early leader in the black vest of Colchester. Ranging up onto his shoulder now, Guy Learmonth. Well-built figure, taking 2nd place. Ben Greenwood up there as well in 3rd. And just tucked in on the inside, Oliver Dane for Sheffield, the 17-year-old. Big occasion for him. Tom Gifford in front. Learmonth going very easily in 2nd place.
Yeah, I was curious to see how he'd run after Rimmer being disqualified and the opportunity to go and run a standard. I thought he might take it out, but he's obviously saving himself for the final, and obviously he has to get there first, but he looks very comfortable there. I know he's had a very congested indoor season, and he's taken a week to prepare for this properly, so looking forward to see how he runs today and tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow.
Well, he's given himself every chance and now hits the front. This is Guy Learmonth, the 23-year-old Scotsman. He's opened up a couple of metres in front of the rest now, and Gifford is having to really dig in here to try and hold that 2nd place, but he's coming under pressure now from the Welshman Carl Hill, who moves through to take 2nd, and the bell goes at 1:24, and Learmonth leads the way, and he's got this one in the bag. Assuming that the judges don't take any sort of intervention. The big talking point, the disqualification of Michael Rimmer in the first of these 800-metre heats. But Guy Learmonth, in the absence of Rimmer, very much the gold medal favourite, and he's coming round, running very much within himself, looking over his shoulder and coming up towards the line and winning it by a long way, and the rest of them having to wait and see if they're going to make fastest losers.
Yeah, that was a fantastic run. He really put it in, and he jogged in a 1:51. So, you know, that's some strong running, and he looks like he's in great shape.
Tom Gifford made it kind of easy for himself, didn't he? He was just able to run off his pace.
Yeah, it's always nice when you get someone else taking out, doing all the work for you. But I suppose, you know, this is the heats, and these guys, some guys, this is their final. They're going out to try and do a job and try and run fast early on. So. Yeah, Guy he took advantage of that well.
We're keeping one eye on the pole vault for you as well, and just an update there. The bar is at 4 metres, and just Sally Peak clear at that height, and Guy Learmonth looking really strong here in front, wasn't he?
I'd say he's probably the most relaxed out of the 3. I think Rimmer obviously went for it, but you see him looking over at 100 to go. He didn't realise how far he was ahead, and he strolled in for a 1:51. That's some great running.
We've seen Jamie Webb win the 2nd heat And in the third of these 800 metre heats before too long, Mukhtar Mohammed. There he is, starting out of lane 6. 1:46.58 his personal best. Needs to get to 1:46.5 if he's going to have a chance of selection. Have a chance of selection for the men's 800. Selection meeting coming up on Monday. Always talking points from that. Sometimes contentious.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Got Rimmers opening.
I can say that if you can't.
Rimmers opening lap.
Well, let's take a look again at that opening lap of Michael Rimmers and see if we can see what went wrong here. He starts in lane 5. Well, there he is, very close to the line. Very close to the line. And the break comes there. Well,
It must have been on those first 3 steps.
I tell you, that is so marginal. So marginal, Martin.
I can't see the advantage you gained.
I don't know if we can see the beginning of that race again, but it must have been in the early stages. By here it's done and dusted, and it can only have been a disqualification from the first few steps, which is just desperately bad luck. Look again. It's got to be there. I mean, that is so marginal.
I can guarantee you the guy inside him wouldn't have put a protest in. So why disqualify a guy who's looking to represent his country at a World Champs? Like, give him the opportunity to go and do his job. You know, like it's taken away from the final. It could have been. It could if he. I'm sure he'll protest, and if he gets through, it'll be a great final. But we'll see.
Well, I hope he does protest, because he clearly gained absolutely no advantage. Absolutely no advantage from it. He's not interfered with anybody. So, you know, let's see him in the final.
Has he run any shorter distance? No, not really. Like maybe half a centimetre.
Hey ho, somebody somewhere analysing it and making a decision, which I guess has to be made. We go now to the fourth of the heats. Harry Doran was the inside from Liverpool. David Dempsey, Sheffield. Aidan Gilbride, East Kilbride. Hayden Carter there from Basingstoke, 24 years old. Spencer Thomas from Brighton Phoenix. He's a sub 150 man. Just 18. And this is the favourite, Mukhtar Mohammed. We talked earlier about what a tenacious, gutsy runner he can be. Champion here a couple of years ago from the Sheffield Running Club. That's Mukhtar Mohammed.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him run. I haven't seen much of him. He's moved abroad to train again, and hopefully it's paying off for him.
Well, let's see what he can deliver here. In the absence of Michael Rimmer, the possibilities of repeating his triumph of 2 years ago certainly increased if he's in that sort of shape. 1:46.58 is his best time, and he's not taking it out, content to sit at the rear of the field, and the early pace being made by Hayden Carter. Now Mohammed does come wide and moves into a more challenging position. Moves into third place on the shoulder of Spencer Thomas, and being tracked behind him by David Dempsey. Carter leads. Hayden Carter. Then comes now Mohammed in the colours of Sheffield Running Club. Thomas is in third place, the 18-year-old, and behind him comes Aidan Gilbride of East Kilbride. Carter leads from Mohammed as they come now to the halfway point.
It's been very comfortable, another 55 seconds. I was just noticed that there's another third athlete from Brighton Phoenix. It's great to see like local clubs producing lots of athletes and having them competing on the national stage. Now we see Muki's making a good move down the back straight. He's always a strong athlete, so I'm sure he'll be backing himself now.
Well, he's got everybody where he wants now. That's the voice of Martin Rooney with me, John Rawling, here in the commentary box for these UK Championships, the Indoor British Championships at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield, and Mukhtar Mohammed, the Sheffield man, leads the way, and he's just putting his foot on the gas, just a touch down that back straight, and starting to move clear. He's got to get into first place though to be sure of winning this one, and hanging on well is Spencer Thomas in second place, and he's making a race of it, but Mohammed has it under control, looking over his shoulder and winning in 1:51.07, and Spencer Thomas in second place Well, he may make it as the fastest loser. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's a great run from Thomas there for second place. I think he didn't shy away from Mookie and gave him a good run. Look, Mookie, here he goes. Coming up to 600 meters, he starts to make his move. Well, 550, sorry, he's starting to make his move. He looks very comfortable. They're just experienced runners, these guys. Like, he knew when to make his move. Guy was exactly the same. They've all picked to their moments, and they've capitalised on it.
Men's 400 results after this.
Brave run on the outside from Harry Doran. They're trying to put Mohammed under pressure, but he's put a lot in at that stage and not quite able to maintain it. Weakening at that point. Mukhtar Mohammed winning in 151.08. Spencer Thomas taking second in 151.34. And Liverpool's Harry Doran, a season's best, 152.6. There's the results of the men's 400. And Luke Lennon Ford disqualified.
Again. It'd be interesting to see if that's due to the altercation at the break, but if someone's running, cutting across you, I don't know really what you can do about it. But
maybe trying to protect his ground a bit over enthusiastically.
Maybe. That's why I don't do indoors. I'd probably trip someone up. But Owen Richardson, fair play to him. Great run.
He looks like the man who's going to win this one, though. Nigel Levine looked brimful of confidence.
He looked very confident. I think as soon as he gets into his running and controls the run, it's very hard for people to beat him. He slows it down and speeds it up as he wants.
Dictated from the front and showed all his experience, and there's the result of the third one. The decathlete David Hall being beaten by Rory Evans, a season's best for Rory.
Yeah, it was a strong run. I thought he kind of put himself in a bad position at 200 metres, but he managed to recompose himself and he came through well.
Pole vault continuing. And a second attempt coming up at 4 metres for Rachel Gibbons. Sally Peake's gone over at 4. So too has Anna Gordon. For Anna Gordon, it was a personal best. And here's Rachel Gibbons. Oh, almost. She's got one attempt remaining. She appeared to have the height.
She does look like she's making it hard for herself today. She third attempt on 387. Now she's going for a third attempt at 4 metres. She obviously has the ability and the height to do it.
A word as well for young Anna Gordon. We didn't actually see her attempt, but a personal best for her here, going up to 4 metres for the first time.
Brilliant.
Psychological breakthrough.
Brilliant for the 19-year-old. Now she can hopefully push on from there.
And here's an athlete who's already had one personal best today and now looking for another. 387 was a lifetime best for her, and now 17 years old, Jessica Swanwick, who had one of the biggest smiles of the day when she recorded that personal best in the last round at the previous height. And here she has a third and final attempt at 4 metres. Well, if she could find a way of getting over this height, I think there'd be a World Championship qualifying standard smile, if not a height.
Oh, it'd be incredible. Like, as a young athlete today.
No, crowd know that she's, who knows, maybe a name for the future.
It would be great to see some young pole vaulters coming through. Obviously, my wife Kate took it to a certain level, took it up to 460, and then Holly Bradshaw standards, like she's jumping close. Yeah, it would be nice to see.
Men's 60 metres hurdles heats. Next action coming up on the track. So at 4 metres, this is a third and final attempt at this height. Katie James. Martin Rooney stepping aside from my co-commentary position, and alongside me now is Andy Turner. Afternoon, mate. And looking at me mystified, wondering why he can't hear me, and I can tell you that by the technicalities that we've got here, that's the way it is. You've just got to listen to me.
It is. I can't hear a word you're saying, but I'm just going to wing it.
Well, Katie James finally bringing down the bar there. So 3 athletes clear in the pole vault at 4 metres. Sally Peake, Anna Gordon, lifetime best for her. Another attempt remaining for Rachel Gibbons and also for Sarah McKeever. And Jade Ive has also gone clear at 4 metres. So that pole vaults competition continuing, and we move now on to the 60 metres hurdles race. These are the heats, first 2 from each heat, plus 2 fastest losers going through into the final. Final due to take place at 10 to 5 today. World Championship standard is at 7.65. None of the athletes who are in competition here, oh, I beg your pardon, Lawrence Clark has gone clear, has gone under that that mark, hasn't he? He's run 7.65, which is the standard. He's going in the second heat.
Yeah, Lawrence has got the qualifying, and David King's 100th away, so I was just speaking to him earlier. He's desperately trying to get it today. He'll be giving it his all.
Well, he's in this first heat. 7.66 David's managed. The Plymouth man, 21 years old. 100th of a second, that's all he needs to improve.
Just a few more bench presses, that's all it is. But David Amorgi as well, 7.68. He's had a good start to his season. A couple of indifferent races since that, but he's definitely someone to watch in this first heat.
Cardiff man, he'll be starting in lane 4. Do you get a bit twitchy when you watch this? Do you still wish you were out there?
Do you know what? I've been asked this so many times today. I don't.
Oh, sorry.
I don't. That's all right. I don't miss competing at all. I like to be involved in athletics. I follow it. I'm a big fan. But my competing days, I knew they were done when I'm on the start line for the last few races of my career, and I had no nerves or adrenaline or anything. I was indifferent on how I even finished the race. So I knew I was ready to call it a day. So no, watching these guys, you know, I mean, I don't want to be out there one bit, to be honest.
Under some pressure, aren't they? You've got to get into the first 2 fastest losers as well. David King, university champion, former under-23 champion. David Amaregi, European under-23 champion. And a tied world record with junior hurdles, I'm told.
He did, he ran 7.50, I think, at a race in Cardiff.
Oh, goodness.
Equal the world record. That's a pretty cool thing to say.
Wouldn't mind running 7.50 this afternoon, would he?
I'm pretty sure I'd be quite happy with that if he did.
Stadium record is actually your property, isn't it, at 7.55?
It is, and there is 1 or 2 people who could possibly challenge that today. I know Posey, if he gets it right, I know he's been hurt again, but if he gets here in one piece, I have no doubt in my mind that record is pretty vulnerable. And then Lawrence, you know, Lawrence could always challenge it as well.
News of the pole vault at the 3rd time of asking, just as she did at 3.87. Rachel Gibbons has gone clear, 4th athlete clear at 4 metres. Right, this is the opening heat of the men's 60 metres hurdles. And in lane 2 there, you see a Nigerian, 26 years old. That's Alex Al-Amin. Alongside him, the Birchfield Harrier. Personal best of 7.89, 3rd last year in the UK Championships. That's Jake Porter. David Amaregi of Cardiff going in lane 4. Very talented young athlete, just 20 years old. Matt Hewitt, Brighton and Hove. Matthew Hewitt of Brighton and Hove goes in lane 5, and there's David King in lane 6. 7.65 is the World Championship qualifying standard. His personal best this winter, 7.66. And Alex Wirt of Sale Harriers Manchester completing the lineup in lane 7. 8.29 is his best time. So watch maybe for lanes 4 and 6 and keep an eye on that clock and see just how fast they can go. 7:65 is what they're gunning for, and both these athletes, Amaregi and King, have been just outside that mark. Amaregi in 4, King in 6. They go now in the opening heat. Start, as ever, absolutely vital. Good start from Amaregi, and leads King at this stage, but King's coming back at him. There's not a lot between them. Amaregi though is going to win this one. King second. On the dip, it might just have been Al-Amin ahead of Jake Porter for third place, and the time 7.79 seconds.
Yeah, not a bad run. Like I say, he got out the blocks really well, and he held his form. There's been a couple of occasions where he's got out and he's made a mistake, but he held his form really well. David King, I think, will be a bit disappointed with that.
Not a great start, was it?
Not a great start. No, he was fighting right from the get-go. As you can see here, Amaregi got out really cleanly, having a great race there. Just couldn't pull it together at the finish line.
Well, it's been brought way down on time. 7:69 it's given, so a big disparity between what was coming up initially and what is now coming through on our computer screen. Well, 7:69 ahead of David King in second place, 7:78. So Amaregi there with that 7:69. We thought he got a good start, Andy. He's only 0.04 away from getting that qualification standard.
Absolutely, he must have dipped under the line, under the beam to stop the clock. But yeah, fantastic race. See, what is he, lane 4, a good reaction time as well, 0.161. That can be improved on, I suppose. There's still more there, when
he looked as though he got a better start than that, didn't he?
He did. His reaction time, it's not that good compared to the other guys. Everybody else in the race is 0.14. So if he got a reaction like that, he's going to get to the first hurdle even faster than he did in the heat. So there's definitely more there. And again, when you put him alongside the likes of Pozzi and Lawrence Clark, it's going to make for an interesting final.
Well, I said it was on the dip for the third place, and Alex Al-Amin has indeed got in, although the time was identical to that given by Jake Porter, 7.91. So Amaregi and King go through, and Al-Amin and Porter now have a nervous wait to see if 7.91 is going to be good enough to get them through as fastest losers with the second heat to come, and nothing they can do about it. That must be horrible when you just have to sit and watch.
Yeah, I always tried to make sure I was never in that situation, but yeah, I can't imagine those guys are going to have a very comfortable few minutes wait right now.
Well, Lawrence Clark there is starting in lane 3, 4th in the London Olympics in 2012, and the reigning UK indoor champion. Descendant of the Roosevelt family.
So I hear. So he's been telling me a few times as well. He loves to bring that one up in conversation.
He's related to the Rees-Mogg family as well, isn't he? He's one of his uncles.
I will take your word for that.
Eton boy.
He is an Eton boy.
Is he married or engaged to the daughter or granddaughter of some Norwegian billionaire?
I don't know, but I know she's really nice. I was chatting to her earlier. she's a lovely girl. But no, yeah, Lawrence has got some history. I know his dad's a lord or a baron or something like that. So
I was asked on the BBC programme Fighting Talk a week or two ago to give my tip as the poshest man in sport, and I think Lawrence takes some beating, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I can't think of anybody posher. Maybe myself, but yeah, no, he's really the poshest guy I know.
Well, there he is, and as well as all that, which of course is only said tongue-in-cheek, he's a very good athlete, isn't he? 7:59 indoors, commands big respect.
No, absolutely, he's a fantastic athlete. You can't come fourth in the Olympics and not be a great athlete. He's made some big changes this year, moving to Paris to train with the likes of Dimitri Bascu. I was chatting to Lawrence earlier. He said he tried going from 8 steps to 7 steps to the first hurdle as well, so he's been a bit indifferent for the first few races of his season. Didn't like it, so he's gone back to 8.
He's actually living over there now.
He's living in Paris, yeah.
Not the worst place to be, is it?
Yeah, it could be worse. No, he's enjoying it though. He just needed a change, Olympic year, make some big changes. Dimitri Bascu's on 7:41 this year, so there's no better in the world to be training, no better athlete to train with at the moment. So it's a good move for him. It's a bold move, considering he was with a good setup with Malcolm Arnold in Bath. But sometimes you need to make these changes in order to bring yourself on as an athlete.
Well, and I'm sure if we were talking to Lawrence, while everybody would massively respect what he did, it is horrible to finish 4th in a major final. As Jack Andrew, Sale Harriers Manchester in lane 2. And there is Lawrence Clark, 4th in that Olympic final in London 4 years ago. And looking for great things once again in the Olympics in Rio, I'm sure. Lane 4, Jack Major from Camberley, just 19 years old. He's got a best of 8:46. Julian Ortiz Marino, a Spaniard, in lane 5, 7:87, his best of the winter. David Feeney of Amber Valley in lane 6. And Carl Riley Laborde of Enfield and Haringey in lane 7. Yeah, I mean, Lawrence Clark, 4th in the Olympics, that must have hurt.
To be honest, I think when he looks back at it, I think he'd be over the moon.
Would he?
Oh, absolutely. He didn't expect it at all. I think he was hoping.
One place away from 3rd.
I know.
Right, let's see what he can do here. That was then, this is now. Second heat of the men's 60 metres hurdles. Clark starting in lane 3. 1 in on the far side. Well, what's the starters going to make of that? It's going to be a warning, surely, rather than a disqualification.
Yeah, I think they've changed the rules and so you can switch, but if you leave your blocks, you get disqualified. Is that right? I think they've changed the rules.
Right, let's see what they make of it.
I think it'll be a green card. That's actually one of Lawrence's training partners, the guy in the black, that
Ortiz Marino.
Yeah, he's a Spanish guy. So it'd be a long way to come for him to get disqualified.
You're running in spectacles. Green card given, so no disqualification, thank goodness. Already seen one of those with Michael Rimmer, which seemed unfortunate to say the least.
Yeah, I was actually standing with Michael when he got told. This is the first time he's ever ran here at Sheffield. He's been disqualified, so.
Fairly hacked off?
Yeah, he was absolutely peed off.
So for the second time of asking, the second heat of the men's 60 metres hurdle. Lawrence Clark, the favourite, going in lane 3. His training partner, Julian Ortiz Marino, who may press him closest, the Spaniard, is in 5. And on the near side, Kai Riley Laborde, Enfield and Haringey Harrier. He could be in the shake-up as well. Good start from Clark. Laborde in second place at this stage. Clark, though, is clear, and he's going to win this one. Clark wins it, Laborde second, third place Marino, winning time. Well, it's been given as 8.45, but I suspect it was significantly quicker than that. Not quite sure what's gone wrong with the clock here, but that looked like a good piece of hurdling from Lawrence Clark.
Absolutely, he seemed to get out really well. I think Lawrence, he does get out well, but I think he can carry on pushing harder from hurdle 3 onwards. I don't know whether he's just kind of cruising through, but I don't know if Lawrence will be happy with that run. I don't think he will. I think he will want some more out of the heat. So I suppose we don't even know the time yet, but...
Well, 8.45 can't be right, surely.
Yeah, let's just hope that's not the time.
7.72, that's more like it. Comparing with the 7.69 of David Amoregui. Going to be an interesting final.
Absolutely. I do think Lawrence will be slightly disappointed, though. I think he wanted to make a statement early on in the heats. He said, you know, he feels in much better shape than his times are showing. You know, he just needs to get it right, get in a competitive race. He's in the final, that's the main thing. But yeah, it's going to be a great final.
Third men's 60 metres hurdles heat coming up.
It's on the back of the one.
Andrew Pozzi will be starting in lane 7. He's a man who has got the qualification here. Member of that Malcolm Arnold group, isn't he? Is he still?
That's a good question. No, I think he is still with Malcolm. I think. Don't quote me on that. But you know, he's a fantastic athlete. But the problem with Pozzi is he's just so fragile. He's got plates in his feet. He's had surgeries over the last couple of years. Loads of problems with injuries. He started off his season fantastic with that 761 at Lee Valley, but then straight away he's had, again, problems with his feet. Talking to him earlier, he's been running on grass for 5 weeks. So he doesn't really know how he's going to fare today. He feels in great shape, but you know, when you haven't heard of 5 weeks, we just don't know what's going to happen next.
And he feels as though he's got to compete here today to get selection.
Absolutely, you know,
you can't just sit back and rely on being picked.
No, you've got to earn your selection, and you know, he's come fourth, I think, the last 2 World Indoor Champs. He's such a fantastic athlete that when he gets it right, you know, he can smash his indoor personal best, and I've no doubt absolutely smash his outdoor personal best. He's just got to get back in one piece. He's just such a fragile athlete.
He's only a youngster, isn't he? He's still only 23.
Yeah,
he's got time.
And the potential that he's shown, you know, coming up, it's massive. But yeah, he's had surgeries in both of his feet. He's got screws, bolts, all kinds of stuff holding himself together. It's frustrating, as you know, for himself, obviously. But as an ex-athlete, I just want him to produce what I think he's capable of, and so many other people think he's capable of.
See, athletes with massive talent who are sometimes let down by fragile bodies. I mean, the conspicuous example going back years ago in this event and in other events, John Ridgen, you know, and what a talent he was, and never really, despite, he got a World Championship silver medal, which they don't give away, but with the talent he had, should have had more and was let down by a fragile body.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's so frustrating as an athlete when you know that you can produce more than your body's allowing you to. It's part and parcel of the game. You know, you just got to accept it and then do the best you can do. But you know, he's got fantastic physios that's looking after him, so hopefully he can put something out of the bag now.
Well, this is the lineup then. Joe Appiah of Blackheath and Bromley, starting in lane 2. He's got a personal best 8:39. Alongside him, Alex Nwenwu of Wolverhampton, 8.16, his best time. Lane 4, we've got a Bulgarian, Valdu Shuks, 20 years old. He's run 7.8. Tall man, isn't he? Peter Moreno, competing for Nigeria in lane 5, 8.22, his best time. And Edirin Okoro, Birchfield Harrier, Midland champion, 7.86 in lane 6. And there's the man that we've been talking about, Andrew Pozzi, 7.61. He ran at those Lee Valley London Games this winter, 7.53 his personal best. Well, we've seen already good run from David Omoregui, a second heat victory for Lawrence Clark. What now for Andrew Pozzi? Lane 7. This is the third heat of the 60 metres hurdles. First 2 to qualify for the final. 2 fastest losers behind that. Oh, there's been a false start or a recall. I'd like to second guess the judges, but well, watch the replay and make up your own mind. Tight one. We'll see what the judge makes of it. Any thoughts, Andy?
I don't want to say, but I think it might be in Pozzi. I think he twitched.
Well, that would be a great shame were that to be the case. Former champion, twice fourth at the World Indoor Championships, Andrew Pozzi. And a man looking forward to Oregon. Well, what's the starter going to make of it? Horrible, anxious moment for the athletes.
I've been in this situation, there's nothing worse. I hope it's not.
Do you know in your heart of hearts?
Yeah, I got disqualified a couple of times, and deep down I knew it was me, and I was just praying that they'd make a mistake or I'd get given a green card by some fluke. But yeah, you know if you false started.
Taking a lot of time. Maybe a marginal one.
Yeah, I mean it was tiny. It was, if anything, it was tiny. Hopefully they'll just call it a flinch.
Conduct warning, lane 7.
It's a conduct warning, I'm being told, for lane 7. Well, what's that?
Absolutely no idea.
Breathing too heavily?
It was out of
Snarling?
conduct. His conduct was just not appropriate. I got no idea what
short of
conduct
seeing
was.
short of seeing a replay and having a look at that one, I'm unable to bring you any more insight into that. And Potts is looking a bit mystified as well, isn't he?
It's like, well, what's a conduct warning then? Sorry, mate. Apologies.
Well, yeah, it'd be interesting to know exactly what that was for.
Try and find out.
We will make our inquiries and see if anybody can throw any more insight onto that. Got a man alongside me who knows a little bit about it, Andy Turner, and he's looking on through a slightly raised eyebrow.
I've got no idea what that is.
So let's see if we can get off for the second time of asking. Appiah, lane 2, and Wenwu 3, Shooks 4, Moreno 5, Okoro 6, and Andrew Potsi, the man who incurred the displeasure of the starter. He starts in lane 7. Well, this time they do get away, and Potsi just a little bit slow out of the blocks, but now he's hurdling well, and he's going well clear. Potsi up to the line and wins in 7.76. Moreno, the Nigerian, went tumbling over the final flight. I just got the impression that Potsi, after that warning, just sat on the blocks just a wee bit and didn't get out with one of his best starts, but once he got hurdling, Andy, that was pretty handy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was... I think he, like I say, was cautious at the start, but once he got into his flow, he looked fantastic. Even to this point here, he's just starting to pick up. He's moving away from the field, and he's nice and easy 7.76. I think it's a cautious run. I think he was just kind of seeing how his foot felt.
Slowest reaction time, but he's won
exactly.
in 7.76.
That shows there's plenty more in the tank. As long as his foot isn't hurting him, he's good to go for this final. It's going to make for a very exciting final.
It's all to come. Just looking at my timetable to try and tell you when that final is. Men's 60 metres hurdles final, 10 to 5. One to look forward to. Who's your money be on? Andrew gets a start. He's going to take some beating, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Lawrence, I don't know. Lawrence, the competitiveness of Lawrence is going to help him out. But Pozzi, for me, is he's just got so much talent. He could just put it out the bag. I'm going to go for Pozzi then.
We will see. Well, the result confirmed. Andrew Potsi winning at 7.76. Valdo Shooks of Hungary getting through second place, 7.9 by 400ths of a second ahead of Edirin Okoro, with Alex Nwenwu with 8.25 taking fourth, and a season's best for Blackheath's Joe Appiah back in fifth place. Meanwhile, the pole vault continuing, and we have two athletes now remaining in this, and Sally Peake is leading the way. She's gone clear at 4 metres 20, which equals her season's best. There has been one failure at that height for what would be a personal best for Rachel Gibbons. She went over at the third time of asking at both 3.87 and 4 metres. And now Jade Ive is next to go. Jade, this would also be, she's already set one personal best of 4 metres 10. She was a 4.06 vaulter before she came into this, and now the bar standing at 4 metres and 20 centimetres. Kelly Southerton sliding back into the commentator's chair alongside me as Andy Turner completes his hurdling stint.
Yeah, you've got me back now, the pretty one.
Well, you do more for me than Andy Turner, I have to say. Here goes Jade Ive. Down comes the bar. Already set a best at 4 metres and 10, and that's the second failure at 4:20. And has Sally Peake got this one in the bag? Has she done enough? But she'll get another chance. And Rachel Gibbons actually had 2 failures at 4:10 prior to that failure at 4:20, so she has got out and will finish in 4th place on countback. And it's Anna Gordon who takes 3rd place with her clearance at the second attempt at 4 metres. So Anna Gordon of Petrivi takes 3rd. 2nd place is confirmed for Jade Ive, but she has 1 attempt remaining. Sally Peake is clear at 4:20 and is very much in the box position now. Did you give me 60 hurdles? Women's 60 metres hurdles semi-finals coming up. Women's 60 metres semi-finals coming up. And we have 3 semi-finals this time. First 2 plus 2 fastest losers. Sally Peake looking as though she maybe has this pole vault. Maybe has this pole vault in the bag. Just 1 attempt remaining for Jade Ive, and she's on the runway now. Jade Ive has to go clear at this height. If she doesn't do this, she's already got the silver medal. If she doesn't do this, then it is assured that the victor will be Sally Peake. Jade Ive, she set a lifetime best at 4 metres 10. This is a 3rd and final attempt at 4 metres 20. Jade Ive from Sutton District has to clear this to stay in the pole vault competition. Well, good effort, but not this time. She set a personal best, so she'll go away happy with that, and happy as well to have taken the silver medal, but the winner, Sally Peake.
Yeah, really good effort from Jade Ive. It's always good to get a personal best at national championships, and she's done that by 4 centimetres. I think her previous PB was 4:06. So yeah, now it's all in Sally Peake's hand. She's the winner of the 4 metres 20, so it'll be interesting to see what she'll go up to now. She has a personal best of 4:42 indoors from a couple of years ago. Sally was 8th in the Commonwealth Games in 2014. So we're just watching to see what the height goes up to, and we'll let you know.
Keeping an eye on the track as well, because we have the semi-finals coming up of the women's 60 metres hurdles. 8 athletes in this opening heat. This is the women's 60 metres. Sally Peake has taken the bar up to 4 metres 30, so she's doing it incrementally.
Yeah, it's a shame it's not going for world record money like Izmbayeva used to do, take it up a centimetre at a time, but 4:30 will be a season's best for Sally, so she'll take her time. She'll have probably 3 or 4 minutes between each jump, probably allow this race to go first before she takes her first jump at this height.
Well, that was Abigail Bishel in lane 1, introduced to the crowd, the Sheffield athlete, 21 years old. Alongside her, Catherine Hardy of Gloucester. Then the Northern Indoor champion, Louise Bloor of Trafford, 30 years old now. Maybe the favourite in this opening 60 metres semi-final. Cleo Stevenson of City of Norwich in lane 4. Personal best 7:53 compared with Bloor's 7:35. Rebecca Campsell of the City of York in lane 5. In lane 6, Katie Wiper of Blackpool Wire and Fylde. Emma Wiltshire starting in lane 7, a former Midlands champion from Rugby and Northampton, Emma Wiltshire. And Claire Boomer completing the lineup, University of Leeds runner, 22 years old. She starts in lane 8. So first 2 plus 2 fastest losers to qualify for the final. Fastest on paper, Louise Bloor, Trafford Harrier in lane 3. Bloor doesn't get a good start and is headed by Claire Stevenson, but now she's accelerating away, and Bloor's going to win this one from Capsule. Bloor wins it. Time's not been given, but she wins it emphatically. Clear run from Louise Bloor. Didn't get a great start, but my goodness, her pickup was tremendous, and by 40 metres she looked as though she'd got this race won.
Yeah, right, John. She didn't have a very good start at all, but her pick-up in her dry phase into her running was fantastic. And as soon as she got 30 metres out from the start, she just blasted away. That was a really good run from Louise, really nice and controlled, and books her place into the final later on this afternoon.
Run from Rebecca Campsell in second place. Sheffield athlete who competes for the city of York.
Yeah, local athlete. She trains in Sheffield, so she has a home crowd behind her. We don't yet have a time for that race yet. I'm just waiting for them to be confirmed right now. But I imagine that did look a good race for Louise, so she came through really strong. So I imagine it'd be around about her personal best and a season best of 7:35. But we're just waiting for confirmation of that time.
Sally Peake has had a first failure with the bar at 4 metres and 30. Already assured of victory in the women's pole vault competition. Apologies for not bringing you a time. Stadium clock and the clock being delivered to our computer is non-functioning.
Well, the interesting thing is if there's a failure in the timing systems, obviously there's judges there who do hand timing. So that will have obviously an effect on who makes, if it's close going into the final for those two fastest qualifiers, whether they are judged on hand times or automatic times. So it'll be interesting to see whether it failed completely or not.
How does that work? Sometimes hand timing can come in quicker, can't it?
Yeah, sometimes the hand time can be quite a lot quicker. But these judges you go through a number of tests to be a timekeeper. So they would be there and thereabouts, probably a tenth or so quicker. But it'd be interesting to see what the situation is there.
Well, the second of these heats, the big name, is in lane 4. Dina Asher-Smith ran well in a heat earlier on, and no reason to suggest that she won't replicate that now. Yeah,
she's a class apart in this heat. She's actually in the race. She's probably one of the oldest ones in here, really. There's lots of 17 and 18-year-olds in her race, but yeah, she ran a fantastic semi-final, coasted through in 7:34. Was the leading time through to the semi-finals. She's in the middle lane. If she just executed the race as she did in the heat, then this will be an easy qualification to the final, and that's where she can really step on the gas.
20 years old, and she's got two 17-year-olds, an 18-year-old,
and a 19-year-old
against her.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So she's one of the oldest in the field. So yeah. But she is a class apart. You have to remember she is truly, truly world class. She's one of the best sprinters in the world, and she will prove that by just how she runs and how she executes her race.
Well, we've still got no time for you, I'm afraid, from that first semi-final. We'll bring you that as soon as we have it. Athletes, as you can see, are out there for the second of these heats now. Semi-finals, 8 athletes there. Final coming up later on this afternoon. The women's 60 metres final is due at 5 o'clock. Sally Peake, meanwhile, is on the runway with the bar at 4 metres 30, and I think I thought we were going to have that vault before the track, but in fact we're not. We're going to have this first, the second semi-final of the women's 60 metres. So let's take a look at the lineup. In lane 1, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier Kylie Rebillard, 27 years old, personal best of 7.6. Competes for Guernsey in Commonwealth competition. Thames Valley Harrier Brittany Robinson, one of the 17-year-olds. She's in lane 2, personal best at 7.8. Charlotte Patterson of Kingston upon Hull, 18 years old. She starts in lane 3. She's run 7.52. And there's Dina Asher-Smith, 20 years old, brilliant talent. 7.08 her personal best. UK record holder outdoors. And alongside her is Charlotte Orton of Ellenborough, 17 years old. Then comes Diani Walker, the Birchfield Harrier, Rachel Bell of Cleethorpes runs in lane 7, and completing the lineup in lane 8 from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, 20-year-old Stephanie Clitheroe. I should have said as well that Rachel Bell is another of those teenagers, just 19 years old.
And Sally Peake has just taken a second attempt at 4 metres 30 on a pole vault. Didn't get the height to go over the bar, so she's failed that attempt. So she'll be looking to clear that bar on the third attempt, so we'll be waiting for that one.
Well, let's see how quickly Dina Asher-Smith can go here. Stadium record stands at 7.09 to her big rival here this afternoon, Asher Phillip, who will be going in the third of the semi-finals. 7.08 from Dina Asher-Smith makes her the joint holder of the national record with Jeanette Kouachi. Well, there's a false start.
I think that was lane 8 there, John. That was Stephanie Clitheroe. I think she moved first before anybody else. When you have a full start, athletes generally know when they full started.
Oh, she knows it.
I think she does know. She knows.
You can see it was a clear one. And she's now holding her head, just waiting for confirmation of the inevitable, I'm afraid.
But she's going to try and look cool and pretend it's not her. That's what you do. She's got to wait officially for the red card to be given by the track judge.
I just feel massive sympathy for athletes in these circumstances.
But you practice all year for that, John. Yeah. That's the thing. It's no different than a foul in the jump, in the long jump or triple jump or anything.
Oh, she's not been disqualified.
Hang on, yes, hang on.
She's getting the yellow card.
Wow, she has a warning. Very,
well,
very
she's lucky, I tell you.
you.
Michael Rimmer gets slung out for being inside his line by a fraction, and Stephanie Clitheroe is allowed to continue.
Yeah, she lives to run another race.
A tad fortunate. So we continue. A reminder that the favourite here, Dina Asher-Smith, starts in lane 4. How close can she go to her own national record? And she gets a decent start, and Asher-Smith is starting to accelerate away and coming way clear. Look at the clock, and it was so close. 7.16 unofficially. I thought for a moment that the national record could have gone there. She didn't really dip at the line, but that was a really impressive piece of sprinting.
I didn't think that she would actually come out and run that fast in the semi-final. I thought she might have saved a little bit for the final, but if she's going to the World Indoors, she has to produce 3 races like this, one after each other. So she set herself a really good standard. She's now set standard for Asher Phillip in the next heat. Absolutely blasted to start, left nothing to chance, qualified with ease. Perfect, great race for Dina Asher-Smith there.
And she didn't dip, so I mean, if you take what she might have got out of a dip on that, that's a really sharp time.
Yeah, she potentially could have saved some hundreds of seconds off that, but you know, it was a really fast time to run by yourself with no pressure. Executed brilliantly.
Different
really
story when she gets to the final, though, maybe, because we've got Asher Phillip here now who'll be looking to respond.
Yeah, for sure. And if they're in, because they're both fast starters, if they're in lanes next to each other, then obviously it may be slightly more nerving. The adrenaline will be higher. But yes, it will be a really interesting final. Let's hope Asher Phillip has an equally great race and they're put together in the final.
We'll try and keep one eye on the pole vault because Sally Peake will have a third attempt in a moment or two.
I think actually Sally might have had her third attempt. It seems that they've closed up the pole vault, so I think we missed that.
Well, we've finished, have we?
I think so. It looks like it. I think Sally's now finished the race. The pole vault.
My computer has completely run out of gas.
Yes. We are guessing. Yes, I can see Danny Crates in the centre. He's already going over to speak to Sally. So she's now the national indoor pole vault champion for 2016 at 4 metres 20. Well done, Sally.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to her. So onwards we go. We've seen what Dina Asher-Smith produced. Subject to confirmation. In fact, it is now confirmed at 7.16. Charlotte Patterson, 7.49 in second place, was a personal best for her. Deani Walker and Stephanie Clitheroe who had that slightly dodgy start and got away with it. She came in 4th place
In a
and set a personal best.
I know, really good.
After all that.
Yeah, so obviously her nerves are shot, but she used that adrenaline really well, and that's quite remarkable when you nearly lost the race because you've nearly disqualified yourself from the start. So no, it's a really good race.
Asher
Also
Phillip.
must mention, Charlotte Orton in 5th, also a personal best in 7:70.
Yeah.
And Rachel Bell, 7:77 in 6th. Kylie Robiliard, 7th in 7:18, a season's best. And 8th was Brittany Robinson from Thames Valley Harriers in 7:81. So quite a close race from 4th down to 8th.
Dina Asher-Smith has kind of laid down a standard there with 7.16. And how well is the response going to come from lane 6 from Asher Phillip? She's run 7.16 this season and looked sharp with her contrasting style. Great starter, isn't she? Power athlete.
Because she doesn't look like that she could be so powerful. She's more like Alison Felix-like. Just very slight, but extremely powerful in ways that you can't imagine. So she knows how to put her feet down and get far and put the
this is
speed
the
down.
lineup. Lane 1, former Scottish champion from Edinburgh. This is Stacey Downey, 28 years old. She's run 7:78 this season. Izzy Bryant of Southampton alongside her, just 17 years old. 7.8 is her best. Rebecca Wilson from Sale Harriers starts in lane 3. Alongside her, Sophie York of Cheltenham and County, 7.6. She's the Midlands under-20 champion, just 17 years old. Nicola Gilbert in lane 5. She's been in good form this season, 7.37, her best of the year, Enfield and Harrier. And there's Asher Phillip in lane 6, 25 years old now, favourite to win this semi-final. Jatilla Reeville-Blake of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow in lane 7. And completing the lineup in lane 8 from Kingston upon Hull, it's Megan Holt. So Asher Phillip, former UK champion and a world and European sprint relay medalist. And here looking to take the UK indoor title that she won back in 2013. But first she's got to get through the semi-final, starting from lane 6. Oh, good start from Phillip, and now driving away from the field. She's put a couple of metres on them, being pursued by Nicola Gilbert. Phillip wins it in 7.22. Nicola Gilbert second. Now, make your own decision. You've seen Dina Asher-Smith win her semi-final. Now you've seen Asher Phillip. You'll know what you think. Here's what Kelly Southerton thinks.
Well, I thought Asher looked remarkable, ran all by, was great, but Phillip, I thought she executed the first 30 metres really well and actually coasted in. So she took her foot off the gas. So if she had kept her foot on the gas, would she have run around the same as Dina? Potentially, yes. So this final is going to be a bit electric, and that time's confirmed now of Asher Phillip as 7:22, and Nicola Gilbert in second with a second automatic place is 7:45. But yeah, Asher looked her class apart. She had it won with the first step out the blocks, John.
Could be an epic little final. Sophie York, personal best in third place, 7.6. 800 metre results will be confirmed shortly. We had that earlier on. Well, the big talking point there, Michael Rimmer disqualified. And I think that the 800 metres is going to be a lesser final because of his absence.
Yeah, it's a shame. I actually just spoke to him just a moment ago, actually, and he said he was going to appeal that decision, and if not, he was going to try and get a run in 1,500 metre heats. He feels quite hard done by. He says it wasn't clear, so, you know, but the decision still stands, unfortunately. So the final tomorrow is going to be a bit less exciting without him in it, sadly.
Well, we watched it in slow motion, and it was a marginal decision. It really was. Jamie Webb there taking victory in the second one, and Robert Needham going through as a fastest loser behind him. Third one won by the defending champion Guy Learmonth, Scotsman, and looking strong.
It would have been a cracking final with Guy Learmonth and
it's such a shame.
Mukhtar Mohammed. It would have been a great final.
Mukhtar, as ever, tough, hard to beat. He's going to be a factor. He's won it before a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he has, and that's the fastest qualifier came from that heat too. So yeah, the final is going to be a little bit less exciting. Well, it's going to be an exciting race. Let's not. The athletes in there deserve to be there.
Where do you stand on this? Because we had Martin Rooney in here earlier on, and his opinion was that we were being over pernickety by disqualifying him by fractions, when in fact you should be looking at the bigger picture, and the guy should be given a chance. You know, when you're talking about something where he's gained no sort of advantage.
Yeah.
Where would you stand on that?
I thought the rule was you had to have a clear stride outside of your lane on the line that gave you an advantage over everybody else. I mean, rules are rules, and I suppose they have to stick by them. But what advantage did Michael Rimmer get is what they have to decide, especially in the first 50 metres. Did he get an advantage where it gave him the win, gave him that advantage over everybody else? Yes. You can call it pernickety, but it's the rules, unfortunately, so you kind of have to apply them to everyone and not apply them to certain people.
Onwards, who knows, there may be an appeal, maybe it'll change, but appeals don't often change things.
Or he'll win the 1500 metres, who knows.
So we move on with the men's 60 metres semi-finals now, and this is where it all starts to get very serious. The European and world indoor champion Richard Kilty up against the man who has won this title on so many occasions, Dwayne Chambers, running here in the same semi-final. Chambers 5 times the UK indoor champion, 8 times the outdoor champion as well, now 37 years old, but Kilty looks good, doesn't he?
I think Kilty, this is actually maybe a little bit blessing in disguise for Chambers. I think Kilty can pull him along to run a little bit of a faster time than he did in the heat. I think Dwayne looked a bit tight in the heat when he ran his 68, but I definitely think there's a few more hundreds that you can have here. So I think that's a really good combination for those two to be in the middle of that race. So I expect Kilty will know that he will have to lay a decent time down to get the good lane to win the heat for the final. Richard
Kilty's best of the winter, 6.57, so he's got the World Championship qualifying standard, of course, but is he going to win here this weekend? He was behind Safo Antwi in his race up in Glasgow last weekend, and Sean Safo Antwi is up against a pretty loaded heat, a third semi-final coming up, so he's going to have it to do. But now we see what Richard Kilty is going to be able to produce here. His personal best is 6.49. National record is Dwayne Chambers' possession, 6.42 going back to 2009.
Well, how many races can we say that we've got 2 world champions in? There's not many, so we have a former and the current world 60-metre champion in this race. Pretty special.
Some talent here.
Yeah, there is.
Guernsey's Josh Alloway starts in lane 1, personal best this winter of 6.98, up alongside Kyle Carty of Sutton and District. He's run 6.81. 20-year-old Sheffield man, Elliot Hurley, Northern champion. He's in lane 3, 6.72. And there is Dwayne Chambers, still looking in great shape at the age of 37. Current European and world champion, there is Richard Kilty, 26 years old, 11 years Dwayne Chambers Jr. He starts in lane 5. Reshmiel Miller from Hercules Wimbledon, who's got a personal best of 6.77. He's in lane 6. Adi Adewale of Enfield and Haringey starting in lane 7. And completing the lineup in lane 8, Lee McLaughlin of Croydon, a best this winter of 6.87. So, Chambers and Kilty, current and former world champions, side by side. How fast can Kilty go? How close can Chambers get to him? Could he even hang on to him? We will see.
We will.
On to the blocks they go for the first of the semi-finals of the men's 60 metres. Chambers, who's been here so many times over the years, and Kilty, whether he likes it or not, very much an indoor specialist. Oh, and it's a poor start from Kilty, and did he just twitch there? I wonder. I wonder if that was Kilty.
I thought that might have been Kilty.
Let's watch again.
Yes.
Well,
it'll be interesting to see what the judges do, the officials do. That would that be judged a faulty start, or would that going to be judged a full start? I mean,
well, the judge
very
allowed
lenient.
Stephanie Clitheroe
Yeah.
to continue with something not dissimilar in the women's semi. Now then, what are they going to make of this? If Richard Kilty is disqualified here, talk about a final being denuded by absence, that would certainly be one. What's his body language tell you?
It looks like he, well, I think he probably knows.
Hands on hips.
Yeah, it's where he looks now. He's looking down, he's not looking at the officials. I think he kind of knows.
He's not exactly Mr. Happy, is he?
No. It would be extremely disappointing. He's gone.
He's disqualified.
He has disqualified.
Goodbye, Kilty, and he doesn't like it. He's protesting his innocence.
Wow, the world champion is out of the semi-finals of the UK Indoor Championships from.
Well, that potentially gives the selectors a major headache on Monday.
Yep, it will do.
The winner here, assuming they got the qualification standard, qualifies as of right. After that, that's when selectors earn their rankings.
Exactly. So we'll see what happens.
Well, well, well.
All plays into Dwayne's hands, definitely on this race.
Dwayne Chambers, the 5 times champion, starting in lane 4, thought he was going to have to try and hang on to Richard Kilty. Now he may be setting the pace. Chambers, not a great start, but now his pickup is good. Now he's driving to the line. Can the others stay with him? And the answer is no. Elliot Hurley pushing him close in second place, but Dwayne Chambers 6.68, and officially I think that's the same time he produced in the heat earlier on.
Yes, it
and
was.
Dwayne Chambers is through into the final as a semi-final winner.
Yeah, so he will get then one of the best lanes in the final. He didn't have the best start. Elliot Hurley in lane 3 had a really good start, pushed him all the way. But what we didn't see in the heat is that Dwayne commanded a race from 30 metres onwards. Much better running than in his final, in his heat, even though it was the same time. But it was a really good race by Dwayne, really well executed. It's just such a shame that Richard Kilty got disqualified.
Well, it was something that we were able to pick up with the naked eye pretty quickly, though. Richard didn't like it, and you can understand that because he will know the implications potentially.
But it's something that I don't think I've ever seen Richard Kilty ever do. He's usually a really good starter, a really fast starter. He's very disciplined, so he probably doesn't believe that he's done that himself. So the time has been confirmed for Dwayne Chambers of 6.68, equals his season's best. And Elliot Hurley was in second in 6.76. They're the automatic qualifiers, and Brechamil Miller from Wimbledon 6.76, a personal best. So he'll have to wait to see whether he's the fastest qualifier.
Same time as Hurley.
Yeah.
It may well be good enough for Miller, that one. They've got 2 fastest times,
Yeah.
but there are some loaded heats coming up, particularly the third semi-final.
I can imagine potentially four of the finalists are going to come from Heat 3.
Well, in Heat 3, you've got Sean Sappho Antwi, Harry Akins-Ariti, Theo Etienne, and the fast-starting Andy Robertson.
Yeah, so that you can come fourth in that and you're still making the final.
Well, there's Sally Peake taking the gold medal, and a terrific performance from her. 5 metres 20, the champion here. Silver going to Jade Ive with a personal best 4 metres and 10. And the bronze medal went to Anna Gordon, the Scottish athlete from Pitreavie.
Yeah, and that was also a PB for 4 metres for Anna Gordon.
Here was her winning vault at 4 metres 20. Very nice. She was a long way over as well, wasn't she?
She should have probably gone. She should have definitely cleared 30. But what's also good is when you're UK #1 and then you win, because then you're worthy of the red number that you're wearing, the red bib. So she'll be pleased with that. a win's a win, regardless of what the height is, so she'll be happy. Consolidates her season's best anyway and looks good for the summer.
Well, good performance, and so the attention turns back to the track. And James Dasaiolu runs in this heat, who I thought looked absolutely terrific in his semi-final, really good.
I think he'll need to keep the running going in this race. He won't be able to slow down as much as he did in the heat, and it'll be good for him to set down a really, really good time. Now one of his big rivals has gone, the pressure might be slightly off him, but regardless, he still needs to make this semi-final safe.
Well, here's the lineup. In lane 1, Aaron Crowley, Sale Harrier. Lane 2, Mark Hansen, who was a semi-finalist last year from Enfield and Haringey. Kyle de Escofet, talented youngster, 19 years old, from the Birchfield Club. He's in 3. David Lima, a tall Portuguese athlete, former Midlands champion. He goes in lane 4. Ruben Arthur of Enfield and Haringey, just 19 years old, diminutive figure in lane 5. And then the tall, long-striding James Dasaiolu of Croydon in lane 6. James Williams, Liverpool Harrier, alongside him in lane 7, and Elijah Skirvin of the Notts Athletics Club in lane 8. Now Dasaiolu, so much talent, hasn't he? European champion, he's a sub-10 second man outdoors, but he's fragile.
Yes, he's been known to not be able to have a really epic season where he can race in, week out, so he has to choose and pick his races carefully to keep his body in one piece.
At his best, he is very fast. 6:42 is the national record held by Dwayne Chambers, winner of the first semi-final, that contentious first semi-final that saw the disqualification of Richard Kilty, the world and European indoor champion. Now James Dasaiolu, personal best at 6.47. That is flying. Can he go near to that now to take his place in the final? Well, here he goes, and driving well and hitting the front, but going with him is De Escofet, but it's Dasaiolu once again easing down and winning in 6.58 ahead of Kyle de Escofet, the 19-year-old from Birchfield. But Dasaiolu has come here in terrific shape, easing down again, Kelly.
I know, he didn't have the best of starts, but when he gets in through the transition in the phase, as soon as he opens his stride up, he just takes yards out of people. Kyle Escofet was with him all the way up to 30 metres and actually produced a really good race to come finish second in that race. But yeah, James is class apart, and at times confirmed at 6:58. So that's equaling his season's best. So we know there's so much more there.
Now you tell me about De Escofet's start. He looks technically very good to me.
Yeah, he did look really good, and I think when you probably haven't got so much strength and power as someone like James Dasaiolu, you have to be technically proficient, and that's what you saw with Kyle. He executed his race to his best of ability, and that's rewarded him with a qualification into the final and a personal best of 6:64, and that's now confirmed.
Which is also, should it be necessary, I suspect it's going to be a question which is a moot point. I was going to say he's got the qualification standard, but 6:65. He'd already got that, hadn't he?
Yes.
But nevertheless, he's a talented young runner, and good to see him there into the final. And James Dasaiolu, man to beat?
At this stage, most definitely. It all depends. This heat, the next semi-final is going to be, it's just like a final. So it'll be interesting to see how the 4 protagonists actually deal with this. So anything can happen here. But yeah, for me, my money's on James. Let's hope he gets through this semi-final to the final in one piece, because I'd love him to unleash and get close to that personal best of his.
Now, the phrase which we use in the sort of the athletics game and in the commentary game is loaded semi-final. This, for me, look at that lineup there from lanes 3, 2 to 6. If that's not loaded, what is? Those are 4 athletes who merit, arguably, on paper certainly, a place in the final, and they're all in the same semi.
Most definitely, and they can all make the semi-final because it's the first 2 and the 2 fastest, and at the moment the fastest loser place is at 6:76 from heat 1. So, you know, if 2 of these go through automatically like they will do, the 2 fastest times have got to be faster than 6:76. So yeah, I can see all 4, lane 3, 4, 5 and 6 all making the final.
Sean Safoantu is a man in form, isn't he, in lane 4, won in Glasgow last week. and he's run 6:55, which is a personal best for him. Log in your mind if you're watching with us on YouTube and watching our coverage here, British Athletics TV, that Dasaiolu 6:58 and easing back, so you judge that against what's about to be delivered here. Theo Etienne, good young talent, just 19 years old in lane 3. Safo Antwi alongside him, the vastly experienced Harry Akins-Ariti, he goes in lane 5, and Andy Robertson, who looked good in his heat, didn't he? Great start.
Yeah,
he goes in 6.
Yeah, he could be the guy that people maybe underestimate. So they might not thinking about, oh, can he really run under 6.6? But I think he'll know he can. And from the way he started in the heat, he looked like he could. Now the pressure's on, so it'll be interesting to see which one of these guys can deal with the pressure most. We already know that Sean Safo Antwi can deal with the pressure with that fabulous win in Glasgow. And he's always been there and thereabouts over the last couple of years, so he's now the one to beat. He wears the red bib, he's the UK #1, and he's there to be charged at. And all these guys will be looking to get ahead of Sean Safo in lane 4.
Now, one or two people said to me last week, Sean Safo Antwi, where's he come from? But he's been around a while, hasn't he? And it's not a sudden progression. He's come through and he's served his time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been there and thereabouts, and each season he's progressed little by little, which is what you want to do. It's always nice to have a big jump, and this season so far is his jump into international sprinting at being one of the best in the world, and he's proved that, and he's done that.
Well, lane 1 is empty. Ben Shields not making it to the start line. So in lane 2, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier Gerald Matthew, just 18 years old, 6:88 his best. Does look a young lad as well, doesn't he? Theo Etienne alongside him. He's only 19, 6.6 he's run. And the personal best last week, won in Glasgow last week, Sean Safo Antwi, Enfield and Haringey Harrier. 6.55, maybe the best beard in sprinting as well. Harry Akins-Ariti in lane 5, big lad, strong man, 27 years old now, a European relay gold medalist a couple of years ago. Andy Robertson qualified, got that qualifying time at the London Games this winter. If he can get a great start again, he could be a factor. Kyron Williams of Enfield and Haringey, 23-year-old in lane 7. And completing the lineup, another youngster, that's Adam Thomas of Bracknell Athletics Club, starting in lane 8. So we have 3 qualifiers here already for that world standard. Etienne, Safo Antwi and Robertson. Is Akins-Ariti going to join them? Who's going to be the first to pass the post to take their place in the final? Safo Antwi, fastest man in the field, the bearded figure in lane 4. British #1 this winter. And he gets a decent start, Safo Antwi, alongside Etienne, who was really fast out of the blocks. Going to be close, Safo Antwi just getting home ahead of Etienne. Andy Robertson may have got 3rd, and the winning time, 6:63 unofficially. So marginally slower than Dasaiolu, and Safo Antwi didn't look as though he got a great start to me there, and he had to really drive to get the advantage.
Yeah, the one who didn't really do as well was Harry. He jumped straight up, he didn't go forward, and it's Theo Etienne who had the best start there, put the pressure on Sean Safo. Andy Robertson came through like a train, grabbed 3rd place I think from Etienne, and Harry was in 4th. So that's confirmed for Sean Safo, 6:63 as qualified, automatic qualified to the final.
So Safo Antwi confirming his excellent form this winter by reaching the final as a semi-final winner, but by 0.05 of a second slower than James Dasaiolu. Theo Etienne, great start for him, taking 2nd with 6:64, and the 3rd place will be Andy Robertson, 6:65, so he's in as the fastest loser.
Yep, and I think Harry was chasing down Andy Robertson, and I think he will get the second automatic qualifier. 7:76 he had to beat, and he's done it. 6:71. So your finalists are going to be from your two fastest losers are going to be from Heat 3, Andy Robertson and Harry Akins-Ariete, with Theo Etienne, Sean Sappho, automatic qualifiers. Adam Thomas was in 5th there, with a personal best from Bracknell in 6:79. Always good to get a personal best at a national championship, that's for sure. So a really good run for him. And in 6th place, Kyron Williams from Enfield, 6:96.
Next on the track, we have the women's 800 metre heats coming up for you. Event that you know a little bit about.
Yeah, I did a few of them in my time. I actually did race one against Kelly Holmes in their last race in Sheffield. Actually here, yeah, in 2005. Not an experience I'd like to do again. I'd rather much do it for
points. Gave her a kicking, of course.
Well, no, because it was her last race. She was she allowed everyone to beat her, but she forgot me, so I came 9th. I still ran a PB though, 2:7. I always remember. But she finished 8th, and she said, "Oh, I forgot about you." Oh, I didn't. I could have beaten Kelly Holmes. So that's wearing me down. So, but no, 800. It's there's only 3 heats here. It's a really the 800 indoors is a totally different race to an outdoors. Obviously, there's 4 laps. You have to judge it differently, pace it differently, and you have to really get out in front. And you'll see that with Lindsay Sharp will probably command the race it how she wants to, and Jenny Meadows is also a very good front runner indoors, and she'll set the pace early on because it's important to get the lead, because it's quite hard to overtake on these bends indoors because it's quite sharp and there's not lots of opportunity.
I read a really disturbing article in The Guardian this morning about Jenny Meadows and the depression that she had to cope with as a result of, as she felt, her medal achievements over the years, and also her possible financial rewards being so seriously affected by running against athletes who have subsequently been shown to have been tainted by drug abuse.
Yeah, it's sad, and she's one number of athletes who would have been affected by her, and she's been really good and vocal about it, and it's important that she is. It's, you know, it affects your livelihood. It doesn't.
Absolutely.
It's not just the medals. Athletes win a run to win medals, but also you get the added advantage that you can win money, and that helps you.
It costs her 13 grand a year lottery funding, which to some people might not sound like a lot of money, but when you've got no conspicuous means of income, 26,000 to 13,000. Having your lottery funding halved when you're beaten by people who are subsequently shown to be drugs cheats, it's significant. Yeah, and it's a shame that nothing can be done to get that money back in some way, shape or form. But the funding, Quango, UK Sport would say, well, that's gone now. What can we do about it? That money's been spent, and it's hard lines, unfortunately. But it isn't hard lines. It's not so hard lines when you're that athlete who suffered. So. Yeah, it's not a great story, is it? None of us like talking about it, but unfortunately it's a reality,
it is a reality.
Let's just hope it's confronted.
Yeah, and let's hope. Yeah, and I'm sure there can be probably a lot more stories about it in the forthcoming months. Onwards
we go with the women's 800 metres heats, and Lindsay Sharp is the conspicuous big name in this opening heat, running from lane 5. She's run close to 2 minutes this season. Personal best for her. If she could replicate that, it would beat Jenny Meadows' stadium record. She won't be doing it in this stage, one wouldn't think. Chloe Bradley is starting in lane 2. Caris McCauley from Warrington in 3. Samantha Colby of Durham in lane 4. And there is, just coming into your picture now, there's Lindsay Sharp, the European champion, in fantastic form, and that 2 minutes .3 was a Scottish record. Charlotte Caton Smith up against her in lane 6 from the Cornwall Athletics Club. Lindsay Sharp, hugely popular in Scotland, and indeed with all athletics followers, I should say. Edinburgh Athletics Club, and I suspect first one to qualify plus 3 fastest losers. She's head and shoulders above the rest. Surely she's going to take it out from the front and just take no danger, and she has indeed run a fast first bend, and it looks as though Lindsay Sharp is going to run this one from the front and do it all the way.
Yeah, she's 6 seconds faster than the nearest person in this race. So what she'll do is she'll just control the pace that she wants to do, not let anybody dictate to her, and run the race that she needs to make the final for tomorrow. So it will be a little bit slower than people would have seen her run in the past. And sometimes running slow is quite uncomfortable, and she'll probably find it quite difficult to hold back. One thing that she will do is she'll pull the other girls round probably to really good times, because Lindsay will run a decent time here. She'll probably run 2:05, 2:06, and that will help the other girls to season's best and personal best.
Daughter of a very good sprinter of years gone by, Cameron Sharp, Lindsay Sharp, and showing herself once more to be a superb 800 metres runner. From the front, lovely running style, hasn't she?
Yeah, it doesn't. She actually looks like a heptathlete. It's like she just looks comfortable, short arm drive, nice leg stride. She's just chipping along there, just taking the pace with her, just commanding a race, constantly looking over her shoulder, seeing where the other competitors are. It's quite easy for Lindsay. She's got 300 metres to go. She probably is not even feeling this. This is just like a jog in the park for Lindsay. She's in really, really good form, breaking the Scottish record earlier this year.
Charlotte Caton-Smith leading the pursuit. Behind her, Samantha Colby, but 1:38 at the bell, and Lindsay Sharp, well, pretty much home and hosed, isn't she? Just looking over her shoulder to see where the rest are, and the answer is that there are at least 10 metres adrift, so she's in the comfort zone here.
She is, much so. The real race is now with the other competitors now. They've got to try and get the time so they can be one of the 3 fastest losers for the final, because it's straight to a final from this. So yeah, here she comes round, the final bend into the home straight, really nice and easy.
Caris Macaulay leading the pursuit. There goes Lindsay Sharp across the line. Oh my goodness, that is close for second place. It's going to take a photograph to separate them. Good run though from Lindsay Sharp, winning time 2:09.43, and for a 2-minute flat runner, that is kind of running in the comfort zone for her. She's got the final coming up tomorrow, and that has not taken a huge amount out of her, has it?
No, she'll probably go and do a half an hour jog now as a warm down, but she just did what she had to do. It was so comfortable. She set out the same pace, set the pace, never derived from the pace, equal laps. A great win for the final for tomorrow.
2:09.44 the time given for Lindsay, which is pretty much an irrelevance, but it's important for the athletes following, because we've got 3 fastest loser times who are going to take their place in the final. And it might take a moment or two for this one to come through, because there was a photograph for second place and they'll be wanting to get that time exactly right. But as we watch this again, see just how easily she's going.
It was. And what's interesting, John, is that her split through at 400 was 65.2, but a second 400 coming home was 64.2, so her second her 400 was faster than her first 400, and that's a sign of an athlete who's got a lot of strength and who's in great shape. So yeah, in second place, Charlotte Caton-Smith from Cornwall in 2:10.38, and third, Caris Macaulay from Warrington in 2:10.40, so very close. And a personal best in 4 for Samantha Colby from Durham in 2:10.91.
And all they can do is just sit around and wait now and see what the fastest losers are going to do beyond that. Lindsay Sharp takes her place in the final. See if those other times are going to be good enough. Well, there's the lineup for the second of these women's semi-finals, effectively. Heat, if you prefer. First one to qualify. And well, this could be a more competitive race. Adele Tracy and Leah Barrow. Not a lot between them in terms of season's bests, as you can see there. 2:02.15 as against 2:03.82. Adele Tracy with the fastest time, but this is going to be interesting, because they're going to have to scrap it out. They won't want to take any chances.
Do they act sensibly in this race? Do they help each other? Because they would have seen what the 3 fastest losing times were. They have to run basically faster than 2:10. It'd be interesting to see if they actually race it out. They won't want to do that, because they don't want to actually exert any more energy than they have done. They will do. They want to be as fresh as they possibly can for tomorrow. The other 2 athletes, Philippa Millage and Isabel Ives, are a little bit 5, 6, 7 seconds off from Adele Tracy and Leah Barrow. But I have got a fact about Adele Tracy for you. Did you know that Adele Tracy was one of the flame holders,
I didn't
carriers
know
in the
that.
Olympic Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was chosen. So in 2012, she held one of the flames.
Oh, I
So
bet she loved
as-
that. What
in
a
the
lovely
opening
experience. What a
ceremony,
thing
yeah.
to be able to say you did.
But what's really good is her progression. So she's really come through in the last 12 months of being she's really stepped up her game in 800 metre running, and especially indoors. A personal best indoors this year of 2:2:15 is a massive step up, and obviously a world indoor qualifier too.
Well, let's see what she can deliver here. What a great thing to have said you've done.
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing which will stay with you for a lifetime,
It
won't
will
it?
do, it will do. I remember watching her because I was in the stadium at the opening ceremony, and I remember seeing her and I'm thinking, oh, she's an 800 metre runner, and obviously she would have been quite young. So, and it's really good to see someone like that, because she was chosen because she's one of the young athletes for the future. So it's really good to see her actually producing some really good times.
Well, there she is, starting in lane 5. You saw her briefly in picture there. There she is. There's young Adele Tracy, just 22 years old, from the Guildford and Godalming Club.
So Laura Morgie will have one more attempt. It will be a new personal best for her. Deborah Martin also attempting this for the second time. What would be another lifetime best?
Women's high jump is underway. Long way to go in that competition at the moment. Isabel Pooley, the favourite, has entered at 1:78, and there are 6 athletes clear at 1:78.
Yeah, Morgan Lake's also cleared 178 first time, and also Bethan Partridge is clear at 178.
So this is the lineup. Isabel Ives starting in lane 3 from Basildon, the Basildon Club, third in the under-20s, just 17 years old. Philippa Millage from Victoria Park, Glasgow, who was second in the Scottish Indoors, 35 years old now. And here's the athlete we've been talking about, Adele Tracy, 22 years old. She has got the indoor qualifying standard of 2 minutes 2.05, but this athlete hasn't. Leah Barrow, she'd be favoured to qualify as well, but she'll need to produce a decent time, needs to get faster than 2 minutes 10, which is a sort of level where the fastest losers were from those first semi-finals. So away they go, and how is it going to be dictated? Will Adele Tracy opt to take it out? And it looks as though she's going to. She's gone out fast, and down the back straight it's Tracy who leads, with right on her shoulder Leah Barrow, who's content now to tuck in, and behind her comes Philippa Millage, and in back place, fourth place, Isabel Ives. Tracy, nice running style.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how fast both of them, Barrow and Tracy, went out. They both wanted to command the race, so they really went out hard to get that lead, and Adele got that lead. So now she's in charge, she'll command, she'll pull Leah Barrow. The other two, Jade Ives and Millage, they'll just hang on for potentially getting the fastest loser spots, because they know that they can run faster than 2:10. They have to stick with this pace.
2:09.43 was the winning time of the first of these semi-finals. 2:10.38 was the quickest of those behind. So they come now towards the halfway point, and it is still Tracy who leads the way.
Yeah, this race is already 4 seconds quicker than Lindsay Sharp ran. Lindsay went through in 65.2, this was 61.7, so already 4 seconds. Adele set the pace hard. She knows that she has to run hard. She wants a place in the final, and knows that Leah Barrow has the ability to beat her. What's really good to see is Philippa Millage is hanging on the back of Leah Barrow.
Yeah, hanging on well, isn't she?
She is hanging on well, John, she is.
Those three have opened up a gap between themselves and Isabel Ives, who's just struggling a little bit, just 17 years old, and they go through and take the bell, and Tracy leads from Barrow. Then comes Millage, and it's going to be a close one maybe for second place, and Barrow is still putting Tracy under some pressure, and he's moving up into a challenging position as they come around towards the top bend for the last time.
Yeah, with 100 metres to go, Barrow was on Tracy's shoulder, and they're coming through now for the last 60 metres. Now this is going to be a sprint to the finish, with Millage being pulled along by Barrow and Tracy. Tracy's got to hold on really well, but Barrow's going to get that. Oh!
Well, I'll tell you what, it was a close one. That is a close one, Kelly.
But the important thing, it was won in 2:06.28, so, and Millage came through in third place. I think all three of them potentially, well, Tracy and Leah Barrow, they will make through to the final. But Millage has actually put herself in a really great position to get through to the final.
Well, brave run from the 35-year-old, and must have been very close to a personal best, 2:07.08. Adele Tracy just tying up in the closing stages. Looked as though she had it under control here, but she came under pressure around the bend from Leah Barrow, and suddenly she just started to tread water a little bit down the straight here.
Yeah, and then she wouldn't have wanted to have to do that in the heat to make the final for tomorrow, because she would have had to use a little bit of that more energy than she wanted to. But see, Leah Barrows put the foot on the pedal down the back straight with 150 to go, and it had to make Adele Tracy had to work really, really hard. And the times come through to confirm Adele Tracy won that heat
she's
in
been given it
2:06.28, and Leah Barrows second in
500ths of a second.
Yeah,
500ths of a second. That's a whisker.
It is a whisker, and it's even great to see third place Philippa Millage, 2:06.50, a great personal best, with Isabel Ives in fourth from Basildon in 2:11.97.
Personal best at 35, eh? Pretty good.
It's always possible, John. Anything's possible.
I have to believe that.
Yeah,
we
you
all
do
have
now.
to believe that.
We do.
You're joining me, getting to, not quite yet, but you'll get there.
I'm not quite there. I'll never be quite there, John. You'll always be above. You'll always be ahead of me. Remember that.
Well, yeah, there is that. Right. Here comes the third semi-final. Jenny Meadows. So much achievement over the years. World indoor and outdoor medalist, European indoor champion back in 2011. Now 34 years old and looking to replicate some of her best times. Has she still got it there? Could she be a champion again? Multiple UK champion, both indoors and out. Best time this winter of 2:01.61. She's got a personal best of 1:58.43. High jump continuing.
It's on third attempts at 1:78.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Pooley, Lake, Bethan Parchis, Emerson, Abby Ward, all clear at this height. Just on final attempts, Emily Borthwick on her final attempt at 1:78. Oh, unlucky. Emily Borthwick just failed her third attempt at 1:78. It would have been a big PB for Emily. She finishes down in 10th with 1:73.
Jenny Meadows has been at the top of the sport now for such a long time.
I know, I mean, she was around when I was around, and she's still going 4 years later. Yeah, she's 34 now. She's already alluded that this is going to be her last year or so. I don't, she's put a lot of dedication into her sport, and she deserves a lot from it too. But she'll take this race quite comfortably. I think she'll command it from the start for sure. She's 4 or 5 seconds faster than anybody here, and she's got the confidence just to take it out and do what she needs to do for the final.
Maybe an intriguing battle potentially in the final against Lindsay Sharp. Anyway, that's all to come. She's got to get through this first. Yeah. Let's not write the story before it's happened. Rachel Scott starting in lane 1, Preston Harrier. Lane 2 rather, alongside her Charlotte Green, and there's Catherine Marshall, a Kiwi, New Zealander. And now there's a familiar figure. She'll get a big ovation from this sellout crowd here in Sheffield. Jenny Meadows there, Wigan and District, now 34 years old. And completing the lineup, Vary Henry, Victoria Park, Glasgow, 19 years old. Vary, the second quickest on paper in this field. Jenny Meadows always tends to dictate things from the front. She was just run out of it in Glasgow last weekend, but maybe she'll be the stronger for that experience. And as ever, she is doing precisely that, leading from the front.
I don't think anybody expected anything less from Jenny. Yeah, she was disappointed with her race last week in Glasgow. She said that she felt a bit weird in the middle of her race. I spoke to her afterwards, and she felt that she had no control of herself. But I thought she ran relatively well considering that she felt that way. But yeah, as predictable, Jenny setting her out in a 28.98 first 200-metre lap. She'll set out and probably want to run a good time. I think she'll put some pace into this race.
Maybe putting a bit of a message to the others. We know what times that Adele Tracy and Lindsay Sharp went through the halfway point, and it looks as though Jenny Meadows is running a pretty sharp time here for a semi-final. She's controlling it from the front. In second place, right behind her, is Vary Hendry, the Scottish athlete. But Jenny Meadows comes through and takes the halfway point in 59.86.
Wow, that's a splendid first 400 metres. That's nearly 2 seconds quicker than the heat before, won by Adele Tracy, and 6 seconds quicker than Lindsay Sharp.
Well, let's see if she can maintain it. Will she want to maintain it? She's showing to herself, perhaps as much as her potential final opponents, that she is in the right sort of shape to perform really well here this weekend. Fair play to Vary Hendry, who's hanging on in there in second place and will be towed to a good time herself. And she takes the bell here, Meadows, in 1:31.
Yeah, in 1:31 now. She's put her foot on the gas a little bit more. She's using this as part of her preparation. She wants to go to the World Indoors. And if you're going to the World Indoors, you have to put fast races back to back. So that's what Jenny's doing.
Well, she'll be looking for something, one would think, in the area of 2:02, 2:03, if she can keep this form going as she comes around the top bend now for the last time. Maybe the pace just slowing a little. She's coming up towards the line now. Vary Hendry hanging on for second place. Up towards the line comes Jenny Meadows and winning in 2:04.63. Second place, Vary Hendry, and a gap between them and the rest. She looked pretty good to me.
She did look pretty good. She commanded the race. Probably dropped off the pace a little bit in the last 300 metres. So it's really good to see. It's really good for Vary Hendry. She held on really well to Jenny, pushed her all the way through, and has probably rewarded herself with a time in the final. I think in third place there was a New Zealand Catherine Marshall. Just waiting for confirmation of Jenny's time. It's now confirmed. Jenny Meadows, 2:04.62. And Vary Hendry in second from Victoria Park in 2:05.95. And probably think from my adjudication that might be a fast enough time to make the final tomorrow. In third place, Catherine Marshall from New Zealand and Rugby Northampton, 2:08.98 in a season's best. Fourth, Charlotte Green in 2:10 flat, and that's a personal best by Charlotte by 0.38. And in fifth place, Rachel Scott from Preston, 2:14.3, is down as a personal best.
Yeah, because they're setting up the hurdles. So I think you and Andy are swapping the hurdles.
So in the high jump at the moment, Isabel Pooley and Morgan Lake are both clear at 183. Bethan Partridge has just fouled her first attempt. And just Emerson now, Neve Emerson is now about to take her first attempt at 183.
First time appearances so far. What can she do at her fourth height? She's currently in the share of third. This for a share of lead.
Neve Emerson going to clear. First attempt at 183. Not to be. She'll have two more attempts and the opportunity to clear that height.
Oliver Clark will conclude the first round. The 19-year-old in this men's long jump final, first attempt. With height, we got the red flag. So down round 4, 7 metres and 94, currently leads the way. Chris Thomas, 7 metres and 52.
If it's 60 hurdles final next, I've not got a sheet.
And it's another 16-year-old looking for a share of the lead in the high jump. Abby Ward of Wakefield, the England under-20 champion this winter.
High jump, the bar comes down at 183. Abby Ward, Wakefield Harrier, just 16 years old. 16 years old, competing in a national championship.
She's got some nerves to do that.
Andy Turner joining me in the commentary box, reason being that we've got the men's 60 metres hurdles final coming up before too long. Athletes not out there yet, but that promises to be a really, really competitive final. Here with the bar still at 183, Bethan Partridge, Birchfield Harrier. That's a second failure at that height.
Next in the long jump, Dan Bramble, round number 2, the event leader.
The long jump is also underway. Dan Bramble leading the way with that 7 metres 94. That was with his opening attempt. Let's see what Dan can do here. Can he crack the 8 metre mark? Here he goes. Oh, that's good if he gets the white flag. He has got the white flag. 7.94 first time round.
Yeah.
Maybe in that sort of area once more. Neve Emerson from Amber Valley, another 16-year-old at 183.
Dan Bramble's 786.
That's another good leap. 794 his opener, 786 his second.
Consistent.
Not desperately happy to be beaten by Marcus Wren last week, I don't think.
Not a touchy situation, I think, there.
Marcus
I'm
Wren,
not sure I would be neither.
the brilliant Paralympian champion. Charismatic German athlete, and for those who aren't aware, of course, very much the talking point is over the legality of whether or not he gains an unfair advantage through leaping with a prosthetic, a blade rather, but the fact of the matter is that he is a stunning athlete.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no other Paralympians jumping 8 metres, so obviously he's got to be a terrific athlete to be able to do that. But I don't know, I mean, how much can a prosthetic help you? I don't know. I mean, it's something that Oscar Pistorius back in the day, had to go through rigorous tests to work out, and I think the same thing's going to have to go with Marcus to see if he's allowed to compete in Rio.
Just to be no doubt a conversation to be continued.
We'll be on the field for about another 8 or 9 minutes because no one cracked the wire yet. No,
this is an anxious moment for her. Third and final attempt. Currently sharing a bronze medal position. This can go to an outright.
Well, now we move on to a final attempt at 183 for the athlete currently sharing third place. This is Bethan Partridge, Birchfield Harrier. 183. 184 is her best set this year. No, didn't really get too close to that. So she goes out. 2 athletes clear at 183. Isabel Pooley and young Morgan Lake.
Chris Tomlinson, round 2 in the men's long jump. Chasing the lead of Dan Bramble, 794.
Chris Tomlinson on the runway. My old roomie. Fresh haircut.
No, he doesn't like that one.
No, doesn't seem too far in for him this season just yet. 752 I think he opened up with.
34 now, isn't he, Chris?
Yeah, he's just he's a year younger than me, so 34, yeah.
At which point I'm supposed to say, surely you're not as old as that, are you, Andy?
I am, and I feel older sometimes.
Neve Emerson goes clear at 183. And that puts her into third place on her own. Third time of asking, and over she goes.
One jump left at this time. 209 for Harry Ward, England under 20 indoor champion.
4 centimetres short of her personal best, and the bar will now be raised to that mark, 187. Before then, though, Abby Ward will have a final attempt to go clear, and here she is. 16-year-old Wakefield Harrier. She has managed 189 this season.
So Yorkshire on one runway and Yorkshire on the other. Let's get behind this one.
7:26 for Chris. Obviously he's not going to be pleased with that one bit.
No. Former UK record holder. And now then a final attempt in the high jump for Abby Ward. She's got to go clear here, otherwise she's out. She's done it! 183, and the 16-year-old moves on.
7 metres and 50 for Gardner, just 1 centimetre behind his opening jump. He stays in third.
So 4 athletes clear at 183. Isabel Pooley, Morgan Lake, Neve Emerson and Abby Ward. Bar now will be raised to 187. And meanwhile, this is Craig Jones in the long jump. Got a personal best of 7:27. And if he gets a white flag, that could be, he has got a white flag, that could be an improvement on that. Liverpool Harrier. It's in that sort of area. Well, here goes Isabel Pooley. 187. 193 is her best indoors. She's done 197 outdoors, and she's in form. Well, she can't believe she did that.
Yeah, she doesn't look happy with that at all.
I think she thought that was just going to be a little hop over, no problem.
Yeah, I think she thought she was going to clear that easily.
She has one of the most demonstrative of coaches in Fuzz, Fires Ahmed, who I'm sure is watching on somewhere.
Yep, he is certainly a character.
He is a character. He's also, I think, probably a sort of bloke who Oscar Wilde would have been writing about when he was talking about pictures in the attic. He's 50 next birthday, and you couldn't believe it looking at him.
No, he does look good for his age, I give him that.
Scott Hall, 7:21. Craig Jones's attempt was measured at. 7:27 remains his personal best. And that's Scott Hall of Gateshead, who has a best this winter, personal best of 7:35. A reminder that leading the way in the long jump is Dan Bramble, the favourite, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, with 7:94, which for him was a personal best. Back in the high jump, Morgan Lake. Outstanding heptathlete, of course. Just 18 years old. Huge talent.
Oh, massive talent. Bags of talent. It's going to be an exciting year for heptathlon this year over in Rio. 3 fantastic athletes.
Katrina Johnson-Thompson and Jess Ennis, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't wish for a better threesome, really. It's going to be a great year.
What's Katrina Johnson-Thompson's state of fitness? Is she okay? Is she healthy?
I haven't heard, to be honest. You know, hopefully she's definitely a medal contender when fully fit. So let's just hope she's going to be in one piece, because her and Jess, you know, they could both be on the rostrum, and Morgan can put in a fantastic attempt as well.
She's probably watching, listening somewhere, and saying, "Yeah, of course I'm fit. Of course I'm fit. What are you on about?"
Yeah, maybe she'll tweet us and tell us. Kat, if you're listening, drop us a message.
Neve Emerson to equal her personal best at 187. The youngster from Amber Valley. Not on this occasion, but she's got 2 more attempts remaining. Athletes are out on the track now for the men's 60 metres hurdles final. That's next live action. In the long jump, Scott Hall managed 7:45, which is a PB for him, personal best, and moves him up into 4th place. James Lelliott got a red flag, so he remains without a legitimate mark. Jordan Charters 7:06, he's back in 6th place.
A couple more jumpers before we conclude round number 2.
Here's Peter Muirhead of Sheffield. 7:35 this season, just 22 years old.
After this jump, we'll go back to the track.
Got the 60 metres hurdles final coming up for you after this. High jump as well. Abby Ward at 1:87. 16-year-old, she's attained this height in the past. 1:89's her best. This is her first attempt, having gone clear at the 3rd time of asking at 1:83. No, not this time. She'll get another chance. Nobody clear at 1:87 yet. Isabel Pooley next to go. But we move now to the track, because this is the final of the 60 metres hurdles, and one I know that Andy is thoroughly looking forward to.
I am looking forward to it. I think Andy Pozzi definitely is going to be the favourite. I think the heat, I think he will have just blown up the cobwebs. He won't have fully trusted his body because he's had a few weeks of running on grass. He wouldn't have known, how his feet was going to react to the injury. I think now, he's got rid of those worries, those doubts, and I think he's just going to unleash in the final and just give it everything. And I think, I think it could be something quite special.
David Amaregi of Cardiff, he'll be in the shake-up. Lawrence Clark, of course, as well in lane 6. Those are the big 3. David King, he hurdled well in reaching this stage. Valdo Schuks of Hungary, second in his semi-final as well. But if you were putting a book on it, what would it be? Pozzi maybe slight favourite ahead of Clark, I don't know. Clark's a big occasion performer.
He is a big occasion performer. It's definitely, in my eyes, between those two. I think it's going to be close. I'm going to go Pozzi just on this time, Lawrence second, and I'm going to go for Amaregi third. But I think it's definitely between Lawrence and Pozzi, and I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it time. I'm going to go for 7:58 for Pozzi and 62 for Lawrence.
So your 7:55 stadium record will stand. Isabel Pooley.
I wasn't giving him that.
Isabel Pooley has just gone in the high jump, and here it was, bar at 1:87, and over she goes. Tall girl, Isabel. Told she's got a kid sister who's even taller.
Is that right?
Yeah, by a couple of inches.
That's some genetics in that family then.
Her dad's about 6'5", I think, or 6'6" or something. There's some big people there.
Wow. Parents had a few more. They could have had a basketball team.
Well, there they are, final preparations. Morgan Lake next to go in the high jump at 1:87. This would be her second attempt. The young heptathlete. There she is, just 18 years old. Can she also go clear at this new height? No. Well, one more remaining, under a bit of pressure now. So now the formal introductions will be made for the men's 60 metres hurdles final, and this could be a cracking race. Over in the far side in lane 1 is the Nigerian Alex Al-Amin, 26 years old. He's got a personal best of 7.85, world record incidentally. Colin Jackson 7.3. What a run that was back in 1994. Pretty sure I was there when he did it. Jake Porter, 22 years old in lane 2, 7.89. David King alongside him. City of Plymouth, 7.66. Needs an improvement to get the standard. David Amaregi has also not got that qualification standard for the World Championships yet. 7.65 they're gunning for. Andrew Pozzi has got that. 4th at the World Indoors in 2014. He's got that standard. 7.61 is best this season, but he's had those injury problems that Andy's told you about. Lawrence Clark was 4th in the Olympics back in 2012. Now 25 years old, Lawrence Clark. And in lane 7, Valdo Schuks of Hungary, just 20 years old. Tall, bearded figure. And a more powerfully built Kai Riley Laborde. He's in lane 8, Southern Area champion last summer, 7.74 his best indoors. So, who's it to be? Great rivals, Andrew Pozzi and Lawrence Clark side by side in lanes 5 and 6. Or can Cardiff's David Omoregui get into the shake-up? Maybe he goes from lane 4. This could be tight and could be a dramatic final. The final of the men's 60 metres hurdles. Omoregui not well out of his blocks, and a terrific start from Lawrence Clark, and Clark's got the advantage at the moment, but Pozzi's coming back, and on the line 7.58 the winning time, and it was absolutely as Andy Turner predicted, and it was Andrew Pozzi who wins it, subject to confirmation, in 7.58. Lawrence Clark got out well, but Pozzi hurdling so fluently, and that was quality. Watch again.
Absolutely fantastic. Pozzi flew out of the blocks. They all did. Fantastic start. He's hurdling so sweetly. He's coming away from the field. Great dip finish. 7.58. As I called it, I'm chuffed to bits, and I'm going to buy a lottery ticket tonight.
Yeah, buy those lottery tickets. Lawrence Clark in second place. And I think it was David Omoregui who gets up, and 7.61 is given as the time. So not quite as fast as the clock instantly gave it, but a season's best for him. Lawrence Clark second in 7.65. They've both got the qualification standard, and surely will both be heading off to Oregon and the World Indoor Championships. And in third place, it was David Omoregui. We're still waiting for the time there. I think he got there anyway. It must have been close. 7.71. Omoregui gets third place, but good hurdling, and good to see him back and competing well, and nice to see him happily doing the lap of honour.
Absolutely, that's the main thing. Just going to see how he reacts tomorrow. Hopefully his body, holds together, and hopefully he can get some good training leading up to the World Champs now.
Niamh Emerson, second attempt at 187 in the high jump. Only Isabel Pooley has gone clear at this height so far. This would equal her personal best. Oh, it was close. She knew that was close. You done high jumping in your illustrious past? Have you had a go at that?
No, I was rubbish at it. I did it once or twice, but no, I was pretty rubbish.
Very candid assessment of your ability.
Honestly, I was useless. That's why I did hurdles and stuck to running on the track.
You enjoyed that final, didn't you? It was an excellent final. We're going to be watching Abby Ward shortly with her second attempt in the high jump. But that was a really good quality hurdling final. There he is being interviewed by Danny Crates. You maybe make it out in the background as we watch this final once more. Crowd giving him a sporting round of applause. Just thought Clark maybe got out of the blocks the quicker, but he picked up beautifully, didn't he, Pozzi?
He did. For a man who hasn't hurdled for 5 weeks, I'm really, really impressed by that. He got a pretty good start. Lawrence got a fantastic start as well. But he managed to pull away, at hurdle 3. And for somebody who hasn't hurdled for a long time, that's just massively impressive. So it only bodes well leading into Portland now, as long as he can stay in one piece.
Yeah, he was the UK champion in 2012, 2014 as well. He was joint champion then, wasn't he? But he's back again, and that's gonna be psychologically such a boost.
Absolutely. Confidence breeds confidence, and a win here is only going to just take him on to things now. Hopefully he can get a couple more races in between now and Portland, just to sharpen things up. You know, and if he does well in those, and who knows if he can go better than he went in the last 2 World Champs.
Well, I'm going to be asking you a question in a moment or two. Who's your money on for this final? You picked it right in the 60 hurdles final with Andrew Pozzi coming home, but this is going to be one of the showdowns of the women's events today, if not the showdown, possibly one of the showdowns of the entire weekend, because Dina Asher-Smith and Asher Phillip have moved to this stage just imperiously. Both semi-final winners, only a matter of fractions between them. I think 6/100ths of a second between Dina Asher-Smith and Asher Phillip. Asher Phillip may be the kind of the sprint specialist at the 60 metres. Dina Asher-Smith with the running style, which maybe makes her more suited to the longer event, the 200 metre, but they're just going so well, the pair of them.
Absolutely, the pair of them are running fantastically. I think you're right. I think Asher is she's a notoriously good starter, and I think that's what the race is going to rely on. Oh, Morgan just cleared the high jump.
High jump, yep. We've got a second athlete clear at 187, and at the third time of asking, lovely to see that Morgan Lake has managed to get over there, the young heptathlete, the 18-year-old, joining Isabel Pooley, and the bar will be raised to 1 metre 90 next. Still final attempts to come for Neve Emerson and Abby Ward, but 2 athletes are clear there. There is Morgan Lake. It's a replay.
Yeah, it's a replay.
And this was a replay of her leap just a moment or two ago, with the bar at 187, and such a natural talent.
Gold medalist and indoor British champion, 7.61 seconds from Stratford.
Women's 60 metres finalists just being introduced. And Andrew Pozzi being presented with his gold medal presentation ceremony. There was Morgan Lake going clear. As Andy told us, one of those huge hopes that one of those carrying the huge hopes that we have in the heptathlon in Rio. It could be terrific for Britain.
Absolutely. Like I say, you got Katrina, you got Jess, 2 medal favourites, and Morgan just got potential, bags of potential. So who knows what she can pull out on such a big stage.
She's only 18.
Yeah, exactly.
She's still already a terrific performer. Where's she going to be when she's 22?
I mean, who knows? I mean, it's just hope.
Stay healthy. That's the main thing.
Stay healthy. That's the main thing.
Dina's semi is about to replay it in.
Well, let's take a look at how they got to the final stage of this women's 60 metres. First of all, this is Dina Asher-Smith in the first of the semi-finals, laying down the standard. No. Try again. We'll get there. Apologies about that. Well, this is Asher Phillip, who started in lane 6 there. This was after 6.16 had been posted by Dina Asher-Smith, and Asher Phillip coming home and winning it in a marginally slower time, but both very impressive.
Absolutely. I think it's all going to rely on the start. Asher is so explosive out the blocks. You know, if she gaps Dina, not gap her, if she gets a marginal head start on her, you know, will Dina crumble under the pressure? Will she come through? I think it's literally going to rely on these first 10-15 metres, but it's going to be one of the races of the weekend, if not the race of the weekend, I think.
Well, Neve Emerson and Abby Ward have both failed at 187, so they go out and will share third place. And so it's down to either Isabel Pooley or Morgan Lake. The bar in the women's high jump will be raised to 1 metre 90. On count back, Pooley leads at the moment because she went over 187 at the second attempt, as opposed to Lake's third attempt at that height. The bar now moves up, and the men's long jump competition also continuing, and Dan Bramble still leading with his personal best 7.94. And now this is the women's 60 metres lineup. There in lane 1, Deanne Walker, Birchfield Harrier, a best of 7.49, 25 years old, and alongside her young Sophie York, Cheltenham and County Harrier, 17 years old, 7.6 she's run, personal best this winter. And there's Asher Phillip, so much experience, former UK champion, and a world and European sprint relay medalist as well, Nicola Gilbert. She starts in lane 4. And here is Dina Asher-Smith. Blackheath and Bromley. 100 metres record holder outdoors, and the joint UK indoor 60 metres record holder at 7.08. Louise Bloor, who ran really well. She starts in lane 6, ran really well in her semi-final, 7.35 her best time. Charlotte Patterson, Kingston and Hull, just 18 years old, in lane 7, and Rebecca Campsell, City of York, lane 8. So the women's 60 metres, Andy Turner, who's going to win it?
I'm going to go for Dina, and I'm going to go for around 7:10 or just under, but I think Asher Phillips is going to be very close to that same time.
This could be a terrific showdown. Asher Phillip in lane 3, the athlete with the electric start. Dina Asher-Smith starts in lane 5. Can any of the rest get into the shake-up, or is it just going to be a duel between the big two? Good start from Asher Phillip as expected, and she heads it. Now back comes Dina Asher-Smith. It's going to be close. Asher Phillip gets there on the line and wins it in 7.1 unofficially. And if that's confirmed, only 1/100th of a second outside her personal best. She got a brilliant start, and that was the difference between the two. And she was able to drive for the line, keep her form going. And Dina Asher-Smith, who didn't get out of the blocks particularly well, just was unable to respond.
Asher absolutely flew out of the blocks. Her form is fantastic. Dina's closing her down, but runs out of track. 7:10, I called it. Absolutely awesome race, the pair of them.
You called the time.
I did call the time, but yeah, 1 out of 2 is not too bad.
7.10, season's best for Asher Phillip. Dina Asher-Smith, maybe she'll just be a wee bit disappointed with her start. She was closing, but 7.15 in the end. She has to settle for second, with Louise Bloor coming through for third in 7.36.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think Dina's going to be too tough with her start. She's got work to do there. She knows that. But she ran 7.15 without the best start. You know, this just shows what potential this girl has got, especially over 100 metres. You know, she's gone sub 11. She's such a talented athlete. It's going to be such an exciting summer as well.
And they'll be heading off to the United States.
Absolutely, the pair of them. It's a good duo to be representing us.
Good race. And Asher Phillip, who maybe was just perhaps the outsider if you'd been forming a book on that and what you'd seen. Dina Asher-Smith had looked superb in reaching that stage, but Asher showing that she'd perhaps got just that little bit left, and when it came to the big moments, she was able to just push on by that fraction, which was decisive.
Absolutely. I think Asher's more renowned to be as an indoor runner. You know, maybe we did underestimate her a little bit, but you know, she showed us that she's definitely one to watch. There's more in the tank as well. I think by the time you get to Portland, you know, if she can challenge the 7-second barrier or close to it, you know, there's a medal to be won there.
Nicola Gilbert, Enfield, 7.43 for fourth. Charlotte Patterson, Kingston Pole Hull, 7.51 fifth. Rebecca Campsell takes sixth in 7.54 for City of York. Sophie York, personal best, 7.6 back in 7th place. And Deanna Walker, 7.64. She takes 8th. Meanwhile, back in the high jump, this is Morgan Lake. First attempt at 190 and over.
Fantastic job.
Personal best's only 194, and she's showing she's in great shape.
Absolutely. Gave the bar a tiny little wobble. It doesn't matter, the bar stayed on, she got over it. Well done.
Isabel Pooley's had a failure at that height. 193 is what Isabel Pooley has achieved this season. Personal best for her, and that's the British record mark jointly. Morgan Lake's cleared that as well. As I was saying, British record height, that's not true, is it? Katarina Johnson-Thompson's done 197.
Yeah,
take some lines, Mr. Rawling, that's not correct.
yeah, you got it wrong there. Yeah.
Men's 60 metres final coming up. Here's Isabel Pooley. This is a second attempt at 1 metre 90. Trying to rev up a bit of support from the crowd. Interesting how some high jumpers like that more than others. Here goes Isabel at 190 and goes clear just. She made it wobble, but we've got two athletes going on and another terrific duel unfolding.
Absolutely. Two girls over 190. Both gave the bar a little wobble. Next height is going to be absolutely crucial.
Men's 60 metres athletes are out there on the track before too long. And there's the lineup. Talking point, no Richard Kilty. Disqualified. False starting to his anger in the semi-final. Chagrin.
Yeah. It's disappointing not to see Richard Kilty in this final. It's a fantastic lineup. I know he would have just made the lineup all that much better. But you know, I don't know. Maybe there's a bit of inconsistency with the starts, as we've seen in other events when an athlete has twitched. I don't know. Did Richard Kilty go for the gun? I'm not too sure. But you know, he moved and he got disqualified. So, but he's not in this final. So my money's going to be on, I think, James Desalu for this one.
Here's a bit of news for you. Digest this one. Daphne Schippers has just won the Dutch title in 7.03.
7.03. Well, that's going to be an interesting world
We've
indoors.
just seen our winner here winning 7.1.
7.10, yeah. I mean, it's going to be. Daphne Schippers she's in such form at the moment. The girl's absolutely unbelievable.
It's her first serious winter training to be just a sprinter, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, look what she did last year. The time she ran, the medal she won. It's just crazy where she's come from a heptathlete to doing what she's doing, and arguably the #1 sprinter in the world at the moment. It's just what she's done is bonkers. But our girls, as we've just seen, they're not far behind. So you stick Asher, especially Asher Phillips. She put her in a final. And Dina's proved last year with her World Champs final. Once the girls are in that final, anything can happen. It's who handles the nerves best. So obviously they've got to get there first, but.
I was talking to some of the agent guys up in Glasgow last week, talking about Daphne, and they're saying if she wins the gold medal in Rio, she's found the keys to an absolute fortune.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, if she can do that, what a fantastic couple of years she'll have had. The medals she's won would be outrageous. But who's to argue that she can't do it? At the minute, she's the one to beat.
She certainly looks that way. Competition going on here, and in the high jump the bar is being raised to 1 metre 93, and here's Isabel Pooley's opening attempt. This would equal her indoor personal best. Crowd's with her now. Focus of attention. Here she goes. First attempt at 193. And didn't get terribly close to that one. Morgan Lake will have her opportunity now, and on count back, because Lake cleared 190 at first attempt, it means that she's in the gold medal position.
Yeah.
They're going to get Morgan Lake away for the race.
Morgan Lake will have her opportunity. Here she is, before the men's 60 metres final. I thought James Dasaiolu looked like the man to beat in those semis.
I think so. I think he just looked fantastic. The way he came through. Things with James, when he gets in his running, he lifts his knees, and when he does that, you know he's in fantastic shape. And that's what I saw when he first ran, when he broke 10 seconds. The way he ran, the form he ran, and I noticed that again during his in the heat right at the start and the semi-final. For me, he's in fantastic shape, and I think he's about to do something special.
We know Sean Sappho-Amtu is in good nick as well. He's going to push him. Dwayne Chambers going for a 6th indoor title. But here's Morgan Lake, 193 in the high jump. No. So that continues. The focal point now switches to the 60 metres track. And here are the athletes. Always a real frisson of excitement for the title of who's the fastest man in the building.
Well, Sean Sappho is actually unbeaten all year. That's going to play into his hands at the moment. You know, he's going to be a confident athlete. He has been running fantastic. So, you know, Can he win the championship here? I don't know. Somebody like Desailly, you know, he's won it before. He's got the experience of winning here. It's going to be close, but we'll see.
Harry Akins-Ariti in lane 1, international now for 10 years or so. Andy Robertson in lane 2. Terrific starter. Here's Sean Safo Antwi, who ranks as the British #1 this winter, 6.55 seconds. He ran that last week in Glasgow. We know he's in great shape. Next to him, emerging young talent from Birchfield. He's made the World Championship qualifying standard. Terrific starter, Kyle de Estefé, just 19 years old. The other end of the scale, 37 years old. Dwayne Chambers won his semi-final after Richard Kilty was disqualified. Holds a national record at 6.42, former world champion. And James Dassaiolo here, who looks superb. 6.47, his best ever time. Here's a man who's got a blistering start, Theo Etienne. He can really fly out of the blocks. The young athlete from Hercules Wimbledon, and completing the lineup, a youngster from Sheffield. Plenty of local support. Elliot Hurley, 20 years old, big occasion for him as well, as it is for the other teenagers, Theo Etienne and Kyle de Estefé. Dwayne Chambers, the veteran in lane 5. Sean Safo Antwi, British #1 so far this winter in lane 3. Big James Dassaiolo, a sub-10 second man. He starts in lane 6. He's clocked 6.47 in the past. Is he going to be up near his best? Maybe, to produce something very special here this afternoon. The 60 metres final, here we go. Dassaiolo was slowly away. Good start from Safo Antwi, and also Robertson alongside him. And Robertson's up there alongside Dassaiolo, who was closing by the stride. Astonishing run from Andy Robertson. 6.52 is the time given, and it's going to take a photograph. What a race, and what a performance. Safo Antwi was in the shake-up as well. Terrific blistering finish from James Dassaiolo, who gets a poor start. And look at the way that Robertson came out of the blocks.
Andy Robertson's a notoriously fast starter, but he hasn't been showing that kind of form all year. So to do that is absolutely fantastic. Sean came with him, he got a good start as well. Maybe tied up a little bit towards the end, but Dassaiolo was coming through. I think he just took silver maybe, I'm not too sure.
Dassaiolo's won it.
6.53, fantastic time, with a terrible start as well. Shows you he's very much in and around personal best shape.
6.53, only 0.06 of a second down on his best ever, but Andy Robertson in second place. 6.54 has absolutely annihilated his PB. 6.61 prior to this, and he's second, and he's beaten Sean Safo Antwi, who's 6.57. That's only 0.02 of a second outside his best time.
What a race. Just imagine the selectors' headaches Monday morning for that one, for the spots in the 60 metres. You've got Kilty in the mix.
193, Isabel Pooley. Down comes the bar. That was her second attempt. But when you look at those times, James Dassaiolo, Andy Robertson, Sean Safo Antwi, they're the guys who are going to go over there, surely. Kim Collins has run 6.51, but 6.53, they are right in the mix.
But don't they only take the top two with the 2 times? I think it's 2 spots, isn't it? So have they not booked their spots on the team?
Well, that's a difficult one, isn't it? You know, I mean, do you choose the man, Sean Safo Antwi, who's been winning everything, or do you go for the guy who's just produced his best ever performance?
Or do you go for your world and European champion, indoor champion with Kilty? It's just, the selectors have such a headache. I am so glad I'm sitting here and not going to be in that room on Monday morning.
Well, that's why Richard Kilty was so hacked off to be disqualified, because now he is in a vulnerable position. And what do? Morgan Lake. Discussion to be continued. Morgan Lake at 193.
Oh, that looks a better attempt as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you were sitting in that room, I'm afraid you're a retired athlete now, Andy. I've got to put your neck on the block. If you were in that room on Monday, right, you've got Dassaiolo who's going to go. He's won.
Yeah.
You've then got either Andy Robertson, 6.54, Sean Safo-Antwi, who's been winning everything, or the defending champion, Richard Kilty.
See, this is why I quite like the American version. The first 2 past the post with the qualifying time, that's it, you're gone. You're on the team, no questions asked. If it is the first past the post and the second spot is discretionary, then that's where we got the issues. For me, I just love the fact that Andy Robertson just ran a personal best, season's best in the final, and for me that deserves a spot on the team.
Well, he'd won the thing until the last couple of metres, hadn't he?
Exactly.
It's only because Desaiolu's sort of eating up the ground with that massive
if
stride.
If it was a 58-metre race, Robertson would be the champion. But yeah, I just like the fact that you know, if you pull out your best on in the final, then I think you deserve a spot on the team.
High jump then. Isabel Pooley is in the silver medal position at the moment because she took 2 attempts to go clear at 190. This is her 3rd and final attempt to equal her lifetime best indoors at 1.93 m. Here she goes. No. So Morgan Lake has beaten her. Morgan Lake is the champion. Isabel Pooley takes the applause of the crowd. Now what can Morgan Lake do?
Fantastic attempt. She's done really, really well to win that. She's still got a 3rd attempt.
James Desaiolu being interviewed by Danny Crates at the moment, and happy at his position as being the indoor champion. I think Danny would have a more testing interview if he was talking to Richard Kilty.
Absolutely. Yeah, I say the selectors have a massive headache, but I love the fact that James is back. You know, he's got again another one with massive potential, but injury hit all the time. He's clearly back to his best or close to it. So he's got a little bit of time now again for Portland. So hopefully he can.
Once upon a time, Andy, there used to be the wild card, didn't they? You know, if you were the defending champion, you'd go anyway.
Yeah.
That was a given.
And we were talking about the outdoors as well. If you're the champion, the world champion, you also get a wild card through to the next World Championships. But it doesn't happen for the indoors, which is a shame. Otherwise, Richard Kilty would be going, and that'd give their selectors a bit less of a headache. But that's not the case.
Well, if he doesn't get selected, he keeps going on about how he doesn't like to be branded as an indoor specialist. You can concentrate on the
There
summer.
you go then. Let's just go for the outdoors.
Positive in every situation.
I'm sure right now he's not thinking like that.
Here goes with Morgan Lake then. Final attempt at 193. She's already won it. This to equal her PB. Brilliant young heptathlete here in the high jump. Oh, goodness me, that was near.
That looked close, didn't it? Blimey. Really, really good attempt, 193. It's a shame she didn't quite get that. It's there though, I think it's in the tank.
Yep, good performance this afternoon and showing that she's in really good shape and she can put that in the record book. Nobody can take it away. She's the UK indoor champion.
That's it, and again, there's another one looking good for the pentathlon for Portland.
3,000 metres final, next on the track. And Tom Farrell is the man here, no Mo Farah. Tom Farrell on times was the British #1 at 5,000 metres last year, wasn't he? I seem to recall.
I will take your word for that.
I think he was. I think he ran a time something like 13.6 or thereabouts, which was the 6th fastest on the all-time British list, and it kind of slipped under the radar, didn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've retired, but I try and follow athletics as much as possible. I didn't even know about that, to be honest. So
I'm not a total anorak stato. I did read it somewhere.
Right. I need to read a little bit more on my
Don't look at
running.
me and think what a sad man. But there he is. That is a very good athlete. Tom Farrell, he's qualified already for the World Indoors, and he got into the finals of the Worlds, the Europeans and the Commonwealth. In the long jump, Dan Bramble leading the way with 7.94. Is there an improvement? He's got a white flag. He's got a white flag, and well, the angle there is a bit deceptive, and I think that is short of the 8-metre point. 7.94 in his first round was a PB, personal best.
He's gone 8 metres outdoors though.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he's gone 8 metres outdoors.
Yeah. And he was there's James Desaiolu enjoying the acclaim and posing for the photographers.
7:82 for Dan Bramble. Consistent.
Yeah, he's 7:94, 7:86, 7:83, 7:82. That's a good run. Second place at the moment is Chris Tomlinson with 7:52. Well, there is Tom Farrell, 7th in the Commonwealth Games, 12th in the European Championships. Wave goodbye to Andy Turner, and Martin Rooney is going to be moving back into the hot seat to impart his 3,000 metre knowledge for all and sundry.
I know everything about endurance athletes.
You know everything about running.
No, 3K is a bit far for me, but I know who Tom Farrell is, and he's a fantastic athlete, and I know he's been training out. And
I was just saying to Andy that Tom is somebody who's maybe, he's a very good runner, but because of the brilliance of Mo Farah, he's maybe not quite had the projection and the spotlight that his talents deserve.
He's still a very young athlete as well, and he's finished college in the States, and he's been out in Oregon with Mark Rowland's group, and I think he's destined for great things. You know, we're very lucky that we've got a depth of endurance runners, Mo leading the way, but I think Tom's the next big thing for us.
Well, you could call it, if you like, the Mo Farah effect, because everybody's they're seeing what he's achieving and they're kind of having to respond.
Yeah, he definitely has raised the bar slightly, he's training at the same place and he's doing all the right things. He's not with the same coach, but he's making great progress. I think he ran really well in Glasgow, and hopefully he can go to the World Champs.
Well, I better go through the lineup. Frank Baddick, Newham Essex Beadle, Philip Sessamon of Blackheath and Bromley, Richard Weir, Derby Athletics Club, Nick Gulab, the Belgrave Harrier, Rowan Axe of Cardiff, Tom Farrell, and alongside him, there you see him, Jacob Allen, Rugby and Northampton, just 21 years old. First time he's run a 3K indoors, according to the records I've been given. David Proctor for Rochdale, and Lee Emanuel, well known hereabouts, Sheffield athlete, Sam Stabler, and Chris Tomlinson standing just behind. He's not going to be running in this 3,000 metres.
I'd love to see it though.
So away they go. 3,000 metres, the World Championship qualifying standard, 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Farrell's best time this year, 7:42.47. So he's already achieved that standard. Been a good athlete, as Martin telling you, for some time. Competes for Border Harriers. And the early leader is Gulab, Belgrave Harrier, 26 years old. And Farrell tucked in with the red name tag indicating that he is the British #1. And he is on the shoulder now of Gulab. Lee Emanuel, the Sheffield man, is back in about 6th place at this stage. Farrell got to the finals of the Worlds, Europeans and the Commonwealth Games. Best position was in the Commonwealths in Glasgow when he finished back in 7th place. But at 24 years old, he could still be an improving athlete. And now Lee Emanuel takes it up. Lee Emanuel, who's also run in the past inside the qualifying standard, so he'll be wanting this to be a decent pace.
He's a solid runner with a solid 1,500 metre pedigree as well, so if it comes to a kick finish, I'm sure he'll be pretty tasty.
Got the European silver last year at 3,000 metres, Lee Emanuel. Set a personal best of 7:44.48. Is he going to be able to get somewhere close to this? And a change of lead once more as Sam Stabler of Owls Leicester, who leads them away now. Sam Stabler, who won the Welsh indoor 1,500 metres this winter. And all the time, Farrell running economically, staying in contact with each change of leadership, and it's Farrell who's on the shoulder now of the leader in the blue, red and white vest. Lee Emanuel just ranging up on the shoulder of Jacob Allen, sharing 3rd and 4th. Behind them comes Nick Gulab. Farrell running economically, not doing any of the leading himself at this stage, content to run off the pace, but the onus particularly for Lee Emanuel, is for this to be sharp.
Yeah, Lee's chasing the standard. I hope they pick it up at some stage, but like you said, it's been very economical. Tom Farrell looks fantastic, he's running really well. It'll be very interesting to see how it develops over the next K.
Long way to go, still till 10 laps remaining. Still it's Stabler. Leicester Cross Country Championship this year. Farrell in second place. Then comes Jacob Allen from Rugby and Northampton. And Lee Emanuel takes fourth place, a little gap behind him. And in fifth place it's Richard Weir. Weir, twice the Northern Indoor champion. Long jump is continuing, as you see in the caption there. Daniel Gardner in the Sheffield vest, who's currently in third place with 7 metres 51, waiting to see if he's got any improvement on that. Lee Emanuel, meanwhile, his Sheffield teammate, moves up into third place. Gardner 7.67. It is an improvement, and that puts him ahead of Chris Tomlinson. That puts him into the silver medal position. Chris next to go. How can he respond?
Chris is an athlete of great experience, and I'm sure he's been in the situation before. I noticed that he's cut his hair. Have you noticed this?
Yes,
I didn't recognise him at first.
Yeah, he almost looks like a sort of a city slicker nowadays, doesn't he?
Long Tom, the city slicker.
There comes a point, as you'll remember sometimes, where things like long hair go out of the window because you're sort of raging against the dying of the light. Anyway, here goes now into the lead Tom Farrell, tracked by Lee Emanuel, and then behind him comes Stabler, Allen behind that. Farrell, for the first time, picking it up in front, and Lee Emanuel, as he has to do, is shadowing that pace and is looking comfortable.
Yeah, he's made a smart move there. Farrell's obviously noticed that the pace might have dropped a little bit, and he's a young guy, but he's an experienced runner. When you come through the collegiate system in the States, you're used to running indoors, and he seems to know what he's doing. They definitely look like they've picked up the pace now.
Well, he looks in really good shape. But Lee Emanuel will get inspired by the support of this Sheffield crowd, and they're starting to raise the noise levels now because they realise their man is now putting a little bit of a gap between himself and the athlete in third place. That's Sam Stabler, the Leicester man, who's just looking as though he's struggling with this pace, and there has been a slight injection of pace put into this by Tom Farrell, and Lee Emanuel's going with it. Meanwhile, that's Bramble in the long jump. Really good succession of attempts from him, and he gets the white flag, does he?
Red flag.
No, the red flag's been given this time. So just one round remaining in the long jump, and Dan Bramble leading with 7.94. Ahead now of Dan Gardner, second place, 7.67, and Chris Tomlinson had a fifth round, 7.21. He's in third place with his first round attempt of 7.52. Sam Stabler, well, it's a valiant effort. He's hanging on to the lead too.
800 metres to go. They really look like they've injected, 600 metres to go. They've injected some pace, and it's going to be very interesting the last couple of laps. I think these two boys they've raced each other enough, and it's great
going to be a battle, this, isn't it?
A proper race. Yeah, it's good to see.
A battle race. The race is on for the title. The time they're looking for is 7.50. That might be asking too much. I think the battle really is for who's going to win it. And look at this, Stabler is digging in and he's back in contention. He's narrowed the gap on Lee Emanuel, and they come up now with, this time, 2 laps to go.
Lee Emanuel looks very comfortable there. I think Tom obviously is taking it out and trying to take it by the scruff of the neck, but here we go.
Lee Emanuel, here he goes, hits the front. Can Farrell respond? Emanuel, who loves the indoor arena, and here on his home track effectively, He comes up towards the line and this time takes the bell.
Can he drop a 24?
He's got to run a 24-second last 200. That ain't going to happen,
That's
surely.
very tough. We see it a lot with the Kenyans and Ethiopian athletes and Mo Farah, but maybe it might be a step too far for Lee. He's doing a fantastic job though.
Well, Lee Emanuel is going to win this title because that burst has carried him away from Tom Farrell. Lee Emanuel celebrates for the crowd, enjoying the home support massively and winning in 7:55.61. Tom Farrell takes second, Sam Stabler in third, and the rest well back behind them. He paced it and timed it, got the tactics spot on.
It was a fantastic finish to the race. Last 600 was really picked up, and it was I think they paid for, like, it was never going to get the standard at an early pace, but I think it was still great to see a Valiant at like last 400, 600 metres.
Well, here's the closing stages again, and watch when he puts the injection in, he kicks for home, and it is decisive when it comes. Meanwhile, the long jump continuing on our field camera there, and incidentally you can watch the field action live elsewhere on YouTube with British Athletics TV. Now Farrell carrying them round, Emanuel tucked in. Stabler ran really well to stay right in contention. Season's best for Lee Emanuel, and there's where he strikes.
Oh, it was a great move. It was an aggressive move, but it was the right place to do it. He really broke Tom there. I think Tom, once you put a good 2 meters on Tom, it was very hard for him to hang on to it, but it's that's championship running, and it's well, on your home track when you've got the home crowd supporting you, you can do special things.
3,000 metres, it's kind of the middle ground, isn't it? And the 1,500 metre man beats the 5,000 man.
That's it, yeah. I've been really impressed that Tom has come down to the shorter distances, but this is Lee's home. This is his distance. He's shown his dominance today. I think in a truer run race where the guys are taken out earlier, I would have put my money on Tom, but Lee Emanuel on the slower paces.
And you could see by the reaction how much it meant to him. He enjoyed the support of the crowd.
Yeah.
And he was a happy guy, you know. Okay, he's not got the qualification standard, but let's be honest about it. Lee Emanuel, good athlete, but he's never going to go to Oregon and medal in the World Championships, is he? Or you'd think it highly unlikely. And give credit where it's due. He's won this, and it means a lot to him.
Yeah, he's obviously won something that means a lot to him. I think the World Champs, the way the guys are running, they're coming home, and they would be able to go 23, 24 seconds in the last 200 meters.
Yeah, that's the difference.
And that's the difference. I think that's what Mo Farah's improved upon.
Silver medalist with a height of 1 meter and 90 from Aldershot Farnham and District, Isabel Pooley.
Isabel Pooley taking the silver medal in the high jump. Joint third place.
Gold medalist of indoor.
And the gold medalist.
1 meter and 90 from Winterstown, Eaton.
What a fantastic young talent, 18 years old, the heptathlete Morgan Lake. Joint third place for Abby Ward and Neve Emerson, 183. Morgan Lake, a fabulous all-round talent, and add that, as we've said earlier, to Jess Ennis and Katarina Johnson-Thompson especially.
It's a lot of pressure on the young girl's shoulders, but she seems to be handling it very well, and she's a lovely girl. She's a very smart and quiet and calm girl, and she's a nice girl to have on the team. You know, she seems, when she comes to championships or a meet, she's always trying to learn something new, and it's
that's her winning jump. 1 meter 90.
Yeah, it was a solid jump. She obviously knows she can jump higher than that, but it was enough to win the championships today, and fair play to her.
Isabel Pooley clear at the same height, but because that was her second attempt and Morgan Lake's first attempt, the rules of the sport means that on this occasion, Isabel having to settle for silver.
Isabel's had a fantastic season. She jumped really well in Glasgow, so you've got to give it to Morgan today. She came to the championships and brought a strong performance.
Long jump continuing. There's Scott Hall, currently in fourth place with 7:45. Well, he hit the board pretty well.
He looks happy.
Looking across to his coach to get some instant reaction, and his reaction would tell us that maybe it's not quite far enough.
I don't know. I kind of looked like he was surprised with himself. Maybe it was decent. We'll see.
Well, Chris Tomlinson's in third with 7:52, so that's what he's got to improve on. And he'll be looking at that scoreboard, as indeed we are.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
7:29, no improvement for him. So Chris Tomlinson next to go, and we've got a couple of heats now of the men's 1500.
On the track, it's the heats of the men's 1500 metres.
12 athletes battling it out, first three plus three fastest losers making their way into tomorrow's final. James Brewer, a good athlete in this race, Cheltenham man, has run 3:38. We'll keep an eye on the long jump as well, of course, for you. 7:46 final attempt for Gardner, so he remains in the silver medal position. Chris Tomlinson is next to go in the long jump, and Tomlinson needing to go beyond 7:67 to get into second place, and he's the next to go. There he is.
Come on, Long Tom. Getting the crowd clapping.
Now what can Chris do here?
I'd love to see him come out and jump a 780 or something, just to dust off the cobwebs and come back as strong.
Old mate of yours, I know, extrovert character. Can he still produce it? Well, it's out up near where he needs to be, but he doesn't look particularly ecstatic with it, does he?
He doesn't know.
He gets the white flag, and I don't think it's enough.
No, I think if he... I'd love to see the old Long Tom when he's jumping out the pit and giving it the thumbs up, whatever, but not today.
Well, in the 1500 metres, Jack Williams of Reading is the early leader. 22 years old. 7:21 for Chris Tomlinson, so, well, it's not been his afternoon, having to settle for third place with 7 metres and 52. The silver medal will go to Dan Gardner, and the final attempt now for the champion, Dan Bramble. He's now on the runway. Here he is. Dan Bramble, 7 metres 94, was a personal best for him. Well, that looks decent if he gets the white flag. He has got the white flag. He's already the champion. Maybe not quite at 7:94, which was his opening attempt. It's close to that 8-metre line, as you can see, but the angle of the camera a little deceptive, and he may just be short of what he'd earlier achieved in the competition. And he is indeed 7:88 by 6 centimetres, but Dan, nevertheless, is the British champion for this year with 7 metres 94.
He's had a very solid series there, 86, 83, 82, 88. It's a solid day for him, and to get a 790 out was early doors. It's a good marker, and hopefully he can put himself in a position to be selected for World Champs.
Dale Clutterbuck, Newham Essex Beadle, just being nudged out of the lead. Long way to go. It's Michael Willsmore of Bristol and West now who carries it on, 30-year-old, who's got an indoor best of 3:48. World Championship qualifying standard 3:39.5, but that's something to look for in the final. This is all about qualifying, and it's Willsmore and Clutterbuck side by side, and behind them in third place comes the Gateshead man Lewis Moses. And those are the first three who will automatically take their place in the final. Fastest losers, of course, also important here. James Brewer struggling to stay in contention, but Clutterbuck, the tall figure in the yellow vest of Newham and Essex Beadles, he leads the way. In second place, Lewis Moses. Then behind him, Here comes Brewer, who's moved through and come past Willsmore, and Brewer has made it. Clutterbuck wins it. Brewer comes through in third place. Clutterbuck winning that in a time of 3:54.96. Charlie Grice due to be running in the second of these 1500 metres semi-finals, and also Michael Rimmer.
Yeah, he's
might have a bit of a point to prove.
I was really disappointed to hear they didn't reinstate him back into the final. I thought, having watched the footage myself, I don't see how they could disqualify him, but the rules are the rules, and he's come back to make a point in the 1500 metres.
What's the point? What's the closing stages again here? Dale Clutterbuck winning it in 3:54.97 ahead of Lewis Moses, and James Brewer, who left it a little bit late, managed to nudge his way through into third place and take the third automatic qualifying slot.
Yeah, he looked like he did enough just to make sure he qualified. It was a sensible run from all the three who qualified. I think Willsmore pushed it early, trying to put himself in a decent position coming into the final lap, and he's done well there, fourth place. We'll see if it's enough to get through to the final.
Yeah, Michael Willsmore, Archie Davis and John Ashcroft finishing 4th, 5th and 6th. Season's best for John Ashcroft. In theory, they could get in as fastest losers, but you would suspect that everybody will take note of that from the first heat, and they'll go out and run this second semi-final a little bit more sharply and try and take the doubt out of the equation.
Yeah, you'd normally assume that the guys in the second heat would have paid attention to the first heat. And I'm sure someone will have a plan, but their plans can be easily modified. And,
although, sorry, just interrupt for a moment. That was the presentation for the 3,000 metres just taking place there with Lee Emanuel, and there's confirmation, 3:57.61. Something for the Sheffield crowd to cheer.
Yeah, of course, it's great when you're home.
My city.
A local athlete does well, and it'll be all over the local press for the next couple of days, I'm sure.
It will. The Sheffield Star. Well, here's the second, and you see Charlie Grice there. Good 1500 metre man, and has been for a while now, 22 years old.
World finalist last year in Beijing, so he's got some great pedigree outdoors. And
he's the reigning champion. So we'll be looking to leave nothing to chance here. And Michael Rimmer, the 800 metre man, he's going to be a man on a mission, isn't he?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if he takes it out or if he sits and kicks. He's obviously got the 800 metre speed that some of these guys might not have, but like you said, he's got a point to prove. And he didn't look very happy when I saw him jogging around earlier, so I hope he comes out and gets through to the final for tomorrow.
Or maybe take out the first 800 in 1:46.
Well, now you said it, we didn't think he'd do it in the heats. You might as well have a go in the semi-final. I knew the other guys in the 800 wanted him to be back in the final because they thought he'd take it out and it would be a true run race again. So other guys like Mukhtar, who were looking for a standard, would have liked to have tagged onto the back of him.
There's some terrific action here today. Really good women's high jump, good women's 60 metres. James Dasaiolu winning that men's 60 metres as well by a whisker. There's some good competition, isn't there?
It was a great race. I managed to get down to the finish line for that, and Andy Robertson really surprised all of them.
I asked Andy earlier on, if you were a selector, what would you do? Richard Kilty disqualified in the semi-finals. What do you do? Do you take him?
I wouldn't have DQ'd him in the first place. I think they were giving yellow cards to other people, so I didn't understand why I didn't give him a yellow card. They've made it tough on themselves.
They have. Men's 1500 metres second heat. Robbie Fitzgibbon, Brighton Phoenix, James McCarthy, Chiltern, Stuart King of Heanor, Charlie Grice, Brighton Phoenix, Steve Mitchell, Bristol and West, Michael Rimmer, Liverpool, John Bird of Ipswich, James McMurray, St Albans, Andrew Wright, Willowfield, Jack Hallis, Birchfield Harrier, Daniel Cheeseman, City of York, and Tom Marshall, Cardiff Athletics Club. First three to qualify. And the early leader, well, we can already see that Michael Rimmer is not what we slightly said in a slightly facetious manner about going out and running a first 800 in 1:46. He ain't doing that. He's tucked in towards the back of the field. clearly feeling that he's got plenty of running in his legs though, and wanting to prove it.
Rimmer was always, as a youngster, was always a sprinter. He was a 4.8 kind of runner, and as he's developed, he's become more of the 8.15 guy. So I'm sure he's put the mileage in, and he can get away with doing 2 races in the same day.
Early leader Andy Wright from the Willowfield Club, just 20 years old. And behind him, Tom Marshall. Tom Marshall representing Cardiff. Both of them, well, their best times this year. Wright 3:49, Marshall 3:48.
You've got to say, it looks like they've stretched it out a bit more than the first heat, so I'm sure they're going for that 3:55.
19-year-old Robbie Fitzgibbon taking closer order, and Charlie Grice as well. Fitzgibbon moving up onto the shoulder of the leader and taking it up. Steve Mitchell trying to go with them, moving through into 3rd place, the bearded figure, Steve Mitchell from the Bristol and West Club. And it's Fitzgibbon from Wright. Then comes Mitchell moving through into 2nd place. Fitzgibbon still leading the way down the back straight from Mitchell. Then comes Marshall. Charlie Grice moving up into 4th place.
Rimmer looks like he's taking closer order, taking closer. He's looking at it more.
Mitchell is tracking Rimmer. Oh, sorry, Rimmer rather is tracking Grice. And Rimmer's moved all the way up now into 5th place. Fitzgibbon still carries it from the front. He's doing a lot of work. Mitchell in 2nd, Grice 3rd, Rimmer moving up now into 4th. First 3 automatically qualify for the final. Rimmer going very easily, looking so he's hardly breathing in 4th place.
Runner, isn't he? This definitely looks like it's going to be a quicker pace than 3:55, so I think we'll be seeing the qualifiers from this race.
James McMurray it is in the yellow vest, who's moved up into 5th place, being tagged along maybe to a good time. The youngster from St Albans, just 21 years old. New leader, Charlie Grice takes it up. Grice, reigning champion and a world finalist last year. Then comes Fitzgibbon. And at the moment, Rimmer is back in 5th place as they go through and take the bell. Has he left something in the tank just to ease his way into those first 3 places? Fitzgibbon leads. Grice leads rather. Fitzgibbon 2nd. And then comes Mitchell. Here comes Rimmer up to 4th.
He's making himself run a lot further though. He's gone wide.
He's having to really dig in, gritting his teeth, but coming right the way round into 2nd place. Grice wins it. 2nd place Rimmer. 3rd place Steve Mitchell. And the rest will have to wait and see, but I suspect that the fastest losers are indeed going to come from that 2nd semi-final. Charlie Grice 3:48.67, controlled it, and Rimmer, they left it till late and he had to clench his teeth, came round the long way but came through fast to finish in 2nd place and into the final.
Yeah, the 800 metre boy, he's shown some real strength today. 2 races and he's come back with a decent finish in that. I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
He's obviously in very good nick.
Yeah, like he's not, this is his first time actually, today was his first time racing in Sheffield. So to get DQ'd in the 800, he wanted to come back, he'd probably come back with fonder memories than a DQ. So he's done the right thing, he's come back and he's put his energies in the right way and qualified for the final of 1500 metres.
Well, he goes on and there will be the 1500 metres final tomorrow. And you watch there as he goes round the final lap. He's back in 5th place at this point. Grice cracking on in front, and now Rimmer has to do his work. This is where he has to move, and move he does. Here comes the pace injection, moving up now towards 4th place, but he's having to come really wide. Goes past the St Albans athlete, McMurray, and now coming wide past Mitchell. Grice has got it won. Rimmer 2nd, Mitchell 3rd. Those are the 3 automatic qualifiers. James McMurray in 4th will get through, as will Robbie Fitzgibbon in 5th, as will Daniel Cheeseman in 6th place. All the fastest losers coming from that 2nd heat.
Dan Bramble.
Dan Bramble the long jump champion, 7 metres and 94. It was his opening jump that did it.
That's it, same as Tosin when he won the men's triple jump. He got it done straight away. But Dan obviously had a great series. He went out and got 5 solid jumps out. I'm sure that's a great training day for him. And he'll be looking forward to the next couple of weeks, and whether he's going to the World Champs or not. But definitely looking forward to the outdoor season, if not.
Silver medal position for Dan Gardner. And Chris Tomlinson back in 3rd place. There's confirmation. And as we've said before, you can't really do much more in these championships than come and produce your best. 4 of them did it, including the winner Dan Bramble with that 7.94.
That's it, raising your game at the championships is what's important in athletics.
So the action goes on.
If you could pan down to the 400 metre start, please.
And we will next have the 400 metres because we have the women's 400 metre semi-finals.
So they're the ones that have been scrapped. It's going to these now.
Oh, I beg your pardon, we don't do that. Women's semi-final, we go straight into the final for tomorrow for that, so it's going to be the men's semi-finals now.
Just looking at the average age of these athletes in the first semi-final, the oldest guy is 26, but most guys are low 20s or late teens, which is promising as a 400, one of the older statesmen in the 400 to see these young guys coming through.
Very glad to see that Luke Lennon-Ford, who was initially disqualified after a bit of argy-bargy in his heat, has been reinstated.
Yeah, it's good. Some common sense was shown. He was baffled. I spoke to him briefly, and he wasn't very happy about the situation. He felt that he'd been cut up, and the guy in the outside lane had cut him up and forced him into the next guy. So it was some common sense has come through, and it's good to see we've got the opportunity to run in the semi-final.
Well, this first one, you would suspect that Nigel Levine is going to pan out to be the man to beat in the second of the 400 metre semi-finals. How do you read this first one? Rory Evans ran well as a qualifier, didn't he?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, he beat David Hall in the heats, and I think the two of them are going to have another solid race. It's going to be interesting to see who comes back and recovers better. David Hall, obviously being a multi-eventer, is used to doing multiple events in a day. So you I think he looked quite relaxed this morning. I'd probably say him today, actually.
Alex Boyce, the Scotsman, he'll be running in lane 4. And the athletes now out there making their final preparations. Rory Evans, the Stockport Harrier, will be on the outside, lane where they like to start. David Hall, the heptathlete, inside them. They had a battle earlier on. Could be close between the pair of them once more. Alex Boyce, representing Liverpool, will start in lane 4. Inside him, Chichester's Ollie Smith. Chris McAllister, the Thames Valley Harrier, and Cameron Chalmers, representing Guernsey, just 18 years old.
Cameron's gone from lane 6 to lane 1. It's going to be interesting to see how he adapts from the heats to the semi-final.
Her Majesty's Press in action in the background there. See them preparing their reports for tomorrow's newspapers and various journals and online publications. Danny Crates making his way up the steps. Paralympic gold medalist from, now let me get this right, he's gonna have a go at me if I get this right. Was it Sydney or Athens? Sydney, wasn't it?
I'm thinking
or was
Athens.
it Athens?
I think Athens.
Athens, we'll say Athens.
I've
it's
definitely
more
got
recent.
an image of him in Athens.
2004, 800 metre runner. I'm a top bloke.
He's doing a great job on the infield interviewing the winners, and he seems to know what he's doing. He's a popular man within the scene, and I had the privilege of racing him once a long time ago, and he's always been a friendly guy.
Part of our team bringing commentary on Channel 4 for the Paralympics from Rio later in the year.
Okay.
Myself, Rob Walker, Catherine Merry and Danny.
I think you showed us a picture today of him with a broken chair. Would you like to share that story?
Oh, that was an interesting one, yeah. When we were over in Doha at the Paralympic World Championships, the IPC World Championships, the chairs were not particularly robust. They weren't terribly well made, and we'd sort of been kidding Danny that he wasn't quite the svelte figure that he was in his prime. And he managed to make one collapse, which was kind of acceptable. But then when he did it a second time, I'm afraid the mobile phones came out and we had to take pictures, and it's there for posterity.
This is the modern era.
Maybe I'll tweet it.
That's it. Social media takes over.
It deserves it.
It's a strong beard.
Good crowd that's turned up here today. Absolute sellout, and could have been more as well. I mean, this is I'm told that they could have sold this event out twice over.
Yeah, it's becoming a popular event. Like I knew it had a bit of a downturn, but obviously with the stars of like on show today, people wanted to come and see the 60 meters, men's and women, and sprint hurdles. There's some great events going on today. So it's great to see the people of Sheffield and across the country coming out. And, well, we can see them doing the YMCA down the back straight.
Well, we do have a history of indoor athletics, don't we? I mean, my broadcast career goes far enough to have been able to commentate at Cosford back in the day, you know, and it's had a terrific support base since way back then when Seb Coe was breaking world indoor 800-meter records, and you got people like Phil Brown, who was a terrific indoor 400-meter runner, Verona Elder. You know, there are some great talents back those days, right the way through here, and that indoor tradition has maintained itself over the years.
Yeah, we've done very well. Obviously, I remember the guys like Jamie Bolsh when I first started watching athletics, doing well indoors and winning the world indoors, and Danny Keynes. And, yeah, it's been successful. I think my favourite event was Europeans in Birmingham. We put on a great show, and obviously for the 400 you had Nicholas Saunders running incredibly fast, and my old training partner David Gillick winning the 400 there. So it was a fantastic championship, and we have a great history of putting on events. We've already said it today. Like Glasgow was fantastic, and London is brilliant, and London 2017 I'm sure will be the same.
Certain physiques lend themselves to the indoors, don't they? And yours doesn't quite transmute. But you know, I mean, you think back. You mentioned Jamie Bolsh. You know, he was ideal for it, wasn't it? And going back a bit further, the late Todd Bennett. What a terrific runner indoors he was.
Yeah,
great
Todd
bloke
Bennett
as well.
Jamie, both great blokes, and Danny Keynes are all fantastic indoor runners. It's just something that doesn't suit the way I run. Like I'm a rangy athlete. If you put me in lane 1 indoors, it's not going to happen. I'm going to have to run the whole thing in the outside. So I'll leave it to the shorter athletes. I think Nigel Levine's got a great physique for it. But like I said, David Gillick, he was 6'2", 6'3". He was a tall guy, but he still managed to do it indoors. So it can be done.
Well, you're enjoying having you here in the commentary box anyway. So we've got the line-up here. And starting from the inside, we didn't actually see the picture of him. That was Cameron Chalmers of Guernsey. Chris McAllister you've seen. And now this is Ollie Smith of Chichester. Liverpool's Alex Boyce, 21 years old. David Hall has withdrawn the decathlete, unfortunately. So he doesn't make his way into the semi-finals. And so this man would be the favourite now. Rory Evans, Stockport Harrier, 26 years old. Starting from lane 6, season's best 48.22. 18-year-old Cameron Chalmers having to start from lane 1. Nobody likes that on the indoor track. Chris McAllister, Thames Valley Harrier in 2. Ollie Smith, Chichester in 3. Alex Boyce and Rory Evans. 5 athletes, first 2 to qualify for the final, plus 2 fastest losers. So how's it going to be? And Alex Boyce is able to gauge his run off the pace set by Rory Evans. Ollie Smith has gone out well, and they're already eating up the ground down that back straight and are ahead of Rory Evans, who's not going well on the outside for whatever reason. On the inside, look at the youngster here, Cameron Chalmers, the 18-year-old, but cutting across from the outside, it's Alex Boyce of Liverpool from in second place. In lane 1, Cameron Chalmers. It's going to be those two who are going to be battling it out by the looks of it. In third place, Ollie Smith. Rory Evans right at the back of the field is starting to close now, but has he left it all too late? Boyce leads. Second place, Chalmers. Third place, Smith. Here comes on the line, very fast finishing Rory Evans, but he got it all completely wrong and just couldn't keep it together, and Alex Boyce wins it in 48.54. Strange sort of race that.
great run from Alex Boyce. That's a really solid run. He took control of the race early on. I really don't understand what Rory was doing in the first 20 metres. He didn't look like he'd even driven out. And he's a fast 200-metre runner, so I was really...
Well, the way he finished as well. I mean, he finished like a train.
Yeah, his strengths are his speed. He should have got out. He should have attacked the race, and that's what everybody else in the race has done. Cameron Chalmers in lane 1 really took it out, and he tried to have a go. And I'm really kind of disappointed in Rory. I thought, he was probably the guy who should have gone through comfortably in that race. And the young boys, Alex and Ollie, have done a great job, and Calum and Charm, they've all done really well. And fair play to them.
Well, Ollie Smith taking 3rd place behind Cameron Chalmers. And now watch again around this final bend. Look at the speed that Rory Evans now is generating at the back, but he's left it all too late. Crazy tactics.
It's a waste of a race. For me, I would be kicking myself. I could not. I don't know.
Well, what's he thinking about in the first lap? Just trying to conserve energy or what?
Yeah, but he was going so slow down the first 100. We saw him in the heats. He looked pretty solid. You just got to commit to a 400 metres indoors. He's got the ability to run really fast, and I was just really expecting a bit more from him. But
well, maybe he'll still make it as the fastest loser. You never know.
You never know. It's true. But I'm sure he'll be kicking himself, and he doesn't need me to be putting him down.
48.88. Rory Evans taking 4th behind Ollie Smith, and those two have to wait to see if they'll make it through as quickest losers. But with a lineup which includes Owen Richardson, Nigel Levine and Luke Lennon-Ford, you'd suspect that that's not going to be quick enough.
Yeah, Owen really impressed me in the heats. He kind of let everybody else barge and push each other, and the 17-year-old held his own and came off the bend and really strode home really well. He looked very comfortable.
Mature, wasn't it?
For such a young guy, he came out and ran really well. But now it's a completely different kettle of fish. Nigel Levine we've already talked about how experienced he is indoors and how good he is indoors. So I'd assume Nigel's going to take it out, and Luke will probably try and take it out as well. It's going to be physical again at the break, but hopefully the young boy Owen Richardson holds his head and he can try and learn something from Nigel Levine today.
Well, Luke Lennon-Ford got chopped in his heat and was initially disqualified for the handoff which he meted out to keep his position, but then was reinstated on appeal. He's back there in this second heat. Nigel Levine, so confident though, isn't he? Multiple champion, and well, he's got to be the one to beat, isn't he? 5 times indoor champion. There is Luke Lennon-Ford, who's certainly a contender.
Yeah, Luke will definitely be involved in the race. I was quite disappointed when I didn't see Jared Dunn on the race. He's obviously had a good indoor season, and Seb Rogers started his indoor season so well, but they've both left the door open for Nigel to just take the championships, I think. It's going to be interesting what comes to the relay. Obviously, like Nick Dakin, the relay coach, he wants to take a team. It would be great to bring some young guys. If Owen Richardson makes it to the final, why wouldn't you take him? He's 17 years old. If it fits in with his schoolwork and stuff, it would be great for a young guy like that to go to a senior world championships, even just to go for the trip and see how it's done at the elite level.
Well, Nigel Levine is who we're concentrating on there, just making his final preparations. Nigel, who's just won championship after championship, but still only 26 years old. You forget, really, you sort of categorise him as a worldly wise, experienced veteran, but he's actually still got plenty of years in him.
Definitely, yeah. 26 is young. 28 is young as well, I think. I heard. No, we've both been around a long time, and he's obviously done fantastically well indoors, but he's still a massive asset for us outdoors.
There's Michael Warner. He's an England international, second in the Vienna Indoor Championship this winter.
I think that was the race that Seb Rogers won, wasn't it?
Sorry?
I think that was the race that Seb Rogers won.
I believe it was, yeah. I'll take your word for that, but I think you're right.
I think he ran it in Vienna, yeah. He opened very fast.
Seb Rogers not running in this event. Ewan Thomas would be admiring the artwork on his left arm.
Yeah, he's aspirational goals.
Cost a few
Ewan
quid.
Thomas's tattoos are something to see.
He'll be starting from lane 1. 25-year-old Michael Warner, Newham Essex Beagle. Best this season of 48.39.
And on the track, the second semi-final of the men's 400 metres.
alongside him in lane 2. There is Warner in lane 2. It's Mark Williams, Birmingham University, 21 years old. Set a personal best this winter, just 21 years old. Zach Curran, the Irishman, he ran a PB in his heat earlier on, 48.41. And here is Luke Lennon Ford, talented athlete, the take me out man.
Yeah, I'm glad the reference is there. It's, I'm glad he went on it and he showed how he's a nice bloke and confident guy. And he's done very well for himself.
Take me out a programme which I have to confess slips below my radar. Nigel Levine.
It's not something I'd normally watch either, but when I saw Twitter light up with Luke Lennon Ford on TV, I had to watch it.
And this fellow looks a genuine talent. Owen Richardson, just 17 years old. Really impressive heat performance earlier on. Let's see if he can produce something similar here. Having to run from the outside this time. In his heat, he was running off a pace created by others and stayed out of trouble. And Nigel Levine might be the one who kicks on from the front. That's usually his modus operandi. Here we go with the second of the men's 400 metres semi-finals. Levine does start fast and is already powering past Owen Richardson. Look at Levine go down that back street. Richardson's trying to go with him but can't. And Levine has got this field where he wants it. He's going to have a real significant lead as he comes round to the 200 metre point. And look at the way he's controlling this one. He's flown round that first 200 and now 22.15 at the halfway stage. He can afford to ease back and watch where the rest are. Ran a really hard first 200 and now he's looking over his shoulder to see where the rest are. And Luke Lennon Ford is challenging for second place. Michael Warner holding on for second at the moment. Levine's got it where he wants, coming up towards the line. Here comes Luke Lennon Ford, and improving on the outside was Owen Richardson. Also in contention, Mark Williams, but it was Nigel Levine who effectively did all the work in the first 200 metres and through, well, terrific piece of 400 running on the boards.
I think he did it in the first 100 really. He pretty much took it out in the first 100. He went through in 22, which is very comfortable for him, and he was already well ahead. I think they showed him a bit too much respect really. I think he's only going through in 22.1. You know, like, he's someone who can go through he can go through a lot quicker, but those guys should have been with him. They should have been able to compete with him, and I think they all got blown away in the first 100 metres. But it's phenomenal running from Nigel, and I'm sure that I keep slating people, but I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves more than me.
Michael Warner was his closest challenger for much of the race, and the youngster Owen Richardson maybe not quite having it in his legs after producing a decent run in the heats earlier on, 2 races in a day.
I think he's shown me a lot today. That was really impressive how he ran this morning. It's very tough at 17 years old to come back and back up a run like that. Like 48 seconds in the heats is a great run, and he finished strong and he fought for it. I think he'll learn from experience. Don't go in lane 5 in the home straight. Luke Lennon
Ford taking second place, 48.49, and now we wait to see where the rest are. 48.53 for Michael Warner. That'll get him in as the fastest loser. Mark Williams similarly will make it through, I think, as the second fastest loser, 48.63. And on this occasion, Owen Richardson just being run out of it in 5th place, but he's a name we'll remember, certainly.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed with him. I think he's done well to come back and run another 48 seconds today, and he should be proud of himself.
He finished in 5th place, 48.72. Zach Curran, the Irishman, was 6th and last. Nigel Levine, though, heading towards the final as a winner with 48.18. And we've got to say, he looks every inch a favourite.
Yeah, definitely. He looked very comfortable. We've already said that. He took out the first 100 metres and the race was done.
How's your shot put knowledge?
My shot put knowledge? I've watched a lot of guys train. I know they're big, strong guys, and the women are very strong and powerful. I wouldn't try and compete with them in the gym.
Well, this is the women's shot put final. And the early leader is Adele Nicole, with her throw in the first round of 15 metres 75. Adele Nicole, the Welsh champion and the UK Junior International, just 19 years old, and won the British Universities last weekend. Divine Aladipo from Blackheath and Bromley.
I'm not entirely sure, but I've just heard that Luke Netford may have been disqualified. That's what it sounded like in my ear. For running out his lane.
I'm hearing whispers that Luke Lennon-Ford might have got into trouble with the judges for a second time, and
I don't think he should ever come back to Sheffield. It seems like he's been DQ'd every time he comes here. It's his bogey track, you know. Look, here we disqualified. Can't believe that.
Well, he has. He's been DQ'd. So Nigel Levine, fastest qualifier, 48.14, and Luke Lennon-Ford disqualified for running outside his lane.
That would be interesting to watch again.
I don't know if we're going to get a chance to watch that and have a look at that for a second time. That Luke Lennon-Ford disqualification. That's going to be a quiz question somewhere, isn't it? Which athlete at UK Championships was disqualified twice in one day? Well, he was reinstated first time it happened. Now he's been disqualified for a second time.
It's not something you want next to your name, unfortunately. But no. I'm pretty sure it's his 6th time being DQ'd in Sheffield. Someone doesn't like it.
Was it last year it happened as well? In Birmingham?
I can't remember.
I know it's lodged in the back of my mind somewhere. He has been disqualified on major occasions before.
Here's the replay.
We have the replay, does it?
Well, let's look again at him. Where are we? Lane 4.
Yeah.
Well, this I'm not sure how closely you're going to be able to watch this, but the rule is that you've got to stay inside your lane, and the interpretation and the analysis suggests that he didn't. Usually happens in the early stages, this, doesn't it?
Obviously, yeah, the guy's running on a hill. It must be quite hard to stay in your lane, but it looks.
Well, he's no problem there.
We've got the light blue lane, so it's easy to see.
Can't see there, unfortunately, but there's no problem round the first bend. Now let's watch him round the second bend. Getting close there. Oh, was it there? Does he brake too soon?
I can't see it.
It's marginal, Martin, isn't it?
It's.
Well, that is tough. If he's been pulled for that,
it's becoming a problem. It's becoming a problem where people are getting disqualified at British Champs when there's an opportunity for them to go and represent their country, and someone's decided no, we're going to take it away for something such a small infringement. I don't think he went over the line. I think if you're going to make that call, you have to be guaranteed. You have to be 100%. And we couldn't see that.
Well, it's a talking point, isn't it? And we've seen it on more than one occasion today. What you want to see, one way or another, is your best athletes up against each other. And if no significant advantage is being gained, surely there has to be some sensible discretion.
He was second fastest qualified today, and he should be in the final. It's a shame that they've decided that he's broken the rules, but I don't know. I'm going to get angry if I keep talking.
Well, a talking point and one to take away, and I'm sure that Luke Lennon-Ford won't want reminding about it. Meanwhile, the women's shot put continues. Women's 1500 heats still to come on the track. In what will be our final track action of the day. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on British Athletics TV on YouTube, and of course we will be back for more of the same tomorrow as these championships, these two-day championships from the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield reach their conclusion. Here's Hannah Evendon, Edinburgh. She had a no throw in her first round, and she didn't like that one.
It's a shame not to see Eden Francis out there today. It's a shame not to see Eden Francis out there today. I think obviously she's been British champion more than one occasion, and probably Britain's best shot put for a long time.
Rachel Wallader leading the way with 16 metres 82. Reigning champion Eden Francis, 6th in the Commonwealth Games a couple of years ago, and she's a 17 metre plus thrower. Not competing here though on this occasion. Rachel Wallader, after the first round, leading with 16 metres and 82. In second place, Adele Nicol, 15.75. And in third place, Sophie McKinnon from Great Yarmouth. Third place with 15 metres 71. Sophie McKinnon, former World Youth and European Junior silver medalist, now 21 years old and a UK senior athlete. Women's 1500 metres heats concluding our track action today. 2 heats for you. First 3 from each heat, plus 3 fastest losers. Crowd being entertained by Bruno Mars. Seem to have heard this a little bit over the last year or two.
And then you turn around and I'm there, John.
Only trying to prove a bit of street cred, you know. Just while we're waiting for the athletes to set themselves, have you seen that that particular tune set to the great dance moves of the golden era of Hollywood?
No, I haven't.
Check it out.
I will.
It is sensational. Check it out. Anyway, back to the athletics.
Gone all nostalgic there, John.
Not as I remember the golden age of Hollywood first time round. Fastest athlete on paper in this first heat, Sarah Inglis from Lothian. Set a personal best this year, 4 minutes 13.11. Rachel Wallader in the shot put, about to throw. This is her second round attempt, leading the way with 16 metres 82. And that looks as though it might be an improvement.
It does. Rachel's had a really good start to the season. She's thrown a personal best this year of 17.35. So she'll be looking to try and get an Olympic qualifying this year. So it was a 17, I think it's near 17.80, something similar to that, but 18.10 to qualify for the World Championships, World Indoor Championships. That's so 17.23. Yeah. Really good second round throw for Rachel Wallader. Just short of her personal best.
Not a long way short,
17.35.
Not a long way short.
No, not a long way short. I see her train in Birmingham, and I see her throw into nets, and she has really upped her game in the last 12 months. It's really good to see, because this is an event that's not been successful in recent years, so it's good to see someone leading the way with Rachel Wallader.
After the scores come up on switch back to track.
Well, we've been bemoaning the absence of Eden Francis, but that's 17.23. It's only a matter of a centimetre short of Eden Francis's PB indoors. So
yeah.
Good performance from Wallader.
It is.
1,500 metres then, the first heat coming up. And the line-up: Alison Leonard, Blackburn; Zoe Bates for Edinburgh; Rachel McClay, Bracknell; Natalie Weir, Derby; Julia Cook, Cheltenham and County; Sarah Inglis of Lothian; Gemma Reekie, Kilbarcan; and Katie Snowden of Herne Hill. Only the first 3 go through to tomorrow's final, plus fastest loser. Sarah Inglis, the Scottish indoor champion this year, may turn out to be the one to beat here.
I think it will be a good heat with Alison Leonard, who's from the Bud Bodaro training group in Birmingham, along with Julia Cook, who's also a member of the Bud Bodaro training group. So it will really be a really interesting semi-final to make the final. It's first 3 and the 3 fastest that qualify for the final tomorrow.
Alison Leonard has proved her mettle by achieving the World Championship qualifying standard, which is at 4 minutes 13. Sarah Inglis has still got that to do. Alison Leonard, a UK international, now 25 years old. Former English schools and British universities champion as well. And the early leader is indeed Alison Leonard. And on her shoulder comes Julia Cook, the Welsh international and the Welsh champion. Moving on the outside in the green vest is Sarah Inglis, the 24-year-old Scottish athlete. A couple of youngsters in this lineup as well. Zoe Bates, Edinburgh runner, just 17 years old, and another Scot, Gemma Reekie.
Yeah, this heat, they're not going to be particularly fast. They're just going to all about qualifying. So the first 3 will go through automatically with the 3 fastest times. So it won't be a fast-paced race. It'll probably be about a 4:25, 4:30 race, and probably a bit of a charge up in the last 200 metres, 150 metres. Julia Cook had a really good outdoor season last year. She's a 2:06 800 metre runner and a 4:18 1500 metre runner. So she's got the speed, and she's also part of my team at Birchfield Harriers. So she's got some speed in her legs because she usually runs her 4x4. So it'll probably be a kick up in the last lap.
Leonard from Inglis, Rachel McClay taking closer order. Rachel McClay, who represents Bracknell, just tucked in behind the leaders. Behind her comes Sarah Inglis, back in 5th place at this point. Natalie Weir takes closer order. But it's Leonard and Inglis side by side. Then comes McClay, then comes Cook. And behind that comes Katie Snowden. Those are the lead 5. And are the back 3 just struggling to stay with this pace? Looks as though they're in danger of being relegated. First 3 automatic qualifiers, remember.
Yeah, there's quite a few girls. Katie Snowden with a 4:18 PB. So there's quite a few girls who are around about the same in the 4:15s, 4:18s. And as you can see, the class have come to the front, and Alison just leading the pace that she wants to run. And the other girls, the younger girls with the slightly PBs, are struggling with the pace.
Leonard and Inglis side by side as they have been throughout. McClay in 3rd place.
See, Alison Leonard's just controlling the pace that she wants, and she feels comfortable for it. So she's now put the foot on the pedal. It's starting to separate. The first 2 are starting to gap for 3rd and 4th. Julia Cook's starting to struggle now. We've come up to 2 laps to go.
McClay is the athlete in 3rd place. Cook has slipped back into 5th, and Snowden moves through now onto the shoulder of McClay and is poised to take maybe closer order. But the first 2, as you say, Kelly, looking as though they're getting away here.
They are. They've got a gap there coming now. Alison Leonard's putting the foot on the pedal, and Inglis is going with her.
Leonard and Inglis, and then a gap of some 10 metres. Back to McClay. Then comes Snowden. Alison Leonard, 25 years old, experienced. She was the favourite here, along with Sarah Inglis. And now Leonard is away in front, and Inglis can't stay with this pace. Alison Leonard taking the bell and down the back straight. She's got this one in the bag. Sarah Inglis is surely going to qualify as well, unless she ties up dramatically in the closing stages. McClay trying to battle her way back.
Yeah, and Katie Snowden's fell back to 4th place now. It looks like the first 3 are confirmed. Alison Leonard in 1st, coming up to the home straight.
English in second place, Maclay is third, Alison Leonard wins it. Second place Sarah English, third place is Rachel Maclay. They're the three automatic qualifiers. Katie Snowden has to wait and see, as do the rest of the field.
Yeah, and Julia Cook just crossed the line there in fifth, so that's probably a really disappointing race for Julia Cook. She has a season's best and a PB of this year of 4:18.
She'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, she really disappointed. The class apart was Alison Leonard. She put the foot on the gas, and it seemed, and it appeared, and it was, that she was getting faster and faster just to separate it and make it easier for her to qualify. And you could see with 2-3 laps to go that the speed just came, and not everyone could go with that pace.
Well, a personal best prior to this stood at 4 minutes 10.77, which was set this year. So Alison Leonard, she didn't have to run as hard as she did, but well, she's taken all doubt out of the equation and shown the rest of them what sort of shape she's in.
Yeah. Just going to go to the shot, John. Rachel Wallader's going for attempt 3 in the shot. Really good throw, really nice throw. I think that's as good as that second round throw of 17.23 that we see. Just wait for the measurement to come up.
She's a long way in front, metre and a half ahead of the rest.
16.80, slightly down on her second attempt of 17.23, but still a good throw. Really consistent series.
16.80 confirmed for Rachel Wallader. 17.23 is her lead throw so far. 4 minutes 19 is the time confirmed for Alison Leonard, ahead of Sarah English, 4:22.27.
And a personal best for Rachel Maclay from Bracknell in third, automatic qualifier, 4:23.67.
Yeah, well done to her.
Yeah, good race by Rachel. So in this second heat now, the girls will know what the time that they must do. So the three fastest times that aren't automatic, they will know that they'll have to beat a time of around 4:25 to get a place in the final for tomorrow. So 4:25 is for the time for the girls to beat in heat 2. And that was fourth Katie Snowden from Herne Hill, 4:25.87, with fifth Julia Cook, 4:30.88.
She's got a personal best of 4 minutes 18, so well, she should have really been a lot closer than she was.
Yeah, she was well off the pace. Should have been well within herself that race. She's run 4:18 this year, so 4:30 is very disappointing for her. But that happens. Good to see a PB by Gemma Reiki from Kilbarcon, the 4:32.57 in 7th, and 8th for Zoe Bates with 4:37.51. I think the next heat's going to be quite exciting here, John. You've got Sarah McDonald, who's burst on the scene. She's a Birchwood Harrier 2 and a Jarrah and Hebburn runner, 4:15, and you've got Hannah England, who's now come back and found some form with a 4:09 this year.
Well, there are the athletes, 8 of them. First 3, the big name, yep, unquestionably Hannah England, now 28 years old. She's run 4:09 this season. Rosie Clark, Epsom and Ewell will start on the inside. Madeline Murray alongside her, Edinburgh Athletics Club. And Sarah McDonald, who Kelly Southerton telling you about, an athlete in form and making a bit of a breakthrough this season. Naomi Collier alongside her from Grantham. Reevie Walcott Nolan from Luton. Melissa Courtney, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Rochelle Harrison of Lincoln Wellington, my neck of the woods. And Hannah England completing the lineup, starting on the outside.
Hannah England hasn't had the best of couple of seasons. Injuries, struggled a little bit for form, so it's really good to see her back with a 4:09 and a World Indoor qualifying. Now all she has to do is get through to the final safely.
It was Daegu, wasn't it, in 2011 where she got a world silver medal?
Yeah, in the 1500,
Hannah.
yeah.
Madeline Murray taking it out from the front, being followed by Sarah McDonald. Rosie Clark, incidentally, was a non-starter. And Hannah England moving up onto the shoulder of Madeline Murray.
I think this is going to be a much more competitive heat, actually, John. A lot of the times are more very similar. Hannah England is a class apart, so I think she'll want to just sit back and make sure she can feel easy, control it from where she is. She's currently sitting in third. She has one of her training partners, Sarah McDonald, just in front of her. So a lot of these guys train together in Birmingham with Bud Bodaro, so they know each other's tactics probably, so they're running together. They would have done that normally in training. So they're using Murray as a pacemaker.
Murray from McDonald. Then comes the tall blonde-haired figure of Hannah England, being tracked by Rochelle Harrison and Melissa Courtney. Then comes Naomi Collier in fourth place, and right at the back of the field is Reeve Walcott Nolan. Shot put, meanwhile, has started on its fourth round of 6, and it's still Rachel Wallader who leads the way with her second round throw of 17 metres 23. Hannah England going beautifully in second place, loping along very easily.
Yeah, she looks very comfortable. Just take it. She's going for a stride in the park. Just using Murray, just drafting her. Sarah McDonald in third there, just hiding behind Hannah. As you can see, the pace looks like it's going to step up a little bit. I think Hannah wanted it to go a little bit quicker. It's starting to pick up just a little bit.
In the shot put, that was Sophie McKenna, who's currently in third place with a best of 15 metres 71, just being measured. In order to get to second, she'd need to go beyond 15.75, and that's no improvement for her. 15.25, she remains in third place.
So Madeline Murray still in the lead in the 1500 metres, with Hannah England and Sarah McDonald in second and third. Looks quite easy for Hannah England. I think there's going to be a part of this in the next probably 200 metres where Hannah's going to take the lead from Madeline Murray. She looks so comfortable.
Reeve Walcott Nolan taking slightly closer order, moving through. Still in front, as it has been from the outset, Madeline Murray from Hannah England. Then comes Sarah McDonald.
It looks like Madeline Murray's working really, really hard to keep Hannah where she is, so she can control the pace that she wants to.
In the shot puts, Rachel Wallader is about to throw, current leader in the fourth round.
17.23 in attempt 2 for Rachel Wallader. I don't think that's any better than her second attempt throw there, John.
She's putting together a decent succession of
She
throws,
is.
though. We'll keep one eye on that and see if there's any improvement, but we suspect not. Murray still leading the way from Hannah England, Sarah McDonald. Those three look as though they may be getting away.
Because it's as long as they know they're the first three, they'll be automatic qualifiers into the final. So Sarah's just keeping on tags on Hannah England. There's no need to keep pushing the pace if they knew. If there's a big screen, they'd know. So they'd be safely through if they just maintain this pace.
There was no improvement from Rachel Wallader in that fourth round, so still leading the way with that earlier throw in that competition. Murray, England and McDonald are going to be the three automatic qualifiers going through side by side, nothing between them. And the rest have to wait and see. May well be quick enough as fastest losers, we will see.
I think in fourth place there was Reeve Walcott Nolan. I think she would have made a fastest qualifier. So we'll just wait to see what those times were, and we'll confirm the result.
I was really impressed with Hannah England. It looks as though she's getting back some sort of form.
She is. She's had not the best couple of years, lost a bit of form through injury, and it's good to see her. She's gone away and come back physically fit and mentally fit. She controlled that race all the way through from behind Madeline Murray. She knew what she needed to do and wanted to do, and it was great to see a really nice tactical race. But also see Sarah McDonald as well. She's been running really well. She seemed to be in control too. So it's actually a nice race for both those ladies, all those three ladies. So it'll be a really good cracking final tomorrow. And as confirmed,
the photograph separated them in the end, and it was Sarah McDonald who actually edged over the line first in 4:21.81. Men's 400 metre semi-final result for you. That was the first one. Alex Boyce 48.52. Madeline Murray was 100th of a second behind Sarah McDonald, and a similar wafer thin margin with Hannah England coming home in third place. Luke Lennon Ford disqualified in that second semi-final. One of the talking points, Owen Richardson. He's got through as the fastest loser to the final, so well done to the 17-year-old. He's run well here this weekend. Nigel Levine, though, so dominant, and it's hard to see him being beaten.
Yeah, he really stamped his authority in that first 200 metres. He wanted to be sure that he won that heat, and that would get him a really good lane in the final. It's actually, watching the replays for the Luke Lennon Ford, I think actually he was really unfortunate to be disqualified there.
Well, it was marginal, wasn't it?
It was not even, fractions. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to do a clear stride in somebody's lane and impede somebody and take an advantage. It didn't really appear that happened. So, you know, I don't know anybody's been DQ'd twice in a day. It's a shame, but, you know, all you can do is argue that point. And, you know, maybe, I mean, there's something that could be done, but I think his luck ran out after the first DQ, unfortunately.
Well,
but it's sad for him.
I mean, Martin Rooney talking earlier was emphatic. You know, we need a little bit more latitude and a little bit more tolerance. And when people are clearly gaining no advantage in a British Championship, then
yeah,
why be draconian in your implementation of the rules?
Yeah, there has to be some level of consistency as well. If all the rules were consistent throughout, then fair enough. And you have to ensure it's athlete friendly too, and not just apply the rules when it fancies you. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard lines, unfortunately.
It's difficult, isn't it? It's subjective.
Difficult. Yeah, it is all subjective.
It's subjective, you know. I mean, we saw Richard Kilty thrown out, and I'm struggling for the name of the young woman athlete who actually had a similar transgression of the regulations, but she was just given a warning and allowed to continue. So it's the lack of consistency which people will talk about.
But it was good to see Richard Kilty handled it really well, very professional. Because what can you do about it at that stage? You know, you just have to take it.
You've got to take it on the chin.
He handled himself really well. So it's because at that moment you're angry.
There's no point losing it though, because it ain't going to change anything.
No, unfortunately it won't.
Might make you feel better short term.
Afterwards it might not though.
When you're banned. Shot put meanwhile, we're in the fifth round. And now we have the event leader coming in for the penultimate time. This is Rachel Wallader, 17:23, which is close to a personal best. And she's a long way clear of her closest challenger. 1.5 meters, the better part of. Ahead of Adele Nicole. And I don't think that's going to be any further, but it can see again the indentation on the blue cushion, and another good throw way out over 16 metres, I think, for Rachel Wallader.
Yeah, it's good to see Adele Nicole, the youngster from Birchwood Harriers, for her personal best in the first round as 15.75. 16.69 for Rachel Wallader, with one more throw to go.
So a final round to conclude our entertainment for this opening day.
So final attempt for Griffiths.
Lucy Griffiths from Cardiff.
Best of 13.48 currently. And that's a final attempt of 12 metres 16. She won't be happy with that, so that leaves her in 8th position.
Emily Campbell currently in 7th place with 13 metres and 60 centimetres. I don't think that's going to radically alter anything.
New throwing order at the end of round 3. We've got 6 throws remaining. So it's the athlete in 6th, the Southern Indoor silver medalist.
13 metres 17, so no improvement for her. She finishes in 7th place.
So Danielle Apara for Thames Valley Harriers, 20 years old, personal best of 14.27. Currently in 6th place with 13.62. I don't think that is an improvement on her best from round 3.
It's well down, I think, that one.
It is. It's a pretty shame that a lot of the stadium have gone home now. Just a few spectators, hardcore athletics fans watching the women's shot. But
12.81, and so she will finish in 6th place with a 3rd round attempt, 13.62. Sorry, Kelly.
I was going to say, it's a shame there wasn't more people here to cheer them on, because it's a little bit empty now, but because of the shot put has to take part in the middle of the arena, obviously they have to wait for the hurdles and the 60-metre sprints and the high jumps to go on. So yeah, it has to begin at the programme or the end of the programme.
Divine Oladipo from Blackheath and Bromley. She had a best of 13.95 also in the 3rd round. And again, it doesn't look as though there's any improvement there. Going to be settling for 5th place, it would seem. And indeed, that's the case. 13.16, she, as P5 shows you, finishes in 5th place. Sophie Merritt, Southampton, next to throw. Another of the youngsters, just 17.
She actually thrown a PB of 14 metres. Her previous PB was 13.78. That's good to see. First time over 14 metres. It's always good to break landmark. So 40, she'll be looking now, her next big one will be 15 metres. So it's encouraging to see that she's thrown a PB at the National Championships. And that throw for Sophie Merritt was 12.85, so no improvement on her 14 metres from attempt 2.
Sophie McKenna's last throw, already assured of bronze with 15 metres 71. She needs more than
throw.
That's a good throw.
Sophie's very vocal.
15.75 is what.
Personal best of 16.30, be close.
And best.
Brilliant. As you can see, she's very happy. Brilliant. She went to the European Under-23s last year in Estonia and tore her hamstring. So
now, can we get a response though from Adele Nicole? She's already had one personal best. That's another good throw, but it's not far enough.
I think that might be close to her personal best, Adele. She's thrown 15.75. Seems McKenna has inspired another PB for Adele Nicole, 15.91, great PB, but she finishes down in 3rd behind McKenna. That's all up to Rachel Wallader now to improve her 17.23 from her 2nd attempt. 2 big PBs now. Come on, Rachel.
So she's already won it, Rachel Wallader, and this is her final throw. She is the gold medalist, 17.23 her best. How fast can she go?
Oh, I'd like her to see a big 17.50. Not quite.
Well, it wasn't to be, but she's the champion with her 2nd round throw of 17 metres and 23. Congratulated by her fellow competitors. Silver medal, leaving best till last. Sophie McKenna. She takes the silver with that demonstrative display after throwing 16.54. She loved it, didn't she?
She absolutely loved it. She got behind. She put everything into that shot, everything, and we all heard it. But yeah, it was great to see 2 big PBs in those last 3 throws from McKenna and Nicole. So really good. Really
Adele
improving.
Nicole taking the bronze medal behind Wallader and McKenna. And that concludes our entertainment today. Hope you've enjoyed it with us here from British Athletics TV. More of the same for you from 12 o'clock tomorrow. All the finals, all the big sport as it comes to you. But from myself, John Rawling, from Andy Turner, Martin Rooney and Kelly Southerton alongside me, for the time being, it's goodbye for now.
Good night.
This is a typical day of travel to practice for me. Here at the practice track.
Practice is over. How do you feel?
2 minutes. Physio's behind us. Race day.
Excited to get another race in.
I'm just so happy. Beyond ecstatic. Big thank you to individual coaches, well, the relay coaches and the National Lottery for getting us here.
Without those people, the National Lottery, obviously, you know, they've kind of enabled me and James to be in this situation. And, you know, we've got to give thanks to everyone and all the players out there. And obviously, lastly, the National Lottery, because if it weren't for the general public buying their tickets, we wouldn't be in this position we are now to train full time.
As European gold medalists